right. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that you're tuned in and you're watching Afriq 24-hour TV. Of course, this is Afriq Open Political Talk Show that comes live on your screens each and every day, where we connect you with African political stories. And of course, today is Saturday, 13th of April 2024. And as usual, every Saturday, we normally have what is called weekly political recap or weekly political review. So what we do on Saturdays, we just review some of the happenings that have happened throughout the week. We weigh on them and we try to shape the political landscape of Kenya. So welcome to today's show. If you're joining me for the first time, this is Afriq 24-hour TV. We are live on YouTube, we are live on X, and we're also live on Facebook. If you are joining me for the first time, I will request you to start by subscribing to our channels. That is, you subscribe to our YouTube channel at Afriq 24-hour TV. You can also follow us on X at Afriq 24 hours, and also follow and like our Facebook pages, that is at Afriq D 24 hour. So today we are just going to discuss matters politics, matters economy, and matters social welfare as we connect you with African stories. We connect you with different stories in different parts of Africa, and we also connect you with Kenyans from across the globe. So welcome on board. Join the show. You can participate in this show in various ways. If you want to join us on the studio so that you can be among the panelists, I'm going to share a link on the comment section, so you can just click on the link there and you'll join the studio. But if you don't wish to join us live, you can as well participate and be part of the conversation using the comment section. Just type on the comment section your concerns, your questions, and you can also give us your views on the comment section. And to those people who are joining us from X, I know sometimes when we comment on the comment section, you might not be able to see it. So the better way is you can go to YouTube, subscribe, and you will always get the links to the studio on our YouTube channels. I take this opportunity to welcome our newest viewers who are joining us from X, that is at Hilary Gondi. Feel welcomed at Afriq 24 hour, and the only way you can support this program is by ensuring you subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Facebook and all our social media platforms. So I'm your host, Leo Nyabaya. Of course, I'm having several panelists. Some have already joined the bench and some are on their way. And you are also among the people we are waiting to join this bench so that we can be able to recap and review what has happened politically within our country. So with me, I'm having Mzalendo, I'm having Boniface Kimanzi, and I'm also joined by Jeff Mburu. So I'll take this opportunity to welcome the panelists so that they can also be able to say hi before we continue with this conversation. Karibuni sana, na hakikisha kwa wakati unajiunga nasi pia unakaribisha wengine ili tuweze tuzungumze kwa pamoja. Let me start with Mzalendo. Kindly you can just say hi to our viewers as we prepare for this wonderful conversation. Mzalendo, karibu.
Good afternoon, viewers. Good evening, viewers, wherever you are. My name is Mzalendo, and I'm here in Virginia, United States of America. And thank you, Mr. Leo, for inviting me for the show today. I hope we'll have a good discussion about our country and especially our politics. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo, for being brief and introducing yourself. Of course, our viewers have heard that, and the viewers can also introduce themselves if you so wish on the comment section. Just let us know who you are and maybe where you are joining us from. Whether you are joining us from X or you are joining us from Facebook or you're joining from YouTube, you can always use the comment section in the platform that you are in to let us know where you are joining from. Those on X, Hilary Gondi, or you're on X at Afriq 24 hour, there's normally a chat section there. I think it's on your right. So just make use of that chat section. Anything that you type there will be relayed on this end and we'll be able to communicate back. Let me welcome Jeff to say hi.
Yes, hi, how are you, Mr. Leo first?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name, as you have heard, is Jeff, and I'm here in the state of Missouri, prepared to participate in today's show. We're going to have a beautiful discussion about the country of the nation of Kenya, and I'm prepared to do so. So thank you so much, and you're most welcome, our viewers, as we proceed.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I feel welcome to today's show. Of course, are glad hosting you this weekend so that you can be able to share your views with the fellow Kenyans so that we can be able to shape and inform our viewers on how good leadership is and the things that are expected of us as Kenyans so that we can get value for the taxes that we pay. Let me welcome Boniface Kimazi so that he can also introduce himself and say hi.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Leo, for this opportunity. Hi, Buru. Hi, Mzalendo.
Hi.
Thank you so much. And I know today is on Friday. We are on Saturday. We are doing some weekly review, and I hope the show will be fantastic and will always educate, inform, and also make our followers understand what it entails when it comes to politics, and also know what has been happening all over the week. We have a lot of events that happened, a lot of political leaders talked in the week. So in the course of the week, we have a lot of things that happen. So what is there is to keep you here until the end of the show, because we are going to share a lot of things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Boniface. I think as we are starting our conversation, I can see quite a number of people have already joined the show. Quite a number of people have already joined the conversation. So let me welcome you on board. I can see Goodyear is already in. I can see Kevin Wasonga is also saying that Wasonga is present. So you can just mark yourself present. I can see quite a number of people who joined the conversation on the X, and the people on the X, I'm sharing the studio link on X shortly so that you can also be able to join the studio and be at a position maybe to speak directly. And if maybe you don't have that time, or maybe you don't feel like joining the studio to speak directly, make use of that comment section so that we can be able to get your views. We're not just here maybe to talk to ourselves, but we are here to talk to you people who are viewing or you people who are listening to this kind of conversation. So maybe before we start or kick off the conversation, I just want to welcome Mzalendo so that he can maybe brief us, give us some brief of what has been happening throughout the week. I know a lot has been happening in politics, a lot has been happening in our economy, and of course in our social life. We have so many political developments right now that people are even discussing and preparing for the 2027 general elections. Some people are preparing for takeovers to take over from their party leaders and such kind of things. Some people also planning to take over from their community so that they can become their community leaders or community representatives. And some people are also joining the civil society so that they can be a part of the change. They can be part of the people who represent and fight or defend the people who cannot be able to defend themselves. So, Zalendo, I'll just welcome you to just brief us, give us a recap of some of the things that has happened. Then from that, as the panelists here will be able to weigh on such developments. And let me also take this opportunity to welcome Rafiq. Rafiq is called Mansa Rafiq. He's watching from Nakuru City, Kenya. That is really great. I didn't know that Nakuru have already been elevated to a city. So let us welcome Rafiq from the newest city in the country, if I'm not wrong. So Mzalendo, you can take it over.
Well, thank you, Leo. Thank you so much for once again inviting me to the panel. And I want to say that first, it's unfortunate that we had the doctors strike for the longest time. I really would have wished in my heart that they go to work as soon as possible. But I'm glad that there are some counties that have negotiated with the doctors, like Nairobi County. Majority of the doctors have resumed work. And I'm also kind of urging the president, although he did something a few days ago by putting some 2.4 billion on the table for the doctors. That's a good gesture that something is going to happen. As we speak today, some Kenyan somewhere in one of the counties has passed on because we don't have medics in hospitals. So this is something that the government needs to act very fast. We have seen that playing along around in the week. We have seen political leaders making mileage on the same issue. Somebody like Babu Owino already had to make a meal out of it, of the political scene. And I believe Leo will play some video shortly. We've seen also the political scene in Western Kenya. In Western Kenya, there's a war that is going on between Tembea and the Luyas and other Luya elected leaders, especially from where he comes from, the Bukusu. I think there's a lot of war going on in Luya land to find a particular kingpin. The issue of Kenyan politics has been about kingpins, and that is again playing very well in Western politics. When you come to Nyanza, again the succession of Raila Odinga is shaping up. People have really started showing up their faces and trying to occupy the space that Raila was occupying. More so, we have a new kid in the game, and that is our professor, our own Professor Ogola, is in the race for the presidential bid in 2027. I think we'll see more of Professor Ogola today in this discussion, who he is, where he's come from, his qualification, what he has been doing in the past as a civic leader and also as an educationist. And we've also seen a lot of growth in our media discussions, especially on TV. So we ought to see a lot of him coming out and trying to occupy the space. And the reason being is that we have about 8 million Kenyans who did not vote in the last general general elections. These Kenyans did not know where to place their vote. So they're out there and they're out for grabs. So whoever will sell their agenda properly and effectively and use the social platform, like here we have in Africa and so many other platforms around, will able to capture the moment that the Kenyan people want. I think that is just a sneak preview. The president has also been making a lot of rounds in Kenya. I saw him making some declarations or giving some offers and compensation to victims who have been attacked by wildlife. That was in Laikipia. Initially, I think they were being paid $500,000. The president has increased it to 5 million for any death that is caused by an elephant or any other animal in the wildlife. So that's also a good gesture for people who are living around the game parks. At least they can get some distribution on the deaths that are caused by the Kenyan wildlife. So that is just a bit of what is happening in the political scene. And of course, in sports, my team Arsenal is on top of the league. I can't forget to mention that Arsenal is on top of the league, and we'll wait for it to be dethroned from the top of the league. So that is what is happening in our political scene. And maybe let me take this opportunity to greet my friends, Captain. Captain is also a very good friend. Captain, we salute you. Karibu sana. Long time I've not seen you. Otherwise, asante sana, Mr. Leo.
Thank you so much. Let me also welcome and bring Captain on board. Captain, karibu sana. Of course, today we are just wrapping up what has happened throughout the week, and maybe just a point of correction. Zalenda have said that Arsenal is the top of the table. Yeah, that is true. Factually, if maybe you get an average based on the number of games they played, they are top of the table. But currently, Man City is temporarily top of the table, waiting for Arsenal to play tomorrow. They are holding brief for Arsenal, but I think I make it clear so that that one doesn't get maybe disputed. So Zalenda's mentioned something to do with the doctor strike. I think maybe that is something that has really been the top story the entire week. It is not the first week, but this is the fourth week of the doctor strike, and Zalenda has said that there are some politicians that have really managed to make a bit out of it. They've managed to gain some political mileage out of it. You know, in politics, you only become relevant when you support something or you oppose something. So there are some politicians who've really managed to make use of it, and they've tried to use it to build on their political profile, so that maybe one day when they come to you, they'll tell you that, you see, when the doctors were striking, nobody was there to stand for the doctors, but we did. So I just want to play a short clip on that before we weigh on it.
Doctors Ria, Doctors Ra, Doctors Tibim, Doctors Tialala, Warembo ha, Ma Doctors Mwe, Nurses Tialala. Now, the first thing that we will do is not to leave these precincts of Parliament. Mheshimiwa Osoro, these doctors must never leave here. Under the doctrine of necessity, the doctors must stay here because they need money. We will not wait for 2 weeks, because in 2 weeks' time, how many patients shall have died? We want Ruto himself to meet these doctors. Ruto has been wasting time walking around the world, but he has a lot of crises in this nation. The first one being the doctors' issue that he must address today. And doctors, this demonstration must never stop, because Ruto said that there is no money. Auze hiyo saa yake ambayo ni 10 million. Walipe doctor. Dr. Ria, Dr. Ra, Dr. Steve, Dr. Tialala. There is a motion before Parliament that is going to impeach Nakumicha. Nakumicha must. Nakumicha must. Nakumicha must. You cannot do diploma online and then you come and frustrate the doctors who cleared 6 years in the university. Doctors power. The doctors must not be paid yesterday. They must not be paid tomorrow, but they must be paid today. Ruto took loans and Ruto is collecting taxes, and those taxes must be used to pay these doctors. Ruto is vicariously liable for all the deaths occurring in the hospitals, for all the deaths occurring in this country, because he has refused. He has refused to pay the doctors. Ruto touched our toes and we kept quiet. He moved to our knees and we kept quiet. He jumped here and moved to our heads and we kept quiet. He moved to our chest and we kept quiet. Now he has touched our private parts. Dr. Ria, Dr. Ra, Dr. Steve, Dr. Tialala. Therefore, you must decide what to do with him. Hii serikali haitaendeshwa jinsi ambavyo mtu ambaye anaosha choo anaendesha hiyo choo. The government must never be run like a kiosk. These doctors must be respected.
All right, that was a voice of some of the politicians who are in solidarity with the doctors who are striking. And maybe I just want to get your views on this. I'll start with you, Mburu. Do you think it's healthy, or we are going to get a solution if the members of parliament or our politicians are addressing the issue in a manner, in the same way the striking doctors are also addressing the issue. The doctors are striking and protesting on the streets, and the MPs also joining them on the streets. Will that one bring a solution? And maybe before Jeff, you weigh on that. I'm sorry. Let me just allow Captain to say hi, then we'll get back to you. I'm sorry, we didn't. Captain, you can just say hi before, yeah.
Okay, hi people. How are you guys? I see.
All right,
Zalendo is there. I don't know the name of this other new guy, but I think he's fine. According to the face, even he's very much okay. And, as the host, you are laughing. All your things are outside. What is this funny on your side? Anyway, no problem. I think the doctors are getting their pay. When you see that smile, the pay might be coming soon. Okay, it was just saying hi, eh? Nothing else.
Yeah, you're just saying hi. I'll get back to you to get your opinion later. So let me start with Buru. I was asking Buru if we are going to get a solution, if the members of parliament, of the politicians are also joining the doctors in doing the same thing.
Thank you, Ria. On that, I want to say it's very unfortunate, and the doctors have lost it big time, because by entertaining the MPs to join them in Maandamano, whatever they are agitating for is likely to lose focus. They are giving Ruto freedom to deal with them politically. So they're going to lose the track. I wish they continued pursuing their cause through their union, and that way they were going maybe to have a discussion with William Ruto. It's also good to know the character of a person they are dealing with. Ruto is not the kind of a president you can just brutalize or use excessive force to force him to do what you want. And also I want to say that our politicians are opportunists. For them, they have seen an opportunity because they tried their own Maandamano and they failed. They are now thinking, let us try this one of the doctors. Maybe we will be in a position to further our political career. When I think of somebody like Babu Owino, he should be the last person to talk of the sanity of doctor's salary, because even the way he's doing it, even the language he's using, it is unfortunate. And this is somebody who is saying that he has what it takes to become the president of Kenya or to fit in the shoes of one Raila Amolo Odinga. And it's also good for the doctors to think whether they want to be aligned with the political side or they want to stand alone as professionals. Right now, what they are doing, they have opened the ground for them to be dealt by government, just like politicians. I want to tell Kenyans this, and it is good to know why the government is adamant and not to increase salaries of the doctors and other people. Kenya, the wage bill has gone up to 53%. If you add the uses in the offices of 2%, we spend 55% in wage bill, which is far much beyond the international accepted standard of 34%. So what we are supposed to do is to try to bring down our salaries for us to be in a position to live within our means. In Kenya, a doctor, an entry doctor who has license, enters with $138,000. Somebody yesterday argued that our doctors are in tatters. Those are not rags. 138 is not little money for beginners. So I want to say that I don't know who controls our wage bill, but we are in a crisis of paying what we don't have. You saw the former regime of Uhuru Kenyatta would go to an extent of borrowing loans to be able to cater for wage bill. What does it mean when we are using 55% for the current expenditure? It means the remaining money to be dispersed for development, for counties and other critical aspects of development is only 45%. Is that the kind of life we want to live? For me, I am discouraging anybody saying that we should be increasing salary at this time when we know the crisis we are in. Even politicians, we should not encourage them to continue increasing their own salaries. We should be thinking on how do we bring down our wage bill to the normal accepted standard of sub-Saharan Africa of 34%. Thank you, Rio.
Thank you, Jeff. I think that is loud and clear, unless somebody maybe will want to react to that. You've clearly said that the wage bill is high, so we need to start by reducing the wage bill so that we can be able to live within our means. So let me get to Mzalendo. Somebody is also talking of this Mzalendo as that Goodia is saying that through the politicians, though politicians joining the protest is sending a strong message to the government, though I don't agree with the language. Language matters. So, Mzalenda, I just want to ask you this. If you look at worldwide, when you talk of the trade unionists, these are people who are normally they are politicians. It's about politics. And if you look at most revolutions and most even the political parties, for example, even the political parties that we had in Kenya, these parties were started by the trade unionists. We had people like Tom Mboya, who was a trade unionist, and they're among the people who started these political parties. Do you see that maybe if politicians join this kind of protest, it might lead to what is called a revolution? For example, I heard somebody saying that each and every revolution normally have a name. If this matter of doctors is not solved, then we might have what is called a syringe revolution. Do you think that one can happen?
No, in Kenya, we are yet to reach a point where we are going to have a revolution because, there's no politician out there who has got empathy for the poor. There's no politician out there who can say grew from the dust, from rising on his own. All the politicians that we are seeing currently occupying office, they have been made by someone, or they are riding on someone's shadow. So that is the difference between revolutionaries, the revolutionaries in West Africa, the Taures, and now the Senegalese president, and maybe Malema, who is trying to create a revolution in South Africa. They have a purpose. They have a purpose, and they have a bigger goal. And the bigger goal is more than their ego. It's about the people. So to have a revolution in Kenya, you have to be it has to be about the people. The demonstrations that Azimio had in the last after the last elections, that would have resulted into a revolution if the people were in charge and not the politicians. You understand? If the people were in charge, like for example, I want to give you an example, and please, it might be off, but it will give you a clear picture of a revolutionaries, or somebody who can carry out the mandate and bring change in the Republic of Kenya. You see these people we see at Jacaranda. If you had somebody who can articulate the issues so well and is educated and people understanding, and is down there and could command the middle class and the upper class, then we can possibly have the revolution. And we have the business community supporting this particular individual, then we have a revolution so easily. But if the youth, for instance, are pushed by the political class because they don't have the financial muscle, for you to have a revolution, you have to have a political backing, either in finances, by people who believe in your vision, people who are maybe richer than you, but they believe that you can deliver the country to a better place, to a better destination, where the economy will be good, where there will be employment for the youth, well, there will be no these issues of doctor strike, then we will possibly have a revolution. And when you see, for example, in which election? The election in Ghana. In Ghana, for example, in Ghana, they have changed their leaders several times, but they are having a democratic process where leaders who don't perform so well, the people are able to change them so easily because the leaders articulate their issues. That is why we want a leader who can sell his policies among the masses, and the masses understand. So, Leo, it is important that you in Afriq educate the people on the best practices when it comes to civic education and educating our people on the reason why they vote in each and every election after 5 years. Because after 5 years, the leader you elected from the MCA to the presidency, the answer is on the ballot. They have to show you a report card of what they've been doing for the last 5 years. If Ruto messes up the economy, and I've said what will bring Ruto's government down if we had got good leaders who are progressive leaders is the issue of taxation. But look at what they have done. They have ensured that on that table where the youths are supposed to sit, munawekwa kando kabisa. Youths in Kenya wanachungulia kwa dirisha when it comes to the issue of, getting to a position where decisions are made. They are not people who make decisions. They are people who either they carry the briefcase of the politician or they ensure that the loot continues or the status quo remain. So youths have been used as toolbox, as gadgets to maintain the status quo, and that is very, very dangerous for our society today. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mzalendo, before you go, before I bring in Boniface, I want you to respond to this comment. Of course, I've seen a comment from Rafik. Rafik, the other one about Professor, I'm going to read it later after this. Of course, we are going to weigh on it because. Okay, Richard Makiadi, I think you know Richard Makiadi. Makiadi, of course, we miss you here. We need you. I'll share the link there. Hey, guys, have we now realized that we have a wage bill crisis when the doctors demand for their CBC, it's a CBA, okay, combined bargaining agreement to be implemented? Like he's asking, have we realized now that we have a wage bill crisis? Didn't we realize it early? And maybe to connect it with another concern from Rafik M, who is saying poor government strategy is when we pay non-performing politicians who deliver in a non-performing, non-productive, corrupt system, while practitioners like doctors don't get value for the service. So these two questions, like they're trying to say, why do we have to tell the doctors that there is a wage bill crisis? They live within their means. But when you go to other departments, Zalendo, recently there is a proposal to add, to increase, like when the MPs want to increase their salaries, there is nothing like a wage bill crisis. When the government wants to create extra positions like the CIS and such kind of positions, there's no wage bill crisis. What is your take on that?
Can you repeat the question? Was it meant for me?
I just wanted to respond to it. Of course, everybody will be able to weigh on it. It was just a general question that why is it that the government have realized now that there is a wage bill crisis when the doctors need their money, yet other departments like the parliament and those other political appointees, they don't see the wage bill crisis?
This is it. The collective bargain agreement with the doctors. I think that is what is referred to as CBA.
Yeah.
The doctors are in 2017. Yeah, the Kenyan doctors had a strike that lasted for 100 days. Yeah, during that time, people died, people suffered. And the government ought to have learned some lessons from it. Ruto's government should not give any excuses about the doctors' issues, because Ruto has been in all consecutive governments. And being that he's a leader who is prepared to lead and had a vision to lead a very long time ago, as he had said that he had the vision from God, then he should be able to know and have a vision that, these doctors are going to cause trouble if I don't implement the CBA for 2017. So that is the bigger issue. The other issue that you're trying to bring is about the money that the government collects, and why is it that there's bodies like the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, is it called the SRC or something?
Yeah.
The SRC. Yeah, the SRC, that body that increases the MPs, the legislators' salaries, and state bodies' salaries. It should also be able to, negotiate on behalf of the doctors, although it is not their mandate. But the issue of the doctors, it is just a mere theft that is happening between the county government and the national government. When the county governments are complaining that the government has not sent them enough funds, then watu wale wanaona wafinyilie sana ni madaktari. But you see, doctors offer essential services to the people. So they should not be like kuwafinyilia. I have a solution. And this is a solution that I always say, we should not just be politicking and saying things. If the president has put 2.4 billion on the table, the county governments and their leaders should come together and tell us how much they have in the risk management fund that they normally allocate to a tune of 400 million. The county that I come from, as a last year alone, not last year, the previous in 2020 financial year, 2019-2020. 2020 financial year, they allocated almost 400 million for disaster. And each and every year they allocate that kind of amount. And it keeps on increasing. Yet in most of these counties, there's any disaster. We have not had any kind of disaster. So this is fund that should be allocated to the doctors, because you see in most counties, you don't find more than 5 doctors. Why are the governors not coming together and with a common goal that we want to solve this situation, Mr. President? We have come here to the inspectors. In my county of Kilifi, I am coming with 200 million. In my county of Homa Bay, I have 400 million, and the other counties, so that we solve this crisis. But they can't do that, because most of the leaders that we elect are tumbocrats. They are leaders who are there for themselves and not the people. So that would have been an easier solution. The other solution is to cut down on the sitting allowances of MPs. So MPs who are on the streets saying that, a doctor should be paid, that sitting allowance that they go and sit on a chair in the parliament or on a committee, and we pay them over 20,000 Kenyan shillings to sit for a few hours, each and every senator, each and every MP, to come up with no resolution at all in the issues of pertaining the doctors and the issue of pertaining the people of Kenya. It should be cut out immediately. If the president can whip his MPs to cut down on their sitting allowances, same to Raila Odinga, to whip his the Azimio MPs to say, we are in a crisis and this is what the government has and we can't pay because this wage bill is getting out of hand. We are not going to borrow to pay salaries. So let us cut down on the expenditure. Let us cut down on the trips in the county government. You hear in a county like Nairobi or in a county like Ukambani, that they have gone to Ukraine, yet in Ukraine there is war, to do some benchmarking on I don't know what. Whatever they have been benchmarking for the last decade, we have not seen any fruits of benchmarking. So devolution needs to be revised. We need to see what is important for us, because there's a lot of wastage in government. A lot of waste is coming. Now we have the cabinet assistant secretary is coming on board. Where is the money going to come from if we cannot even pay our doctors? So this is an expansion of government, yet the necessary services cannot be offered. So, Mr. President, where you are seated, we are watching you. We need you to act on certain issues. The most important issues at the moment on your table is the issue of doctors. But I am glad that you have put 2.4 billion on the table, and you are open to negotiate with the doctors, because we can't let our people die in the hospital. Otherwise, thank you, Leo.
Thank you. I'm Zalendo. Boniface, I know you are hearing me. Maybe just to get your view on this, because okay, as I always also like engaging the guys who are on the comment section. Makiadi is saying that never underestimate the power of stupid people in large groups. George Carlin, we should rethink why we allow a group of regionalized voters make bad decisions and make the whole country suffer. I would request Makiadi, today is Saturday, today is a weekend. I know you can get some 30-20 minutes. Join me on the panel here. Your seat is there. You can see that vacant seat there, so that we can really and freely expound on this. And Rafiki is saying that political goodwill is dead. It's a man-eat-man scavenger economy. Politicians are reaping their profits for investing on the presidential campaigns. This gambling state is hurting Kenyans totally. I started by playing for you a video whereby politicians were seen together with the striking doctors. And these are members of parliament who have got a parliament as a place they can make laws. They can even convene some meetings, some emergency meetings to discuss the issue of doctors in parliament, maybe approve budgets, because budgets are approved in the parliament. But instead of doing that, they resorted to join the striking doctors on the street. And somebody said they are doing so that they can be able to build their political profile. And when it comes to elections, Kenyans will vote them based on how loud they made noise. They'll say they stood with the doctors. Boniface, maybe if you can help us understand, do you think that the best way members of parliament can stand with the doctors is to join them on strike, or there are better ways in parliament that they can use to stand with the doctors and ensure that even these CBS are put into the constitution and there's a legislative and act made? Do you think there is a better way in parliament, or they should just show solidarity and support by joining doctors on the streets?
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Leo. And according to those statements, I won't buy the comment that doctors can go and be joined by the MPs. This one is very bad, because once the members of parliament and the leaders join them, they will be acting as a catalyst, because once they are joined by the parliament members, it is like now they have that energy and the backup. So they will continue with this strike for even months, and also it can also finish this year while we are suffering. So what I can say is that the MPs and the leaders should abandon from this strike and try to join the government and also discuss, come into consensus, agree on what they can do so that they can solve this situation. Because the common mwananchi is the one who is suffering. If we have this ministry, that is one of the sensitive areas we should take note. So the CS should be very keen. So I will not buy these comments. The leaders should stop this one. They should indeed come together with the stakeholders, with the government, and try to get the solution. Because if they continue like this, then definitely Kenyans are going to suffer. So I'm not going to buy these comments. We need to get a solution on this one, because Mama Boga, who is the common mwananchi, is suffering. We cannot afford to go to private hospital while we have the public hospitals here. So it is that time. 1 month, the doctors have been on strike. If we continue with the next month, then it definitely it is going to be worse. People are losing their lives because of this strike. So what are we going to do? So if the leaders join them, then it will be as a catalyst. You have seen how when Babuino joined that crowd, how the people were cheering because they can see Babuino there. So Babuino instead should talk to those people who are concerned and try to get the solution, because if we continue like this, we are going to suffer, and we care for our country. The CS is there, silent. The president is silent. And Jeburu said that President Ruto is not one of the kind of leaders you can rush for so that he can make decision. He has been just seeing what is happening. But again, I can compare President Ruto to Yoweri Museveni. You know what that means. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You guys, ladies and gentlemen, you can keep the conversation rolling. Use the comment section there to ensure that you send your comments and your views, and you can also use the links that I've sent there to join the studio. And the ones who joined me through X, it's easier for you to get these links through our YouTube channel, so it won't cost you a minute just getting to YouTube channel and subscribing to Afriq 24 hour. Then on the comment section there, you'll be able to see a link leading you to the channel. And even if you don't want to join the channel, I will request you that you subscribe to our channel so that whenever we are live, you will always be able to get notified and you'll easily follow on this kind of conversation. I know there are so many people who've joined me X, that is at Afriq24 and at Hillary Gondi. So when you meja hapo kwa Hillary Gondi, I know you're enjoying the conversation and you are really listening and connecting with the Matters Africa. But I would also like that the only way you can support this program is getting to YouTube and subscribing to our channel. Of course, this is Afriq 24 hour. This is an open political live talk, a show that comes on your screen each and every evening to give you an opportunity to interact with matters politics, economy, and social life. So let me get a view from one and only Captain. He calls himself
How
Captain.
are you, Nyabaya?
So, sijui kama ni kipa ama ni kip yupi.
Keep
Kipchoge ama Kipkoech?
Really keep Kosgei. You know, I've heard of Babu saying William Ruto or president will be responsible for the people who are dying in the country. You know, sometimes Babu, I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I remember him saying the other day that we are sending William Ruto to political oblivion, and Raila was to be sent to State House. And instead of having the best platform to handle the issue in Parliament, he is coming to cheat the doctors in the streets in the name of we want this, we want that, demands that cannot go anywhere. We've been seeing Babu since that time when he was calling Matiangi Mkebe a blue band. Until today, you can see some people are cheering him, and yet he will deliver nothing. Instead of going to Parliament to hear how the plight of the doctors is coming in with the other MPs. I don't know even what Silvana Zozoro was doing there, because it's so awkward to join such a like person on talking of Tipiman, Tialala, and all sorts of nonsense and using vulgar language like Ametushika Sijui Wapi. I cannot even myself pronounce, because I know even in this platform, even our children, they are watching. Doctors and they should use the correct way to raise their complaints, not looking for street mongers and maandamano maniacs like Babu. Those are not people who can deliver they cannot deliver anything to them. In fact, they have gone home, and Babu has gone, I don't know, Runda or whatever the place. But the problem still persists there. They should look for something else. I don't know if the president is the one paying doctors, or because I heard him saying Ruto lipa hii, Ruto sijui nini, Ruto ile. He must be sick because of this name called Ruto. You will address the issue using Nakumicha and not the president. It cannot be that because you don't want a woman in that ministry, you will come here telling us, oh, Ruto this, Ruto that, Ruto Nakumicha, online sijui and all those things. No. Why he's not now talking about Linturi delivering Kokoto, I think the fertilizer, because he's not a farmer. You don't know how to farm. And you are facing a lot of things. He's only picturing the doctors because the strikes are going on in Nairobi. What if farmers like some of us, we start striking Eldoret? Will Babu Wino come to Eldoret to tell Ruta that you gave us stones? Or coming just going Nairobi there to kudanganya madaktari hapo kwa sababu hiyo ndio the center of the country where they can hear their problems. He cannot even go to Kisumu himself and make maandamano about fertilizer. Because the other time when we were doing maandamanos in bei ya fertilizer ipunguzwe, wao walikuwa wanaweka sufuria kwa kichwa. Saa hii ugali ilishuka chini, sufuria iko wapi? Ilirudi jikoni. Sometimes me, I don't like that guy. Even you can like Atienda Amolo because he was not talking. He was just looking at him and maybe he's wondering, what is this guy talking about here? Anyway, Nyambaya, let's have another panelist. I'm trying to introduce another panelist somewhere, but
I get you. I get you. Okay, I know before we proceed, there's something that maybe you've said. I just want to see. You've talked of somebody doesn't want a woman in a certain ministry. Don't you think that is like there's this thing called the female gender, and it's normally brought up when maybe somebody have done something wrong and they want to cover up themselves. What they normally do, they will say that, you see what is happening, I'm being victimized because I'm a woman. But when it comes to some other things, there's a way this female gender normally plays differently. Buru, do you think that what Kip is saying, Captain is saying, is right, that people are just opposing and fighting the Ministry of Health because the ministry is led by a female figure? If it was
maybe
a man,
that,
maybe.
I have managed to bring in one guest there. He has been having a problem on the gadget, but he's now there. Why not Babu Owino telling us that Lunturi should resign? Why Nakumicha? Is it because Linturi is a man and Nakumicha is a woman, or what?
I'm throwing the ball to the panelists to tell me. Jeff, do you think that is the reason why people?
Thank you, Leo. Leo, we, especially in Africa, we are still suffering from male chauvinism, whereby we still mistreat our women in a way. The level of vilification to the CS is not good. I have even read some articles trying to insinuate that she even got that position because of having kind of sexual relationship with the leaders, which is, to me, very unfortunate. When we have so many men in the government, nobody talks about them. Nobody talks about their sexuality. It is the high time we come out of that level of belittling or treating our women as weak. Instead, we as men should support women who have fought their way to such high positions. Having said that, it does not mean it is wrong to criticize. But how do we criticize? Do we do it constructively or destructively? What we do right now, what we are doing is trying to disorganize the whole health sector. And some of these politicians, remember, they have their selfish interest. And when they are not able to get what they want, They bring so many other issues. Away from that, Mr. Leo, I was thinking about the health sector in Kenya. And the health sector in Kenya is one thing. And I want to think it is the high time, as we discuss about salary increment, it is the high time we revisit the whole health sector. We look at even the performance of our doctors. Do they perform to the international standards? These are the same doctors who do wrong diagnosis, giving wrong results, doing wrong operations, sometimes even operating the wrong patients. Nobody reports their misconduct. We don't even have a technology of where we write the history of our doctors. We don't rate our doctors. Here in America, if you are pleased with the doctor and the services you receive from a doctor, there is a place you go and appraise that doctor. Say what he did. The government also does the same. If the doctors gives the wrong diagnosis, that report will always be there. Do we even have such technology? Do we even rate our doctors? Let me just give you a case scenario. My mother was having a very serious pain, abdominal pain. And when we took her to the hospital, in a government hospital, they did the scan. And they interpreted the scan wrongly. So they told us that our mom is in the 4th stage of cancer and there is nothing that should be done. Maybe the only thing they can do is to give the medicine to control the pain as we wait for her time. We should allow her to rest in peace. And my brother was having hard time trying to write in the group the report he got from the doctor. I thought about it and I told them, can we get another opinion from another hospital? Imagine my mother was not having cancer. And this is Kenya. So we have reckless doctors. We call them professionals. We say how intelligent they are, but they don't care about their professionalism. They don't care about the sanity of the health sector themselves. So as much as it is good to pay them well, are we paying them basing on the services they render to the nation of Kenya? Imagine we have gone to the extent of hiring doctors from Cuba because of the shortage job that is being done by our doctors. So as much as it is okay to pay them well, we should also think of how do we appraise our doctors? Are they showing the professionalism? Are they, are they meeting the standards? That is a big question that we have to ask ourselves. Then, so that we can pay them according to the service, we should be result-oriented, not just paying them because they're doctors. We should not be hiring people from outside to treat our people. When our people are sick, we send them to India. I just 2 years ago, I just sent somebody to India because that person could not be treated in Kenya. Yet these are the people who are always on the street. I remember just 2 years ago, Uhuru Kenyatta had threatened to sack these doctors. Why? Because they cause so many people to die. I think they lack goodwill of the nation. Because apart from just going to the street, you should first try all other means. And strike and demonstrations should be the last result after you have tried negotiations and everything has failed. But for them, they start with strikes. They refuse to treat the patients. After people have died, they are paid what they want. That is when they go to work. It should start the other way. We have tried all other means, and the government has not listened to us. Therefore, this is the end result. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can see the bench is getting full. It's getting hot. And also allow me to welcome those people who are joining us for the first time. Of course, I have to welcome Rafik. And I know Rafik is representing team. There's this team called Solomonic Economic Model. And this is a team that is yet to graduate into a political party. It is in the process. And already there's a presidential candidate of whom I'll bring on this studio one of these fine days. You know him, Professor Alfred Ogola. This is a scholar. This is an educationist. This is somebody who is a civil activist, and he's somebody, I don't know how I can be able to describe him. He's somebody who, when you talk of people who fought for ordinary Kenyans, when you talk of people like Okia Omtata, you can't fail to talk of Professor Fred Ogola, a gentleman who is currently leading Linda Katiba. There's a group called Linda Katiba. Stella knows it very well. If you have a problem and you cannot be able to afford the legal cost, his team will represent you, will follow up on everything. He is the one man whose group took cases to defend the people who were shot during the demonstrations, is the one who represented the ones who were brutally shot by the police, and is still pursuing the cases to ensure that justice is done to them. And of course, Fred Ogola declared that he will be on ballot on 2027. So I want to welcome people from Solomonic economic how do you call it, Solomonic economic model to this channel. Of course, in this channel, we are also trying to explain to fellow Kenyans how we can do things differently, maybe without going to the streets, how we can think and reason as Kenyans and come up with ideas that are going to see us having a Kenya that is different, a Kenya that doesn't depend on specific regions. I had somebody commented there of regional leaders or something like that. Kenya that you will not be judged by the region or maybe the number of people who are coming from a region, but they'll judge you by the content that you have, the number of maybe the quality content that you bring on the table. So let me also take this opportunity to welcome Ellie. Yesterday you were supposed to join the show, but sorry for the long journey. Stella, karibu sana. Always happy having you as the voice of women. You represent the minority. So when I see you in the studio, we cannot be legally challenged because at least we are gender sensitive. And of course, karibu sana, Bonsi Kaptire. I don't know if I'll also call you Captain. So, Bonsi, I wanted to give you this opportunity to say hi and maybe introduce yourself, but I just beg your pardon. We are 8 men against 1 female. I don't want to be a male chauvinist or something like that. So, if you allow me to welcome Stella to say a word, then we'll proceed. Thank you so much. That is being gentleman, yeah. That is being gentleman. So Stella, karibu. You can just say hi. We are just reviewing some of the things that happened during the week, and I want you to address something that happened when you were joining. Captain said that the CS Health Nakumicha is being fought by politicians and majority of people because she's a female. So I think you're the best person who can respond to this because you're also a female.
Okay, hi guys. Yeah, I've been can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I've been behind and I've been listening about the conversation. The issue of CS Nakumicha. Let's try not to put this story about a woman and a man issue. It is about lack. This is about incompetence. This is about someone who's not doing her duty. So we can't pick one person. Fine. Yes, she's saying that because she's a woman, I don't care. But when you went there and you were appointed, no one knew whether you are a woman or a man. It's, were you competent to do that docket? Were you competent to deliver? Were you competent to serve the people? Because that is the docket, which is one of the most crucial. There's background noise somewhere.
Oh, proceed. I'll take care of that. Just proceed.
So this is about incompetence. Now, for Nakumicha, if she's how do I put it? Anyway, I don't want to feel kind of gender sensitive or what, but the thing is, for Nakumicha, she has not performed her duty, and I think it's overpowering her. I think she has to take a side, step down, and let his PS to try and take the hit, because I think she's getting misadvised on this issue about the doctors and the CBA. I mean, it's not a crime to say, I don't know what is happening. No one will hold a gun on your head. And this is what I have emphasized. I know this issue of the doctors' strike. I believe even she was there during the time when the CBA was being signed. I mean, when the CBA was in existence. She could have gone back, I mean, get advised. Then she's told this is the legal way, this is the way you can challenge this thing. But the thing is, if you go like you're beating your chest and you're showing that you cannot be taken anywhere, it shows that I mean, like you don't care. And as Kenyans, we are also feeling that even her, she feels that she doesn't care what happens to the common wananchi. This is the same thing she defunct, and I don't know who advised her to defunct NHIF. Right now, you cannot access your NHIF card. You can't pay for your NHIF card. If you pay your NHIF card and you go to any facility, they will tell you, we are not accepting NHIF card. That means the common 190 has to go back to his pocket and pay that money. Now, the issue is she also deferred court orders. When they were told, go back to the drawing board, you redo the shift and the public participation to be done. Till to date, and I think it was 2 weeks ago, we were waiting for the public, the views from the public participation. None of it has been presented, even before the Committee of Health. Now, it tells you there's someone who is incompetent. I don't care whether you wear a skirt or you wear a trouser or you perm your hair or what. If you're incompetent, you're incompetent. So let's not take this thing as a woman thing, or okay, let me put it, let's not put misogyny in this story. Period. I'm done.
Thank you, Stella, and thank you so much for even managing time. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are many. So the people who spoke before, you know, when you get into the hotel or in a restaurant early, you're the first customer to be served. You'll always get a bigger junk, but when the more customers come, now they start rationalizing. They now start bringing the kipimo. So I'll limit it to 4 minutes each, so that at least people don't stay long waiting for others to speak. So I'll just go straight to my brother Bonsi Kaptirei. So karibu sana Afriq. I think I'm maybe hosting you for the first time. So welcome to Afriq. Here we normally meet, connect with African stories from wherever you are, and just discuss matters affecting us as Kenyans. Not just discussing for the sake of discussing, but discussing with the aim of getting a solution and making things better than they are or than we think. So karibu sana, you can just introduce yourself, and I know we've talked of so many things, so you can weigh on any of them randomly. We are just looking at this issue of health. Unmute. Let me see if I can unmute you. All right, you're now okay. You can now speak.
Thank you, our dear host. My name's Boni Kaptirei, as you suggested. I'm coming in. I'm picking from where Stella left. That incompetence does not come in form of a skirt. Incompetence does not come in form of a trouser. Neither does it come in form of a woman or a man. Incompetence is incompetence, whether it's from the gender, the lady part of, or the male part of the leadership. Now, I want to deviate briefly from the health sector to agriculture, the agricultural sector.
Proceed, please.
Are you getting me? Am I loud and clear?
You are loud and clear. You are allowed to proceed.
Recently, we have seen farmers going through a host of challenges, from accessing farm inputs, fertilizer, seeds, but the ghost of corruption already reared its ugly head along the suffering that our farmers are going through. The fake fertilizer situation the fake seeds situation, and the sluggish response from the leadership has really thrown our food security into total disarray. It is really spinning the whole scenario into a political contest instead of us having a proper leadership from the people whom the president has appointed to run the dockets, their respective dockets, I can say so. Take the case of Mithika Linturi, the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture. It's quite sad. I think I've never seen this level of incompetence from a Cabinet Secretary who can deny even the open fact that there's fake fertilizer, there are fake seeds. Our security agencies are really working so hard. They are really apprehending, they are impounding the fake fertilizer, fake seeds, and they are all over the media houses. I don't know if the Cabinet Secretary believes in a video or a camera that shows real fake fertilizer. Is it donkey feces? Sometimes stones. The factory that is actually producing fake seeds, maize seeds. I come from agricultural maize growing zone, and I feel so sad. I've really been running up and down to get the basic farm input for the last 2-3 months. In fact, I secured my fertilizer this week, and thank God I've already done my planting. But I watched Citizen TV. Let me not quote the media house, but I watched on TV the response, the lethargic response from the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture. In fact, a media personality was brought on board to actually give the blow-by-blow account of what transpired through his investigations, and the Cabinet Secretary could still not fathom, could not actually admit liability in form of acknowledging that there's a problem. He still wanted evidence. He still claimed that he has not been shown the evidence. And fortunately enough, he was in the Senate, National Assembly, and the Senate on that particular day, being grilled on the ongoings within the agricultural sector, especially the maize producing zones of Kenya. He was actually shown that the fake fertilizer was in the market, the fake seeds were already in the market, but he could still deny. You see, sometimes I wonder if it was another country, the guy could have been fired. The guy could have even taken a personal responsibility and resigned. But this is Kenya. He really wants to look at you in the eye and claim and say that there are no fake seeds. It's quite unfortunate. I'm grateful that I've joined this forum. Better things are actually discussed in this forum. I'm already getting attached to it through Captain, who introduced me to it. I speak for the farmer. I speak for the safety of food and the security of this country. We will defend that. We will defend at whatever cost. We will defend the food security of this country. Whether the incompetent Cabinet Secretary likes it or not. But lucky enough, we've not lost hope. We're still fighting in our farms. We hope Kenya, we hope to produce food so that Kenya stays safe, so that we not see street demonstrations. That is quite shameful in this current age, that people can go to the streets to demonstrate because of lack of food, when we have the best climate in Africa, in the world, that can favor production of food in large quantities, in large scale, and can satisfy our domestic market and even have something that we can export in surplus. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to Afriq24 Hour. Of course, you are most welcomed, and even the ones who are watching and following us from various platforms, you're also welcomed. It's so easy to join this platform. It's so easy to join the panels. You just use the link that we always share on the comment section, and you'll find yourself in the studio. I know there's somebody somewhere joining through X and is wondering where is this link. Or I'm sorry that the link when I post it here it doesn't reflect on the X, but you can just take a minute, go to YouTube, look for Afriq24 Hour, subscribe, then check on the comment section. You'll be able to get the link that will lead you to the studio. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Eli so that he can also say a word or two. Eli, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Leo, on the panel. I'll just first of all make my apologies because yesterday I told you that I'll join you guys and for the discussions yesterday, the debate yesterday. I was restricted within a long journey that went on for 8 hours, across the English and Irish Sea. So I was exhausted, so I couldn't even. Yeah. Anyway, long story short is I'm here now enjoying this debate, and I just wanted to reflect on something to do with this government. Number one, I feel difficult. It's difficult for me to challenge anything that goes on in this government because I don't recognize it. So that's always my preamble statement, because I don't recognize it. So I feel like I have no right to say anything here. But for the sake of saying, I will say. One of the things we look at is what do we have to reform our society? What do we have? What is left? Because every day we can sit here and challenge things that are happening, but we need to look at what we have, what we could do. So I'll give an example of the United Kingdom. They basically designed a social welfare and medical system where people contribute to they call it the national insurance contribution, and so the public resources that are used to fund healthcare comes from people's pockets, what they contribute as national insurance. Fine. Kenyans have been contributing one way or another, taxes and so on and so forth. One thing is, where some of these European countries are successful is because there is a colonial history, or there is a certain way that they made those monies. I mean, when, for example, they started the welfare system in the UK, this was 1948, after the Second World War, which ended in 45, but they were still controlling, half of the world. So they were still stealing the wealth and resources from countries like Kenya in order to form their welfare systems here, abroad, back in the UK, which is a fact that we often downplay when we look at our status quo, that history plays a major part to our current state of affairs. So, but that sounds like me whinging and going back to history. I remember there was a political candidate in this last elections in 2022 who stood on podiums and insisted that history doesn't mean anything. In fact, he was challenging anyone, including the ODM leader, to tell them what is it that history offers. But if you look at our system of government, there's a lot to do with the history because it keeps repeating itself. When we look at why we're not able to fund these things, it's because we just don't want to do it, but we are able to do it. I'm not talking this theoretically, it's a fact. The money is there, but we will use money in a wasteful way to procure things that should not be there at all. So, for example, in terms of reforms, I'm always thinking, why, for example, do we have these GK vehicles? That's obsolete. We should not have government of Kenya vehicles running about the place. It's waste of money. Governments have been buying thousands of vehicles and replacing them every few years. Taking some to the auctions, they're still stuck there, nobody buys them. And if they buy them, it's a cartel who buys them, right? I remember when Uhuru Kenyatta was a finance minister, when he dropped his leadership credentials within KANU and then joined the Kibaki government. And in one of his budgets, he basically planned the expenditure of the budget on thousands of vehicles. I think it was a Volkswagen Passat, and those vehicles, if you ask me today, are they still there? Of course, they're not there. Majority of those vehicles, they found their way elsewhere, or they were sold, or things like that. So what I'm trying to say is this has been a problem, not just within one regime. It's been a multiple number of regimes that have had this problem of wasteful spending. I suspect that one of the things that can be done to solve this problem is to, for example, stop this idea of GK vehicles. People should go to work spending their own money to buy vehicles if they really need it. You know, there is public services. Some people can even walk to work, but you find that they're being chauffeur driven. And I'm not even talking about the most so-called important people in public office. These are junior officers or mid-level, and they all have GK vehicles. They're feeling so important. You can see even the 2010 constitution made the problem even worse, because now we have governors and they have multiple vehicles that are coming out of the pocket of the taxpayer. These vehicles are not like the extension workers who used to come to advise or train farmers back in the day after independence, things like that. No, these are people who can manage to go to work in alternative ways, not necessarily by using so-called government vehicles. I hate to compare with other countries, but I will, because, and I'll take the example of Rwanda, which about 10 years ago, if I can remember very well, the government of Rwanda wanted the NGOs and other international workers to basically, rationalize their spending in terms of vehicles, because the government of Rwanda, its philosophy was, you say that you're coming to help develop our country, okay, or give so-called capacity building in different ways, and yet you're coming here with expensive SUVs driving about the place. You're not making sense. And this was a directive by government of Rwanda to not just domestic organizations, but to the international community, the likes of Oxfam and so on and so on. And you can find this information online. So I think we should kind of harmonize our ways of stopping wastage, because that in effect that money can be recouped, and for the long term, even if the welfare system does not cover the whole country at a go, it can start somewhere, because this is a lot of money that can be pumped in. In line with that, the two sides that were campaigning in the last elections were both talking about a national welfare system, including healthcare. You heard about Baba Care, I don't know, Mama Care, and you heard about the one that Mr. Ruto's side was propagating. The question remains, where is the money? Because on Raila's side, they said they know where the money is. On Mr. Ruto's side, I still don't know what they're talking about even now in terms of resources for, welfare, free healthcare per person, even if it means the poorest of the poor. It's always rhetoric, but there's no action. So we need someone. It's going to be difficult to get this kind of person in the immediate future, because I know and we know how Kenya works, okay? But we need a person or a group or a mindset that says enough of this wastage, okay?
Maybe
I'm finishing.
Okay, you're finishing, it's okay.
Yeah, enough of this wastage. I just wanted to talk about wastage, which is to me, is the paramount problem at the moment, because, and then my final thing is, I wanted the funeral political rallies to be banned. That's just my dictatorial hat that I'm putting on. I think those things that are happening now would never have taken place during President Daniel Arap Moi's time, because at Moi's time, he was the sole person to issue directives. His dictatorship meant that funerals were funerals. They were not political platforms. I think these things are part of the wastage that we're talking about. People go there and it's wastage of time. So, yeah, that's my contribution today. I just wanted to emphasize about wastage of resources. Thank you.
You are lucky. Speaking the last one, you are lucky to have gotten more time. I can see some people already started sleeping. I don't want to have that. So we are going to be having a session of 3 minutes each. Ikibaki, unangojea, so that at least people can be able to warm their mouths without sleeping. So maybe as we move on, people have been talking of this change of guard, whereby, okay, we want people who are going to do things differently. Because when you look at all these successive governments, we've been having the same people, just maybe changing political parties or changing the positions, but they're the same people. Like right now, if you look at the people who are currently in what is called the minority, I don't want to call them opposition, and the ones who are in majority, at some point you'll find out all of them were in the same place, and some of them, all of them were in the same place at some point. They broke ways, came back, met at the beginning. So it's always been a cycle of having same people, different names, different titles. Then we expect them to do things differently. So I just want to bring this to attention. When we started, Mzalendo told us that there is a feeling that come 2027, we are likely to see a crop of new leaders or a crop of new faces who are going to maybe present themselves for selection to be given leadership opportunity. So the only thing that maybe is we are not certain of is, will they be given an opportunity to lead? So I just want to play a short clip here. Then after that, we will proceed. I just want to take a break of 1 minute, then we'll proceed from there. Are we ready for new faces, or we still believe that these old faces can at some point change their mind and do things differently?
But what political leader can stand up and say, my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Javits is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protests? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police official kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that you're still glued and you're watching Afriq24 TV. Of course, this is our weekly recap. This is a weekly review whereby we have to review all those things that happened throughout the week. We weigh on them and give our verdict. So there's this issue of people want to see new faces. The people, ever since they started voting, they've been voting similar people. Maybe the only thing that have been changing, these people have been moving from ODM to UDA, moving from KANU to PNU to TNA to Jubilee and such kind of things. But there's something that is brewing. When you go to Western Kenya, somebody talked of somebody called Natembea. When you go to Luo Nyanza, there are people who are trying to crop up. When you go to Central, you go to Coast, and everywhere within this country. So I just want you to listen to this gentleman. So far, when I listen to people speak, some people say that, 2027, you Ruto, and most people are planning for 2032 and such kind of thing. So there's this gentleman who decided that with him, he's not going to wait. He's going by the words of John Lewis at 23, saying that we are not going to wait for tomorrow, but we want that party right now. So there's a gentleman who offered himself. I want us to listen to him. Then I want to get your views. Do you think Kenya has reached a point whereby we are going to listen to people who don't have some shadows behind them? For example, there are some leaders we listen to them today simply because they're supported by Raila, or they're supported by Ruto, they were supported by Moi, or they're supported by Uhuru. We either support or oppose them based on that. But there's somebody who's coming up independent. I just want to listen.
And I'm sorry to say that the only person who wants change is a baby in wet diapers. When the diapers for the baby is wet, the baby will shout until you change them. And we won't start with leaders here, because these are not leaders. They are ruiners. They are ruining our country. These are people who are corrupt. They have come through corrupt system. And let me just explain to you. Do you know how IBC Select Committee comes to be there? They bribe to be put in those positions. As soon as they get to those positions, Select Committee, now they want to select the IBC commissioners, isn't it? For the commissioners to get the jobs because their bosses have bribed to come in, how do the bosses recover their money? Mm-hmm. They also have to receive bribes from the candidates who want to become commissioners to come in. Once the commissioners have come in, how do they recover their money? The people elected must bribe them to become in these positions. Didn't you hear Tuju coming in open television and saying Chebukati went to his house to collect money? Did you not hear that Ruto gave a bigger envelope to IBC than what Raila was willing to give? These ones they are reported in newspapers. So if that is the system upon which you come, these people cannot change the system. When Kenyans who are sitting there will be told, and that's why I'm trying to tell you, it's now obvious, maybe let me reveal that I was installed just the other day as the political leader for the Luo Nation. I know you'll say, why not Raila? But you see, the issue is that's another story for another day, because there's a way Luo select. It's about the spirit who tells them who can lead the nation.
So you were selected?
Yes, in fact, next time I come here, I'll be wearing my official regalia. Okay. I didn't want to surprise you. I wanted to take permission first because I've been given official regalia. Remember, Tom Mboya was the official political leader of the Luo. But you see, when Tom Mboya died, this thing was never given to Raila because of the fact that there are issues that he didn't qualify for it, but I don't want to talk this on television. So what I'm trying to say here is that we are going to come up with a narrative to tell people the implication, because if they tell you that you are spending around 12,000 to get a job, you have not been told the implications of this one. You have not been told the positive side of this. We have already told the positive side of corruption.
We'll do this telling.
We will do that. You know, Fred, if all Kenyans allow, you might see me in the ballot for 2027. And I have a lot of followership. You may not believe it. I have a lot of followership. Even the corporate are telling me, Professor, we can smell the shit of Kenya Kwanza in our balance sheet. Because shit smells, isn't it? If you look at your balance sheet with this corruption, if private companies have to bribe to get tenders, so you can see it in your balance sheet and income statement. And it is rising and rising. And our conversation is talking about Kenyans who are left out and giving Kenya back to Kenyans. And we are going to distill this thing into a very clear numbers. And actually, some young people are telling me, Professor, I think there's a way out here.
All right. I think we heard that. I just want us to weigh on that. Maybe I'll start with you, Mburu. I don't know watu wameanza kuingia gizani. I'll start with you, Mburu. Do you think tumefika mahali Kenya sasa, like we will now go for change, and going for change, we will now look for new faces. Mtu amekuja kama Mburu, wewe sasa useme ujitokeze, you want to become a president. And Kenyans will not ask nani amekuunga mkono, nani amesema Mburu tosha, ama Mburu anatoka community gani. Are we yet there ama bado kidogo? Unmute
You're
yourself.
muted.
Sorry. I want to start by saying we are living in a democratic world. And in politics, you have to fight your way to positions. So whether you're a newcomer or not a newcomer, it's all about your strategies and how acceptable you are to the people. As far as the gentleman you have just introduced there, whom I don't know, that professor, I even don't know him. We have to wait to know him first before he can tell us how qualified or not qualified Baba is. For him to garner the position or the level of Baba, he has to take almost 50 years. First of all, we don't know him. We don't know him. So, and you know, in politics, it's a tyranny of numbers. How many people can he convince? As far as I'm concerned, he is talking too much. He is so much inexperienced when it comes to politics. And I want to say that everybody has the freedom to try. Let him try. Let everybody enter in the field and try. But sometimes experience matters. That is why you see these old guards still in power, because there are things they know that the newcomers don't know. So he should not just come and tell us how good he is. We want to see how he's going to perform in the ballot. So talking is one thing, performing or being elected is another thing. So people rubbishing those who have been there in the field, I don't know I don't think it will help. Having said that, I don't want to dwell on that. I just want go back to the topic, the things that the rest of the panelists touched on, just briefly. I want to start by saying, Mugara muue na haki umpe. That is what we say. So far, nobody has convinced me of the incompetence of Nakumicha, the CS of health, because you have to say, what has she failed to do? What decisions do you think she was supposed to make, and how? And she failed to make them. Some of these things we are talking are way beyond her docket, or she don't have power to do them. For instance, she cannot decide whether to increase the salaries of the doctors or not. That is not her work. Money, these are things that have to go through processes to be improved, and then money dispersed in her docket, in her ministry, for her to disperse. The other thing is about the NHIF. There is a government restructuring the whole organization, the whole NHIF program. That is what is disorganizing the NHIF program. And some of those things, when you hear restructuring, means changing almost everything, a new way of doing things in her NHIF. Those are the things that are disorganizing her ministry. But I am yet to be told that as a person, she has failed to manage the health sector. So those things to do with the salary, that's not her work. The things to do with the program that will be forwarded in NHIF, that is not her work. Hers is to be told, this is what you are going to do. So when we talk of competence, it is a big word that talks about transparency, talks about decision-making, talks about honesty. It carries so many aspects of a person. Somebody talked about fake fertilizer, I think Bonsi, and there is a big mistake that Kenyans make. They just listen to the politicians, and politicians in most cases in Kenya, they don't talk to inform the public. They talk to gain what we call political mileage. And Kenyans sometimes are put into a state of ignorance, not understanding exactly what is going on. When KEBS talk of substandard fertilizer, does not make it fake fertilizer. That's a big mistake. Leo,
what is the opposite of substandard? I had somebody asking that.
Leo, if you have a manufacturing company today and you want to manufacture a commodity, because before you can release it to the market, there is what is called analysis. It goes through the analysis to ensure that the ingredients you have stated that are accommodated in your product are all there. The vitamins, the carbohydrates, whatever the proteins, everything is there. So if one of the ingredients is missing, that is when we say that a commodity is substandard.
So how did fertilizer become substandard?
So when we talk of substandard, does not
Jeff is having 2 minutes. Let us allow him.
It just means, let me finish. It just means some aspects or some of the ingredients are missing that are important to our soil. Okay, so and now finally to Arai, who said that in the opening remarks that he does not recognize the government of William Ruto. Some of these statements are inconsequential because, and I have heard it even from politicians like Mother Karua and many others, not recognizing the government will not remove the government from power. What you can do is to tell us what is the government doing that is not able to do. What are the better ideas you have that can help the nation proceed? So some of these things we dwell on, they are not very important. The elections are over. The best thing we can do is for the betterment of our country to accept we have a government, and this government is there legally because it was validated by the Supreme Court, and also the bodies that were mandated to tell us who is the president. They told us who is the president. The best thing we can is just to advise where we can. Thank you so much, Leo. Maybe you can ask any question.
Leo.
All right,
Leo,
I said five. Amemaliza yake.
Goja, Captain, goja kidogo. I want to
What
go
is it,
back.
Stella?
No. I want to go back to what
Move
Moro was saying.
closer to your microphone. We can't hear you well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you know interruption is only 1 minute, and if it is going to take more than 1 minute, then you'll wait for your time and respond. Yeah.
I have listened and I've kept quiet, and some things which I'm really kind of how do I put it? I can't put that name. Now, I'm coming back to Mboro, and he said that our doctors are fake. We have fake doctors, and our doctors, they are not performing their duties. And also, she also mentioned that how he lost a relative in XYZ. The thing is, it is just your experience, but you are out of the one of the 52 million Kenyans we are here. But you cannot come and say that doctors are incompetent, they don't want to do their work. Mboro, you have to understand the issue of the doctors. It's about the CBA. The CBA, the CS, which is the national government, and plus the Council of Governors, that is the Council of Governors, they were told to obey the CBA, which was signed in 2017. And by law, they had signed that thing and it was registered in court. So that means that the government and the national government and the Council of Governors, they are the ones who defied that court order. So they are in contempt. So our doctors here, they are trying their best. Doctors are the first people when there is a call of need. When there is a war, the first person who comes and rescue you is a doctor. So you cannot come say that doctors here, they are refusing because of salary. It's not about money. There are so many things under that CBA. There are things which they are saying their conditions of working are getting compromised. These doctors are working with people who have dangerous viruses. They don't have even their preventive kit. So, Mboro, please be careful how you're talking about our Kenyan doctors. I know you're in the US. You are enjoying your UHC. Here in Kenya, even me, when I'm paying for my
That is enough. Maybe the rest when you'll have your time.
Leo,
no,
Leo.
let me finish.
No,
Can I be
Stella,
allowed to
it
finish?
was just an interruption. I'll give you your time, then you'll finish. It
But
was
I'm
just 1
getting
minute.
to my point. No, I'm getting to my point. The thing is,
But
we
you'll
have to
have
be
your time for giving your point, please. You don't mind.
this is what I'm trying to say. Let's not try
I'll
see.
deduct it from your time. Okay, it's okay.
So should I leave?
Okay, make your point. Make your point.
Should I leave?
No, make your point.
Now, the thing is what I'm saying, we have to be very careful how we are talking about our doctors and also our farmers who are here. And the first call I'm saying is like this. Our doctors, they need to be respected. If Mboro had experienced the issue of a relative being misdiagnosed and the person died, Mboro, you had the right to go to people at the knee. You put your complaint at the disciplinary the disciplinary of the doctors. They could have checked that doctor if that doctor was qualified, because each and every doctor is qualified. If you went to a quack doctor, that is your own. If you know that the person was done negligence by the doctor, you could have gone to that hospital, get the file, present that file before the Kenyan Dentist Board. That's then the time they open the inquiry to that same doctor who did that negligence. Let me come in the part of CS Nakumicha. You cannot say that we are kind of throwing, we are trying to throw, we are trying to throw accusations to her. If Nakumicha went to the National Assembly and she was interviewed and she said that she's competent to take that docket from hook and crook and blood and sweat, that's not his personal docket. That is Wananchi's docket. If she never understood anything about the CBA, she could have gone back and asked, what is this CBA? What is it about? She could have spoken to the guys at the ministry and also go before the guys of the KPDMU. They tell the doctors union, this is what we can afford. But if you go there stamping, even you cannot even define what is an intern and what a doctor is supposed to earn, it shows that is the level incompetent. The thing is, she could even humbled herself and step down and give it to his PS. The PS even can do better than her. Shame on her, because she's a CS. She feels that they know everything.
Thank you.
We are not perfect. Leo, I've not finished.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
coming
you,
to
Stella.
closing my remarks. I am coming to the issue of fertilizer. Siju kwenye captain ameenda. You cannot say there is substandard and fake. Substandard is a synonymous of fake. Mboro, the farmers here in Kenya, we are suffering. One of the people who are getting those who are nani ako na simu? One or any farmer who got those fertilizers, they cannot be paid. Even the insure, because right now even farmers are being told to insure their crops and their yields. Now the thing is, Mboro, You cannot say that cabs or whatever. If everybody, even the farmer, Leo, I can tell you, hata wewe ukiangalia unga ya ngano leo, uangalie hii unga ya ngano iko na mavitu. You can say hii ile unga ya ngano nilikuwa nanunua. Utafanya nini? Si utarudisha kwa ile duka ulinunua. Then hiyo duka waseme supplier mwenye alituletea hii unga alituletea unga mbaya, unga gushi. Now if you're a clever person, you could have said that Dani Mboro, the problem where the root cause started, it should have started with the person who were given that tender to supply that fertilizer. They go back. Now, the fault who I'm going to give it is the CS, because we know, me as Kenyan and the people who are living in Kenya, we know who are the proxies of that company. Enye ilitengeneza hiyo nini mbolea gushi. We know one of him is a daughter and a son who are also directors in that company. So if hata a farmer anashika hivi na anasema hii si ile mbolea nilikuwa nanunua, I know a smell of DAP, I know a smell of CAN, I know a smell of DPK. I can tell for 112 venye inanuka. The way you're making this story of fertilizer, it is looking like it's not something that is serious. Mboro, you're a clown. You need to come to Kenya, you understand what is happening. I've closed my remarks.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Stella. Nimetetewa na Boniface. Yes, I know there is I have respect to my elders. Boniface, I know you are number 2, Mzalendo number 3. Allow me break the protocol to bring Pen Nyagaka. He missed this show. He is the senior most member amongst us. So just with due respect, let me bring Pen Nyagaka, then I'll get to you, Boniface, Mzalendo. After that, what wachukue namba zao. I have Eli, of course. I've also been joined by one and only Kevin Wasonga. Na pia wale wako comment section sijawasahau. Black is saying that mwelewe tu, be gentle, mpatie dada muda aongee ajieleze. Good year. I've watched keenly and I've come to a conclusion that some Kenyans living abroad suffer from superiority complex. Please, let's help our brothers and sisters during this struggle. Doctors and nurses are next to godliness. That is good year on the comment section. And the ones who are following us on the X, I told you, kuna vitu muna miss. Na pale, I don't know why these guys from X are not commenting. They're not sending their comments. There are 50 of them there, but I've not seen comments from X. Guys, it's so simple. When you go to X, hapo Mali, for example, if you're joining at Afriq24 or you're joining at Hillary Gondi, angalia hapo kando, there's a place they've written for you, say something. So if you type a comment there, it's going to appear on my side directly and I'll be able to respond to it. So usiogope, hapo mahali wamesema say something, you say it there, it will be reflected on this end. But if you want to join the studio, you have to go to YouTube, subscribe to Afriq24 Hour, then you will get the link to studio. Pen Nyagaka, karibu sana.
Thank you kijana yangu, thank you. Asante, mimi nangoja tu, hakuna taabu, lakini nawasalimu sana leo Mzalendo, Kapteni na Eli. I'm coming to England soon, na watoto wawili huko Germany, ndio tutaenda hizo English channel nionyesha vile tunaenda. Lakini kwanza nilikuwa nataka Leo utu protect kutoka kwa huyu dada yangu amesumusa kuziananga anaitwa Stella. It is nothing wrong staying out of the country. Vile nilikuambia Mzalendo, last time I was in Kenya 2 months ago, I was disappointed with the government of the day because when I compare na vile unatembea, and you know that Kenya ni nchi yako, you were born there, raised there. Hata nikizungumza kizia mwezi kusikia. So let us really be very clear that some of us have been able to travel or go to different places. Sio Stella aje kutuambia this. Some of us don't understand what is going on. We understand. I've come to Kenya like 2-3 times a year. And I'm really now in the mood of moving back to Kenya after raising my kids in America. I want to go and stay in Kisii. That's it. So Stella, uzungumze ujue kwamba sisi wengine tunaangalia na tuna compare the differences. Kwanza leo mlianza kwa trade unions. Hii ya leo ni just a joke. Unaona? Some of us grew up with Mzalendo utajua huyu alikuwa anaitwa Ambrose Adongo. Adongo. We grew up with Juma Boy Juma. We grew up with huyu Muluya sijui jina yake, I cannot remember. But this is when people really knew that the trade unions, kama Tom Mboya, was representing the people, not necessarily putting politics kama Atuli anafanya, anakimbia hapa, anakimbia huko. So there is a hardship of the people of Kenya, Leo, who understand ya kwamba Ambrose Adongo is representing them. No, he is going to the politics, kufanya siasa ile people like Juma Boy Juma never did. So whether these guys can overthrow the system, nini, we are growing up, my friend. Kama Yugoslavia, not Yugoslavia. Uko country ingine karibu Yugoslavia. The shipyard guys overthrew the system, overthrew the government. So we are following behind different systems, different theories. Lakini yetu ya Kenya ni kwamba we are suffering. We are suffering bila leo ni kuambia from corruption ambayo it misdirects the funds from whoever it was making the money legally to whoever is making the money illegally. Na hiyo ndio niliwaambia Mzalendo kwamba this bottom up economics will not work if corruption is that high. That's just that simple. In Eastern European countries, in Europe after the Second World War, they did away with corruption so that they can grow up the system. And that's the only thing that we can do. Na ya madaktari siku ya leo, it is sad, lakini it is a growing up system. Kila watu, every country you can name, they had industrial, maandamano, kufanya vitu like the doctors are doing today. But we have to know that it is a growing up system. Lakini yangu ya kumaliza ya kwamba leo corruption yetu, if there is nobody who is going to talk directly about corruption, it is sad. Ukienda nchi kama huko Rwanda, I went there when I was in Kenya. Ukienda kama Rwanda, askari wanawasimamisha, wanawaja, they ask you questions. Na ndio nikaambiwa ati ya kwamba huyu askari akipiwa picha akionekana akitukua kitu kwako, anafutwa kazi na anaenda jela. That's exactly what we need in Kenya. It is so corrupt. Ukienda hata anywhere ni lazima ulipe kitu kidogo ndio upate ile kitu. Na hiyo kitu kidogo unalipa and you pay everybody is illegal. It's not legal. So that let us really talk. Mimi nasikizanga sana mimi mkizungumza. You are young people who really are very involved, and I really enjoy it. And let us talk about how we can help our country. Lakini kusema huyu anasoma anakaa huko asikii ile, Stella, no. We some of us, like personally, I've worked outside the country for the longest, and I'm ready to go back home. So where did I go wrong? So many stories behind that, but let us all come together and know that we are really helping each other in a good way. Earlier I was not able to come to Homa Bay, nilikuwa na taabu ingine, lakini next time tutafanya hiyo. Thank you very much, Leon.
Thank you, Senior Afenyagaka not only stays abroad, but at least he gets time to come back to the country and change his mind. Like he was back and for about, I think, almost a month. So Bonfaz, I don't know if you're also having a reaction. I know you're a man of few words. I'll maybe allow you. There's somebody who tried to join, amekuwa akiingia na drop, anaingia na drop, and he's joining for the first time. I know me, you, Zalendo, and Buru, we can be here till morning and still talk. So I just want to
Kevin is there. Kevin is there.
Yeah,
You want to say something?
yes, I just want to allow Kevin Wasonga. He's a brother from another mother. He's just joining us. I think he's in the city of Aden, so that he can also say a word. He said he has a word. So Kevin, you just unmute yourself and proceed. And maybe, okay, if you can be able to turn on your camera, well and good. And maybe if you are in a place that limits you from turning it, will excuse you. But just unmute and Karibu Afriq. Here is where we connect you with the African stories. We just discussed matters Kenya. Can you hear me? Okay, let me unmute you. Unmute yourself. Just click on unmute, then I think you can be able to speak. Mr. Esonga. I don't know if he's hearing me. You know, sometimes it's challenging when you're using StreamYard maybe for the first time. So Esonga, just look, I think you're joining with your computer, just where your image is, there are some 3 dots there, then you're okay now, you can now speak.
Yeah, I can now hear you so well. This is Kevin Wasonga calling
great.
from Mogadishu. Kuna issues mingi sana hii Kenya because everybody I see here, I see a youthful mind. I see youthful people. I can see youthful faces. And all we all need as human beings is to be happy. But then how would you be happy in a country whereby everybody is being forced to pay taxes? You are forced to pay taxes because the resources are not enough. You don't have enough. The government itself has enough, but is in the wrong hands. The few people have the resources, and therefore they are not even willing to distribute these resources to the public. Look at now the situation of the health sector, which is now in the moribund. The people are dying, people are sick in the hospitals, but there is no one to attend to them. That's a state whereby you've been told, I mean, everyone pays the VAT. Why are we paying the VAT? That's a big question. Why are we paying taxes when you go to buy bread, which is a basic commodity, food? Why are we paying taxes to, I mean, why are we even paying for the school fees for the private university students? But then even if you look at if you look at the so-called free services, is there anything free provided by the government? I presume there is nothing completely. Now, the member who has just spoken has talked about the police, bribery, and high prevalence of corruption. It's true. I would attest to this that every police officer is. I've never seen a faithful police officer who would do their due diligence to do their mandate as a police officer in Kenya. Completely zero. So is this the Kenya that we were crying for in the 1963 and thereabout? Now we are in 2024 and we are yet going to 2025. With the Kenya Kwanza government, really, it's completely zero. If I'm to rate them out 1 to 10, I would rate it at -10. Completely, they have done nothing. That's my rating. So there is no need of chest thumping by the current president, William Samoei Ruto, that things are working. Nothing completely, because what I see him doing so well is to concentrate on what he needs. The housing is what he concentrates on. What he concentrates on. But now the health sector, which is in moribund, he is completely out of it. Look at the unemployment. Those who are outside Kenya, working in different countries, talk of Qatar, talk of Kuwait, talk of even our neighboring countries, it's because of their self-initiatives. But does the government even have data of these people who are working outside? Imagine the other time I saw the Minister of Immigration trying to trace people as far as Jigjiga. And the communication they had for them, you are here, but you are not here with your work permits given by the government of Ethiopia. So now the data was taken to the Ministry of Immigration, the consulate in Addis Ababa. As we speak, 5 people are getting deported back to Kenya. It's my current information that I have. And if I'm to provide a valid or documents on the same, I would provide. That is a state of a failed government which doesn't take care of its citizens, whether within the country or outside the country. Meaning that we don't have structured labor agreements with other countries. Just because there is nothing you can find in Kenya, you would find an alternative. Can I try this other place and find if I can get anything to feed my family, anything to to help myself? A failed government starts by not being able to feed its own people. The best thing that they can do is to take pictures of how people are suffering in Turkana, people are suffering in different places. There is nowhere you can tell me Kenyans are happy. In fact, Kenya would be the saddest country in the world, leave alone Haiti and leave alone Ukraine and leave alone Russia. But in the world, because of corruption and poor standards of living, we are, but that just because we are, we are trying to make ourselves happy, but completely, there's a lot of suffering in the Kenyan state. So for the team, if we go this way without embracing the Solomonic economic model, then definitely we will go completely to zero and we will seek for a second liberation through another independence. Kenya is in a bad state, both, from the grassroots to the national level. No one is working at all. What they're doing best is to hoard a lot of money, do a lot of corrupt deals, and then as we wait for the 2027 to spend the same money on the common mwananchi. Thank you very much, everyone, and I'm looking forward to more debates on this.
Thank you so much, Kevin Wasonga, and welcome to Afriq. We always have this kind of debate. You always have this kind of, actually, not really debates, but we always have this kind of conversations here on Afriq 24 hour. And also, do share with your contacts and tell them that those people who are having Kenyan at heart, we have a platform where we discuss matters Kenya with the aim of trying to make things better than we see them or than we think they are today. So as you engage with people who believe in the Solomonic economic model, do invite them here so that they can be able to share with the rest of Kenyans, so that we can be able to see which kind of economic model is this and how can we achieve it as a nation. Because right now, what Kenyans want, they don't need complaints, they don't need lamentations, but they need way forward. All right, we are already in the hole. Then how do we get out of this hole? So such kind of conversations are what keeps us here discussing and chatting way forward. So I'll get it to Bonnie unless somebody wants to react to that. I know in the process people are going to react to that. So Bonnie, maybe I can give it to you before I take it back to Mzalendo. Of course, Mzalendo is also going to guide us as we are going to look at the next level of this conversation. We need to start conversing. We've been complaining of the previous government of Kenyatta. We are currently complaining of the government of Ruto. We complained of the government of Kibaki, government of Moi, and the government of Kenyatta one. Then what is the way forward? Do we have alternatives, or how do we get out of complaining and maybe do some perfect substitution that is going to yield results? So Boniface, I can give you time maybe just to maybe to react and or give your view. Then I'll take it back to Mzalendo, who will steer us into the next discussion.
Yeah, thank you so much, Leo. And first, I want to agree with Stella. I like how vocal Stella is, and he tried to tell Mr. Buru that the CS Susan Okumiche is incompetent in the kind of job he's doing. And we have been seeing that William Ruto was very reluctant when he was choosing the CS, that is the cabinet ministers. Number one, we know that the CS for education, CS Machogu is incompetent for that job because now the education is in a total mess. And again, the CS for health, who is Susan Okumicha, she is incompetent because if she had the idea of what she's doing, then she could have joined the stakeholders and also discussed. You know, if she is active in this thing, then she could have joined the stakeholders. We have the stakeholders who are there in the Ministry of Health, and they discuss and they come to a conclusion how they can solve this situation because the country is in a total mess. If the health sector is not going on well, then people are suffering here, and the people who are in the grassroots are suffering. They don't have money to go to private hospitals, and we know that every day we have people falling sick, people are having a lot of diseases, so they need to go to hospitals. And we have a lot of people who have appointment with doctors. So who are they going to meet if they don't have the doctors in the hospitals? The appointment goes on missing. So the CS for education, CS for health sector, she is incompetent. And also we have the CS for security, interior security, and also we have the CS for there's a CS for agriculture. Linturi, a CS, a big CS who is chosen by the president on a live television, on camera, or camera facing on him. He cannot answer the question why we have these fake fertilizers circulating all over the country. He is saying that there is something that was there. We have the he cannot even answer to the news anchor why we have this saga that is happening in the country. And also we have the CS for interior. Those are the kind of things CS, the cabinet, whereby President Ruto he didn't take serious. And we know that those are the sensitive ministries whereby you need to take serious because they are the heavyweight of the country. So I think President William Ruto, when he was choosing the cabinet, he was very reluctant, and he did not even consider what he wanted because he maneuvered ways to win the election. Then now the family that composes the government, it is totally disgusting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being brief. So, Mzalendo, I'll get it back to you. I know you have to react. I know you want to react to some of the issues that have been addressed by the previous panelists. So, you're at liberty to do that. Then, after that, we can proceed to the next conversation.
Thank you, Leo. I wanted to react to one gentleman. I don't know whether he has left. The gentleman who was here in the name of Wasonga. I wish you could have stayed here a bit more so that we can hear some of his views and he could tell us more about the Solomonic economy that they are advocating for. But one thing I've realized, because I am pro young leaders taking the center stage in our politics, it is important that Wasonga is back. I really wanted him to elaborate and tell us a bit of the movement that they are having with one Professor Fred Ogola. So this is a very, very interesting conversation, and we need to know who Fred Ogola is, where he's coming from, and what he wants to do for the country that we have not seen before. So I want us to engage a bit on this candidate that by the name Fred Ogola and what he's offering. He is a man of his own. What the brief that I have read from him, that he was a lecturer at Strathmore University. That is one of the very prestigious institutions in Kenya that teaches finance and accounting, if I'm not wrong. So Prof was a lecturer there. At one point, he was fired or something like that. So I think, well, Kevin, you are best to tell us about your movement, what is offering to Kenyans, and then we see if Fred Ogola, Professor, fits the bill to be the country's next president. I know Mburu really dismissed Fred Ogola, saying he's a non-starter. But Mr. Mburu, in politics, you cannot dismiss people. You have to start from somewhere to get where you want. Ruto started from somewhere and is now the president of the Republic of Kenya. So don't let us not be very, very dismissive. Let us listen to somebody's policy, because that is what we want for our country. We want leaders who are policy oriented and who are rooted on the ground and understand the needs of society. Kevin, please elaborate a bit.
Could I elaborate on the some
Yes, elaborate on your candidate. I need on the Solomonic.
I'm taking these on the regional integration perspective, because we are East African bloc, and the fact is that we cannot relate as Kenyans alone. We need our neighbors to relate with us. But now, here comes a case whereby you may not leave Kenya just because you so wish, but there must be a need. First of all, there must be a need why you are leaving the country. The need would be that you are going for a business trip, you are going for tourism, you are going for work. But then when it comes to work, is it structured employment, or it's a way that you are just trying to find your own means wherever you would find yourself? I would say that majority of those who are in our neighboring country, to whom I've closely been interacting with, are in completely unstructured labor market, in the sense that one would leave the Republic of Kenya, of course, as a requirement is a passport. But then when you get to the Ethiopian side, what you need is a job. When you find yourself in a problem, then whom do you run to? Definitely you should run to the Republic of Kenyan side. It's the Republic of Kenyan side who completely has no compliance with the Ethiopian side to see how many people are working in your area. To say the least, then I would give a scenario of 2 weeks ago, when these cohort in Jigjiga city were collected together so that the ministry can collect their views on what they are doing and all that. And what came up is that they don't have work permits, which is provided within the two states, the Kenyan and the Ethiopian side collaborating together. That is just to cite but a few that we are losing on the regional integration. Regional integration in that we need to have structured labor labor exports in such a way that if somebody is to leave Kenya, then the Kenyan state or republic knows that this individual is leaving our country for this particular purpose. If he meets or if he finds a problem in the neighboring country, then you know the exact person that you are supposed to address it to whom it should be the Republic of Kenya. But then you are just left like a flock. Go and feed, come back, wherever, I mean, how you will come back or wherever, whatever problem that you will face is not part of our business. That is my concern for the few people who are in our neighboring country. So I'm taking it from the regional integration. There is a big gap in our regional integration.
All right, Kevin, I think that's another topic altogether, because one, it is important that we have a regional integration But again, you need to understand where Africa is going and the conversation that is in Africa through the integration of countries and the opening of borders, and meaning that we will have free entry to each and every country. But the policies on work and work permits, I think that is something that they need to work on. According to whatever you've said, this is something that they still need to work on. That is why we need Baba in AU so that some of these policies can be implemented to integrate Africa. But my question was initially was about the candidate called Professor Fred Ogola. Professor Fred Ogola is a presidential candidate in an upcoming potential president. His issues, he stands for health reforms, strengthening health infrastructure, improving medical services, equitable access of health facilities across the country. He also stands for education, being somebody who has lectured in the university and is an associate professor is a visiting professor in one of the universities abroad. I don't know which one, but one of these Fridays will invite him, or any of his associates I saw, or any of the supporters I saw on the panelist can come and enlighten us. This is the platform where we tell you who are these candidates and what they are saying. Economic empowerment, Professor Ogola believes in job creation, economic growth. He leaves policies emphasizing supporting small and medium SMEs, infrastructure development, and things like that. Those are some of the things, the briefs that Professor stands for. In summary, Professor Ogola's policies prioritize or reflects the holistic approach in governance and addressing critical issues that affect the Kenyan society. So having said that, that was just a brief, and maybe you have watched him on television performing on, representing his movement on television. So we need to understand where this gentleman is coming from. My question to the panelists who are here today, and Leo, I would also want you to answer this as a young person who is also aspiring as a candidate. You've been our host now. Today, I want you to answer a question or two about the young people in the leadership. Who is your role model in leadership in Kenya today, and why?
Maybe Zalendo. Okay, you mentioned me. I think let me get it first. You people have contributed a lot. Number one, I do believe that there is no maybe specific time for somebody to lead, as long as you have the leadership skills. You don't need even to wait for people who are older than you to exit the scene. Is when you start scrambling to replace them, like what is currently happening in the country. Most of the young leaders you see trying to emerge, they are trying to emerge so that they can be able to cover up a vacuum that is perceived. So they had an opportunity to do it, but they've been waiting for specific people to exit the scene so that they can be able to cover up. And I think that one is cowardice in leadership. So I do like and embrace those people who dare challenge the people in authority, those people who dare challenge the giants. And when I had Buru saying that, we don't know him, how many people can he convince? I think that is what we get it wrong, and that is why the youths and the people who maybe don't have the financial muscles and people behind them as shadows cannot make it in politics. And if you count on the youths that we have in politics, most of them have not gone there on their own. That is why they cannot be able to stand on their own the way people like Bobby Wine and Malemas are standing. You'll find that youths who are there were voted simply because they are associated with specific individuals. They are beneficiaries of patronage politics. And that is why when this kind of patronage is withdrawn, you see people like the likes of Bright Silas Jakakimba getting bitter simply because they dared not to stand on their own, but they depended on some kind of patronage to allow them to emerge into these positions. So to answer a question you've asked, I think I've known Fred Ogola not for the first time. Fred Ogola, I knew him. He comes from a constituency called Ugenya, where I also come from. And if you followed the last year's politics, of course, he contested and he contested on the ODM nominations, though the nominations never took place. Then after that, he did not stop there. He went ahead and contested as an independent candidate. So he's somebody who is a scholar. After losing the elections, he didn't stop fighting for what he thinks is right. This is a gentleman who lost his job at Strathmore simply because of simple comments that he made on live television when he criticized the then government of Uhuru Kenyatta, the one you people famously call the handshake government. And at some point, he also went ahead to say how the lecturers are really suffering as far as earnings are. They declared his salary in public. So those are some of the things that led to him getting disciplined and even getting fired from Strathmore. Apart from that, I've known him as a human rights activist. When you had people are being shot in Kisumu during the demonstrations, none of the politicians from the Azimio coalition was bold enough to go and file cases in court. He's the one who filed cases in court. When you are seeing some boys being arrested at the Bunge la Wananchi in Jacaranda, you would rarely see politicians or maybe the elected leaders going to court. They will go after people like Fred Ogola have filed cases and are following up on them. So they will go there just to take credit. And currently, he is the leader of the Linda Katiba Initiative, a society that ensures that the constitution is protected and adhered to. And I think the problem that we have in this country is not that we don't have a constitution. We have people who mutilate this constitution. So his aim is to ensure that there is law and order. So when I heard that he's going to contest, I think that is a bold movement that we people need to start looking at people who make such kind of movements. We need to give them support. I know Mburu might not have known him because he is not that tycoon. You know, somebody might not know Fred Ogola, but you might know somebody called Jimmy Wanjigi. Not because Jimmy Wanjigi is more of a leader or of a politician, but because Jimmy Wanjigi is financially stable and maybe interact with who is who in politics. So that is all I can say. And I believe.
Thank you, Leo. I just wanted to add, I'll give you your time back. I just wanted to add when you say Jimmy Wanjigi, I remember his doors, his metallic doors. I don't know what bulletproof doors that he had. And I also remember that he said that he had the sword that he will give Raila Odinga. He's the one who is the custodian of the sword, the custodian of power. So some of these rhetorics are the ones that Kenya follow so much. Bwana Kimanzi, hebu kwa ufupi, wewe kama kijana ambaye pia umekuwa katika hii nchi ya Kenya kwa muda mfupi zaidi katika hii panel iko hapa, ni yapi unaweza sema, ama ni wewe ni wale vijana wanaambiwa waende pale nyuma ya pickup, waende nyuma ya pickup, nyinyi ni mabebo kama mzigo ama gunia, ni hamna sauti. Hebu elezea wa Kenya ni tabia ama ni kiongozi aina gani ungependa awe rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya?
Thank you so much, Mzalendo, for this question. And personally, from my loyalty since I was born, and I always believe that the president of the people.
Ningependa uzungumze kwa lugha ya kitaifa kama unaweza.
Mzalendo, I don't hear Kiswahili vizuri. Let him speak what he feels that is.
Kwa wale watazamaji wale
you come from Homa Bay.
Wale watazamaji, leo kulikuwa na mtu anangependa kusikia lugha ya kitaifa kidogo. Kwa wale waelewi lugha ya kitaifa kama Stella, tutakubidi tukurudishe darasani, tukufundishe lugha na kutufundishe Kiswahili, kwa sababu Kiswahili ni lugha chetu na lazima tukienzi na tukipende. Mimi naishi Marekani lakini nazungumza Kiswahili na nakipenda sana.
Ulipata B. I got a C minor. Let Kimanzi speak what is comfortable. English and Kiswahili works.
Hatujabadilisha mjadala kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, hatujabadilisha. Tutaendelea, we are going to mix then for the sake of Stella. We are going to mix. Lakini kwa hii swali ningependa Kimanzi aijibu katika lugha ya Kiswahili.
Kimanzi, speak what is comfortable with you.
So asante mzalendo. Kwanza ningetaka kushukuru kwa swali ambao umenipa, na kiongozi wangu mwenye anaweza kusema yupo na ako na ile
You see mzalendo, he's staggering. Let him speak what is comfortable.
Oh my
bro,
God,
you're making me summer in the studio.
Go to the language that you're comfortable with. Umbe hiyo watu bwana ni Wakenya lakini hata Kiswahili hamjui.
Mzalendo, wacha umbea.
Oh my God.
Speak what is comfortable for you. Don't force it.
Kwanza wewe ndio ningekujibu na sasa nimejua lugha ile nitakuwa nikikujibu. Haya, Kimanzi, can you please tell us, the kind of leader that you want in the Republic of Kenya and your aspiration as a youth? And most of the youths, remember, they are used to being bundled in a pickup and put behind like sacks of potatoes and makaa to go for rallies. Are you that kind of leader? Are you that kind of youth? Or are you the kind of youth that one day can wake up and say, my name is Boniface Kimanzi and I want to be the president of the Republic of Kenya and these are my policies?
So thank you so much, Mzalendo, for this question. And first I want to say that I am not kind of the youth that are always mobilized by the leaders so that they can go to the streets and cause this mandamano. So I always blame the youth that take in place in those activities, because whenever the injuries happen, then the leaders always don't even bother who was hurt, who was shot by the police, and whoever gets injured in those mandamanos and those strikes, he always suffer alone. So I always say that it is very bad for the youth to get mobilized by the political leaders so that they can go to the streets and cause chaos. And by this, it is only those who go there get injured. And again, according to me personally, I am not into politics because I'm an investigative journalist, and I am more into communication and media. And when it comes to politics, I'm not into it, but I want a leader, personally, I want a leader who is aggressive and someone who does not give up. First, I want to say that I always adore what Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga does, because we have been seeing Raila Amolo Odinga since 1997, 2000, 2007, 2013, 2017. He has been there. He does not give up. And you can say, what I can say is that Raila Amolo Odinga is an radical. I want a leader who is radical, someone who is very hard to break. I mean, someone who doesn't give up with what he wants. Raila Amolo Odinga has been aiming for this top position, which is the president of the Republic of Kenya, for a long time, but he has not won it. Now he is joining for AU. He has the thirst to become the president of Kenya, but again, he doesn't have the committee that can make him be the president of Kenya. The circle, once I can see that the circle that composes Raila Amolo Odinga is not worth it to make him become the president of Kenya. So I will always blame the circle, because if Raila Amolo Odinga could have the best circle, then definitely he could have won the president of this Republic of Kenya. But again, we always say you cannot be paid by always being a nice guy. He has been a nice guy, and when you become a nice guy, you will always be duped, and he was duped when it came to the last general election. Whatever happened there, personally, from my inner instincts, I felt that it was not good for Raila Amolo Odinga being a nice guy, and that is why he was duped and he lost the general election. So personally, my leader when it comes to general elections and leadership, whenever I was born, and I developed that mentality, and I had the knowledge to understand what is politics. I came to know Raila Amolo Odinga, and I read the history of Raila Amolo Odinga, even the father, and also what it entailed, the life being of Raila Amolo Odinga and Jaramogi. His father died in the line of duty. I mean, there are some activities that happened when Odinga was dying, and he was there trying to get the seat. His son, Raila Amolo Odinga, still has that passion to become the president. So what I can say, I want a leader like Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much.
Well said, Mr. Kimanzi. Let me go back to Stella. Stella, you've been an activist for the longest time, and your passion for Kenyan politics surpasses many of us, and the kind of leader that you want. But sometimes I look at the Kenyan general public and the profession that you stand for. What are you people doing to educate the masses that are ignorant of how to vote and the kind of leader that they want on the ballot? Because most of the time we'll come to these panels, we'll go to Citizen, we'll go to KTN, talk a lot, but there is no action. Remember, the population of the youth in Kenya, by the time we go for 2027, will be 60%. By the time we reach 2042, the youth population in the world, in Africa alone, will comprise of 42% of the world population. So you can imagine the youth in Africa will be 42% of the world population. So the youths right now are in the right place to start getting into positions of leadership. But why do we still, as a young person, Stella, why are you not going for the seat? Why are you aiming so low when it comes to politics? So if you are not interested, why are women generally aiming for not aiming so high? We have seen, okay, some people up there, but why are young ladies not coming up to grab this political space? Or why are we not seeing appointments? Or what is really happening in that sector?
So I can only speak on just generalizing. It's not that women they don't want to aim higher. We do aim higher, but the problem is the orbit around the men who feels that women are not supposed to get certain ranks in politics, in offices, because they think women like they are weak in gender. But they keep on forgetting, like right now, women have just thrown their aprons out and they now want to aim higher in public offices. Others have even determined to go even to bigger organization and international organization. I can give you an example where I come from in Rift Valley. A lot of people in especially where in Baringo, Nakuru, those sides of Rift Valley, we believe that women they have they are visionaries. They understand what seems to be happening. They listen to the ground. They are not as boastful or aggressive like men. But now the thing is, there's this thing we call member education. And I believe in the place in the Rift Valley, we have seen a lot of women, especially men, they go and ask for maybe advice, Then they see also women, they are very good on financial background. Also, they give, they trust women because they are like a security. That's why you've seen a place like in Nakuru, you see there are women who have been chosen there, from the governor to the senator to also the CECs. There are a lot of women because people believe women are people, they are next to their hearts. But the issue is when you come this side of the political space, we have decided not to be threatened. We'll take the back the way it is. However hot it is, we'll try our best. The issue is it's the orbit of men who are there. They go and poison young people, telling them mnachagua mama kwa nini? Huyu hata akipigio kelele ataanza kulia machozi. We have refused. Where I can say as I can come as an activist, the first thing what I can tell my age group people who feel that they need to have the youth to be the next leaders of tomorrow is to give them member education by telling them the first thing what you have to check on yourself is something called governance. You should check your governance structure, how you operate in the house. Then after that you can transfer it to go to a national level or maybe a local level governance issue. You show people like, don't choose a politician because he has money. Don't choose a politician because he took your brother to school. Don't choose a politician because he buried your mother. Look that politician beyond his generosity to give you maybe 10,000 shillings. What can he do more? Anatafutia watu kazi. Amejaribu kuangalia ile shida iko kwa hiyo constituency yenu, watoto wenye wameshindwa kwenda shule. Is he able to give them bursaries without making his friends, their children to get bursary? Lazima uangalia, it should not even discriminatory. Let's say like the health centers which are there. If a health center does not have medicine, does not even have nurses or equipment, he has a right to go and ask the health officer in this facility 1 and facility 2, why is it there are no doctors or maybe there is no nurses, and why? If it is the issue of corruption, let the youth be taught that corruption is a disease which cannot be cured. The only way you can deal with corruption is manage it. But how do you manage corruption? Remove the idiots who are. Hata mtu hata akiomba tu 200 shillings, vuta huyo mtu. Hata hiyo 200 shillings, make sure that he's reported and booked and jailed and prosecuted, and he makes sure that even the time anaenda kutoa police clearance certificate, inaonekana the person was not genuine. Because the problem is we have politicians here, they go if they see that maybe there's a youthful leader where the people wanajaribu kumsikia, like Professor Ogola. Now maybe Professor Ogola goes somewhere, maybe in Akina Leo's place, then a youthful leader, he sent threats, or a youthful leader anaambia go and get some few vijanas, you give them 200 shillings, they go and disrupt. Such people, they are supposed to be removed. And the thing is, and I tell the youth, ukiona any politician mwenye hata alikupatia 200 shillings na amekwambia uende utupe mawe, usitupe mawe. Where chukua your 200 shillings. If you want to be protected, go to the police and you say that this person gave me 200. Even these days, this technology, record that politician akikupatia 200 shillings. Ama amegather the boys wa mtaa, amewapatia hata kama ni maybe amewanunulia kega ama amewanunulia chrome. The thing is, as the young people right now, we need someone who can able to groom us. We don't need someone mwenye atakuja anza kusema je, unajua sasa hii serikali venye ilikuwa, unajua sasa mimi hata nilifungwa mkono hakuna kitu ningefanya. The same politician mwenye alisimama hapo kwa hiyo National Assembly na alipitisha finance bill ama hakupitisha finance bill, stop recycling these people, because they are not going to make your life better. Because I know if you want to have a person who is able to be a visionary leader, he must be ready to inspire a young person. He must be ready to inspire a young person. If you don't inspire a young person, and of vijana wanaendaga, they are rotten at home. Then they are asked, mbona ujaenda kazini? They are waiting the time when you utaenda weke palkat that there's a homecoming, you're given 200 shillings, unarudi. Umesahau huo politician, ile siku nyumba yako ikiungua ama you're arrested, he's not going to be there. We want a leader who is selfless, where we can go to a police station ambie OCS, kwa nini huyu kijana alishikwa? Ikipatikana ulienda ukafanya whatever, ulienda ukafanya makosa, there is a way how the law can go. But the issue is right now, the people who are called the youth, they need to sit down and listen. If the civil society will come and tell you, look here, tutakuja tuweke tent kwenyu, but hivi ndio tunataka. Kama MP wako aliwa promise kuwatengenezea choo za shule na hazikutengenezwa, ama he promised you that he's going to upgrade the dispensary, it was not even upgraded, or maybe he said that ataenda wafungulia soko na haku expand hiyo soko, msimrudishe. Jaribu kuchagua ule kijana mwenye ni visionary. Let me tell you, at times we say education is the it's called, you have to check the politician with this the criteria, what the guys were saying for the IBC. You must have a degree of what? You can even don't have a degree, but you must be a visionary leader. The thing is, as a civil society, we want to say like this: let us be given some funds, we go and educate the youth on this issue of selecting leaders who are visionary, who are honest, who are the decision makers, and they are able to inspire others, and the other ones who can oversee beyond themselves. They can even think, alale aseme na kuko na jirani anaitango hivi, nataka kwenda kuangalia maslahi yake iko namna gani. But now the problem is, when we have youth, let's say like a politician would go there, then the youth, they tell him, mzae, huku ukikuja, wase wakusikiangi. So the politician will be like, unataka nifanye nini? Obviously, out of those rogue youth, kuna mmoja ni mwerevu hapo. And ambia na mzae, kitu ni moja. And upromise wa mama utanunulia vijana wao nini? Boda boda. Ama utafanyia nini wa mama? Utanunua mahindi yao ama wasaidie kuuza mahindi yao. You see, now you're being brainwashed. And this is the thing what we are trying to say. Let the youth listen to the civil society. These people who come with sunroof kwa gari, kukuja kuambia, sijui unajua serikali ilipandaga, serikali ilishuka. You should boo them and throw stones. Yes, I'm not for violence, but the thing is, what the regime had promised you and it did not deliver, do not return the same person. Chukua mtu mwingine, hata kama ni ule kijana anavuta mkokoteni, at least ajue Leo anakaaga hivi, nani Mbora anakaanga hivi, anaita kwaje, Kimanzi anakaa hivi. He knows the people around, kwa sababu watu wawili wanajulikanaga sokoni, mwenda wazimu na mulevi. Hao ndio watu sema ukweli. So now let the youth be educated on proper governance and who to choose to be a proper leader for their future.
All right, Stella, thank you very much. But that didn't sound as somebody who is not aggressive. The way you said women are not aggressive and they are taken as people.
I've not said like that one, Mzalendo. I've said the orbit around men. Feel that women, they are meant. Unataka nisema women belong to the kitchen.
No. My next question would be,
I've said
in the next round
of men.
In the next round, Stella, I want you to, even as Mburu attempts to answer this, I want Mburu to tell me if he thinks that the affirmative action has been successful in Kenya, or it has been discriminative in a way. Does it really help us? And these positions that we have in government, like the women rep, can we evaluate how much it has helped the women in the rural areas, or where these representatives are, and these women who are given, women are so advantaged in Kenya that you have to have 2/3 of them in government. This policy, is it really working for our women? Are there some gains that you can see, or it is just putting some money in individuals' pocket or political patronage?
Listen, Mzalendo, siko ubaya.
Wait,
No,
this
I'm
is
saying, no. I'm trying to say, to me, as a woman, I believe the seat for the 2/3 gender or the women rep, it does not make any sense. We are all equal in God's eyes.
Thank you,
As
Stella.
long as you can't support me, you need to be against me, Mzalendo. You need to be against me. Don't support me. The thing was, I'm trying to say, according to the constitution, if I see a lot of women rep, there's nothing they've done. Mzalendo, let me tell you, girls in Kenya, almost, I don't know how many, they are pregnant. The thing is, when this pregnancy is happening, when we tell the women rep, listen here, these girls are getting pregnant because of A, B, and C. The only way of preventing these girls, it is like you go and have these girls to be educated at an early age, to be told they are reproductive, whatever, they are reproductive. It's not telling them, oh, you know, the man when he comes and gives you airtime or he gives you lollipop and what and what. We need to educate them in sex education. That is another story. Another thing, these women rep and
Stella, you're done.
you're
You're done. Your 5 minutes. I have added you another 2 minutes. This question was meant for Mburu, and I will come back to you. Let Mburu. Yes, Open Nyagaka is also here. Oh my God! So Stella,
I wanted to add. I really wanted to add one sentence from Stella.
Yes.
And she did a very wonderful job, and that's very good. Mimi niko na msichana mmoja iko karibu kuwa general ya US, lakini I raised them kujua ya kwamba they can do anything a man can do better than a man. Hii kitu ya vile Stella anasema women this women that ni kitu nani walileta kutoka Europe, nani huyu Koivu wa Mere. In Scandinavian countries, hata mtu anachimba grave is respected more than a politician. Lakini walipata, they don't get the politicians. Sasa wakasema, lazima they force the women, the everybody who are in the politics. So that's how come we have women representative, women this, women that. It is what you have between your ears, not what you have between your legs. Vile Stella amesema ni kweli. Let us focus on what you have between your ears, not what you have between your legs. Hiyo ni bule kabisa. Na hiyo nani kwa hivyo Amerika walifukuzwa na Moi, wakaenda huko Europe, ndio wakashika hizo sheria, lakini in European countries, vile Stella ninakwambianga tunatembea sana. In the Scandinavian countries, they respect more a grave digger or an artist more than a politician. They can force watu wakuwa politicians. Na Kenya is everybody looking for a job. And women rep this, women rep that. Stella, I agree with you a million times. Please, let us do away with that nonsense once and for all.
Thank you.
I talk like a father of daughters. Na wengi wanakubali na mimi na wengine hawakubali. Thank you, Mzalendo.
We agree with you. You know, the affirmative action started in the US in 1961. And the whole idea was to bring those who are marginalized to get education, especially the women. After the civil rights movement, there were so many people who are marginalized. But you see, Kenyans adapt things that they don't even know, they don't even understand. Who has been so marginalized? You know, your children are going to, the women are going to school. When it comes to the grades, girls are even performing better than the boys. They are getting the job. When it comes to application of jobs, they qualify, they are appointed to this particular positions. Why should they be advantaged? And this women rep position is the most useless. Kama tunataka pesa ya madaktari, then let us go back to this constitution of Kenya. Women rep position is the most useless position ever. Mimi hapa sijawahi ona this Congress women at being given advantage at now Biden campaigning at I have got so many women in my government. No, they struggle and they win on principles and policies. Wale wako pande ya Trump na wale wako pande ya Biden. But the African nonsense that women should be given positions in society that they will perform, that is absolutely neglecting the boy child and giving advantage to the women. Mburu, what do you say about this?
Yeah. I know that's a very sensitive topic in the world today, whereby we are talking of gender equality. And I want to say, under normal circumstance, as much as we say that women are equal to men or are the same, just like Stella said that we were created equally before the eyes of God, it is not equal in the aspect of how we do things, because men are masculine, women are feminine. That means something. Even the way we reason and the way we do things are totally different. If you are to put women and men in the same level, a political field, at the end of the day, you have many men are winning. And that is why you see in Kenya today, even after putting all these affirmative actions and systems to support women, we are still finding it very hard to achieve the gender equality in politics and in a position of governance. What can we do about that? First of all, is to acknowledge that it is good to have, even in parliament or in political leadership, it is good to have women, because women are very good in grooming. They're also merciful. Sometimes we as men can be brutal. Sometimes men, we don't care sometimes. We can be very harsh. We can even take some kind of draconian decisions. But when women are there, they are able to say, hey, guys, we cannot go to this extent. So for me, I support the systems that are put to support women to be in the political field, to be where men are, where decisions are being made. The moment you empower women, you empower the society. When a woman is strong in a family, the children will be strong. If a woman is educated, she'll be in a position to support her children to be educated. If a woman is in leadership, she will help many, including right now, you see somebody like Mrs. Gachagua. She's not just supporting women, she is now supporting men, the boy child, because she sees all these people as her children. So it is good for me, I support. It is good to support women through systems, deliberately, to help them rise and come up. Almost, they might not be the same as men, because a woman will never become a man, and a man will never become a woman. So we have to acknowledge that. And that is how God created. And that is why.
That is Mburu. I mean, where you are a woman, become a man.
Women and women. The only thing
the man can become a woman.
The physical aspect, the brain is the same, the eyes are the same, the intellect is the same.
If you have done some psychology, you know we are not the same.
No, you are the group of he and he, or them and they.
If you are educated, you know we reason differently, we do things differently. Even you yourself, unless you want
to wrong, bro. You are wrong. I feel insulted.
No, you should not feel insulted, because even when you decided to respond to me,
why am I here in
no,
this panel of 5
you see,
one is thinking me as a woman.
Mr. Mburu, can you
No,
please?
Stella, you see,
please.
Stella, you're just being unfair. When Stella is no,
I'm not being unfair. I've said, and you people will listen to me.
Order. I have muted your mic, sir. And nobody is hearing you, Mburu. Nobody is hearing what you're saying because I have put you on mute. I really want you to, if Stella, why do you feel that Mburu has offended you? And if Mburu, you have offended Stella, please apologize and we move on with the
conversation. Can I say something before
Stella? No one has offended me. I've said the way Mburu is putting the context of a man and a woman. To me, I have said it is physical appearance. The thing is what I'm trying to say here in this panel. Everybody here is a man. You people, you're not identifying me as a woman because I'm an intellectual. You're identifying me as an intellectual. So saying that a man and a woman cannot think the same or we cannot reason the same, that's unfair. That's unfair. And that I'll take it to you, Nani Mboro. Please do your psychology or go back to class and redo your paper.
Okay,
maybe if I can say a word.
Mburu answered pen.
Mzalendo, when it is my time to talk. No, Mzalendo, let's be fair. When these people are talking, I am not interjecting. And we should have what we call emotional intelligence. If you say we think the same, you should be in a position to wait until you get your time to talk. I don't interject anybody when he is talking. Even when you decided to respond to me as an activist, I kept quiet. Even when you decided to call me names, I kept quiet. Why? Because we are here to reason together. You get your time, say whatever you have to say. And this is what I wanted to say. We are not the same, the way we do things. And that is why, if we are the same, we would not be talking about the affirmative action. We would not be talking about having seats reserved for women. It is because we are putting this there to support women to rise to positions. If you think we are created the same, then why do you think across the world we are talking of affirmative action? We are talking of having systems to support women to be at par or somewhere across, or to be in the same table with men. It is because let me finish. Nyagaka.
Let Mburu finish. Mburu, you've got 2 minutes.
The way it was meant. It was meant that we are created different because by nature, men are supposed to do very hard jobs, make very hard decisions. And that is why, according to the analysis, you see most of the time, women are so much focused into details. That is why they are able to organize the things around them. Men focus they see like far away. They think of the future plans or the big picture. So the way that we are created is to strike the balance in life. So unless we have these affirmative actions, these systems deliberately to support women to be where men are, especially politically, especially in Africa, where culture also is a factor. We will have government without women, parliament with very few women. Because ask yourself, since independence up to now, apart from the position that has been set aside for women reps, ask yourself how many women have contested with men and won. What is the percentage? That tells you we are not the same. So, but what am I saying? The contribution of women is very paramount. And that is what I say. And that is what I believe. Everywhere women are, there are some things that will not go wrong. There are some decisions that men may make because of their masculine nature, because we were created like that. But women are able to bring us down and tell us, no, guys, we cannot do this, we cannot do that. So for me, I support women to be in parliament, to be everywhere in government, in leadership, and we have to support them deliberately. But I don't believe that gender equality is a reality. It is a myth. It is a myth. Unless we deliberately put down the systems, men and women, we will never contest in the same level. That's what I see it. That's how I see it.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin, do you? I mean, maybe you've got a contrary opinion towards this. Then I go to my friend Boniface. Before we do another.
Mzalendo, I have a contrary opinion to Mburu's suggestion that the masculine factor. Sometimes you see women also go to the gym, and you at times try to do as they try to do as we do, and we try as well to do as they do. And reflecting back, you can see an example of Grace Ogot back in game 1970s. He became an MP. I mean, she became an MP. That is a lady or a woman.
Wangari Maathai.
No Wangari Maathai was there and actually won the Nobel Peace Prize. Just to cite but a few. These are all women. We've seen women getting PhDs, women getting master's degrees, women getting degrees, becoming engineers. So it's a complete contrary opinion that men can see further than what women can see. Some of us have been raised by single mothers. Does it mean that they didn't have good minds, or, I mean, what was it? Flashing back at Professor Fred Ogola's, when he introduces himself, he says that at times he used to live with a father, but at times he used to live with a mother back in the village. A mother being in the village with 11 children, that must be a very wise mother. And remember that knowledge is not all about we call it the sagacity, but then sagacity is again divided into two: the philosophic sage and the indigenous sage. But then again, an indigenous sage can are at the same time a philosopher, somebody with wisdom.
Thank you.
So our women in the society are equally wise as men. And maybe again, another challenge to Mburu. Have we ever seen a very stupid man? Look at the Kenyan state now. Now you are saying majority of the leaders are men. Why are we having a very failed state in front of men? If they can see further, then why don't you see further than what ladies can see? We only have a few of them, the few governors. Look at Homa Bay. Cite Homa Bay and compare it with Siaya, or compare it with Kakamega, or compare it with the Uasin Gishu. Which one could you term to be, I mean, a very progressing country? I would say subjectively that Homa Bay is doing better than Siaya and is doing better than Migori, which are led by men. Homa Bay is led by a woman.
Kevin, allow me just to interject a little bit.
Please, Mburu, you had your time, and it's now my time to
yeah. I was just requesting if I was requesting if
maybe after this, Mr. Mzalendo will give you time and you will address me.
That's okay. Proceed.
So that's completely very unfair for our women. Let's compete with them. If they go to the ballot, I, as Kevin, I would be ready to, to compete with Wanjiru or Wanjiku or Atieno competitively. Ideally, men and women are beings created by God himself with equal knowledge. So affirmative action is just but one of the things that gives us a control measure. Look at the history. 1961. Then after that, what came in afterwards? The Rio de Janeiro, and it was talking about equality again. That is 1981. Talk about the Washington Consensus 1987, talking again about equality. Talk about 1992, and then later on we have the year 2000, Millennium Development Goals. Again, yes. Equality is crippled in. Talk about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals. There is equality and equity. So even if you look at the vision, Kenyan Vision 2030 talks about equality. Now, I don't understand where your perspective is. As now we are talking about Vision 2030, but again you are saying women things, are on the lower cadre of thought than men. That is completely. I mean, I would expect that
Can I
to be
tell
the
you something
1940s.
before you proceed? I think you are answering your own questions and you are responding to your own line of thought, not what I said. Always
you said that.
Stella, keep quiet. I don't know why. Emotional intelligence is important. Let me
It's
just.
not about emotional intelligence.
I just wanted to make an
You are
interjection.
sidelining women. That is not.
Muru, you made your point.
No. Allow you see, Mzalendo.
Therefore, in the manifesto and the line of thought of Professor Fred Ogola, to whom we are borrowing the Solomonic economic model. We would seek for equality. We would seek for not just equality, but gender equality. Because if we talk of women to be lesser beings, but then how about the third gender and the fourth gender? Now we are in the fourth gender. You are going to the next level of segregation. That is completely what we want to avoid in the Kenyan state henceforth. And we have to start it at this moment. Remember, these are the things that they started way before the independence. Independence came, again, women were neglected. A different community were talking of different topics. So we want one line of thought that we are Kenyans, whether you are a woman, whether you are a man. A woman can support a man so that we can grow the nation together. And a man can support a lady so that we can grow together. I would wish to see with the vision, as Professor Fred Ogola will be reading John 10:10 to the state, that now is now that's the vision I see. When now we'll be reading this through the Kenyans, that now is the president of the Republic of Kenya. I would love to see a 50-50 win. My neighbor being a woman MP, the other side a woman MP, at the middle there's a man. That's the Kenyan that I want to see. And if we have that, then we'll have a very strong Kenyan economy. We will have a Kenya whereby everybody values each other. So gender segregation is something that we have to stop at the moment. So I disagree with you completely, Mburu. I don't support anybody, but I support women and I support men equally.
Well said. Can I now respond to that? This guy has mentioned me several times.
Yes, Mburu. I am holding on as the host.
But I've been waiting forever.
I'll give you time, Mr. Mburu, to respond to this, and please prepare yourself. Pen, you have your 2 minutes. I know you wanted to interject. Yes.
Thank you very, very much, especially kwa Mburu na huyu dada yangu. Mburu, agree with you most of the time. Lakini hiyo umesema leo ni ile Professor Larry alikuwa Secretary of Treasury kwa Clinton. Larry Summers alikuwa ametoka Harvard University na akagive speech ambao umesema leo. I didn't know that 30 years down the road I will hear the same speech. No, the women's brain, the women's upbringing are just the same as us. Let them compete on their own. Na tuone vile tunaenda. Vile huyu dada yangu anasema, it is true. Let the women go out there in the field and ask for anything they want. So, Buru, umesema ile maneno ngumu sana. Huyu Larry Summers said the same things. Akamesha ile Harvard University, unajua ni Ivy League. Wakamesha ile brain ya mwanamke, brain ya mwanaume, nini. And when you are saying the same thing today, ninashanga. No. Let us go back.
You guys, if there is something you have not understand, you ask for clarification. Saying that the brain of a man and woman does not operate the same does not mean that women are weak. And that is not what I said. Does not mean that women are less intelligent.
Okay,
Okay,
let me finish. Let me finish what I was saying.
It means we do things differently. Okay.
Let me make my point. Let me make
At no time did I say that women are weak and
no,
women cannot do this or that.
Buru.
So when you
me make
answer, make sure you answer according to what I said. Don't answer your own things and direct them to me. Okay. So, okay, proceed.
No, exactly what I was saying is that you did not specifically say all these things.
And
but
why are you saying those things that we did not say?
By implication, they mean that women are less than men, therefore we need to help them to get here. And that's what Larry Summers did. And he was fired from Harvard University. You Google that, and you can Google the speech that the guy gave. You know, it is not necessarily ya kwamba wanawake wanashindwa na kazi kuliko sisi. Wanawake, they are the same people. We are the same people. And we cannot really assume that they are less of whatever, then we need to give them help. Kama huko nyumbani unasema women rep ya Kisii, women rep ya huko na kule. No. Vile Sarah anasema, I agree with her a million times. Let us go out there and compete. Everybody. Mushinde wali mnashinda, mushinde wali mnashindwa. Lakini hii ya kudefine what a woman look like and this and that. Mburu. Hiyo ni what Larry Summers did in 1980s. Na alikuwa secretary of the treasury ya Clinton. Alikuwa fired from Harvard University. And he was saying the same thing. You know, Mesema. I could not even go details what you're just saying. But it is exactly yani ya kuonea wanawake ati wako na taabu hii, wako na taabu ile, let's help them here, let's help them there. No, we don't need to help anybody.
You see, Nyagaka, do you know why I'm requesting for interjection? It's for you to understand my line of thought. So far, Kevin and Nyagaka, you are answering your own things that I haven't said. I said this: women and men are not the same. If you put a woman and a man in the same harsh condition, what do I mean? We were comparing women and men in political field. That does not mean they have less IQ or emotional intelligence. They have they are weak in a way. That is to say, we are created differently, and sometimes truth is stubborn. Ask yourself, how come across the globe we have very few women in the political field? Because political field is a harsh condition. God did not create women and men to handle the same harsh condition the same. That is why we come up now with systems of supporting women to be where men are when it comes to harsh conditions like politics. For instance,
Mburu, let me cut you short. Cut short. That's exactly the point some of us are trying to make to you. We don't need women to get shortcuts. We don't need that. Period.
One statement to you.
America, say for example.
One statement to you, and maybe you're gonna help you and Kevin will answer this question. Why do you think in the world today, even here in America, we have never had a woman president? We have never had a woman president in Kenya. How many countries have we have women being presidents? How many women governors do we have in the nation of Kenya? So, because you have talked of the support, Kevin, that with your professor you are going to give women, are you going to abolish the affirmative systems that we have put in place? Are you going to abolish the position of women representative in Kenya simply because you believe men and women are equal? Or what are you trying to tell us? Are you going to abolish the two-third gender equality that we have put there? Those are the things, pertinent issues I want you to tell me. When you say that women will are in a position to compete with men in the same platform in politics. That is what I want to hear from you. How are you going to do it if you are not going to support the systems that have been deliberately put there?
Mburu, let me tell you something. Ile 2/3 gender rule ya nini na nini is completely useless and dumb, stupid to say the least. Because how could you tell me, I come from Nyaribari, how could you tell me that somebody who would need to represent me is a woman or is a man? How? That's even dumb that you can ever think. Wacha nikuambie, ile vile yu nani mweshangu walikuwa nakuambia, we do not need anybody. Ni sisi, wewe Mburu, Mzalendo, kila mtu, raise your daughters, especially men, to be like whoever they want to be. Vile nikuambia, mimi, my daughter mmoja anafanya accounting in the Bank of Düsseldorf in England, in Germany, na mwingine yuko general ya US, karibu yuko general. Lakini waraise wote wao kama wanaume, sio kama wanawake. They don't shy away from anybody. And that's where we are going. Hapa tunasema Mburu unasema hapa America. You only see other than Rose Barrow, you know, huyu mwanamke alikuwa speaker. There is no woman who has ever gone that far. You know, so there is a debate. Hiyo iko. There is nothing wrong with that. Today we have a vice president ambaye mwanamke. Let us meritocracy. Sio kwamba lazima tumpatie kazi ya woman rep, woman this, woman that. No. That's vile nilimwambia huyu Stella, my daughter aliwaambia is very true. Let them compete. Kama wakishindwa wanashindwa. Wakishinda washinde. Nilikwambia hii women rep ilitoka kwa huyo nani huyo walishikwa wakaenda huko Scandinavian countries, ndio wakapata hii ushenzi women led. Lakini unasema wewe Mburu unasema there is a constitutional right ya 2/3 whatever. Ile ni ushenzi. Ile look at it yourself. How can you meet that to that? Other than even improving the budget ya wapungi. Yani ati huko kwetu mimi natoka Nyaribari, this time should be a woman, next time should be a man. That's nonsense, my friend. Let us continue to grow up, not to grow down. Ya kwamba, and the women, let them get where they are going. And Mimi Mburu, Mzalendo, everybody should continue to support your daughters. Wale wengine ambao they don't support their daughters ndio wanataka ati tupatie wanawake representative na wanawake nini, wanawake this. No. Thank you, Mburu.
I want to hear that question.
Let me weigh on this. Let me weigh on this at least as we move on. Maybe when it comes to this thing, people arguing on. I don't think there is no. We can't say that there is no gender that is above the other one, whether male or female. What matters is that we are all human. Then, secondly, yes, it is true. Kenyan Constitution 2010 has got that thing called the 2/3 gender rule, and that is a provision that is practically impossible. At some point, we heard noise from the human rights activists that that the president is going to dissolve the parliament and such kind of things because of not meeting the 2/3 gender rule. This is something that was politically instigated. The people who sat, I think they erred to come up with the provisions of the 2010 constitution just to ensure that they got the backing of women in the referendum. They inserted that part, women. Just the same way for William Ruto to get women, he told them that he's going to give them 50-50 government, something that is practically impossible. So what we need to know is that men and women are born or are created, whichever way, equally. So irrespective of your gender, and the people should be given some leadership positions based on merit. Even if we are having 10 women in a staff room, if they merit, there's no problem. It doesn't mean that if in a staff room you have 10 men, there must be like 3 women. So you bring people. Once you say like that, then you're doing away with merit, because you're also limiting the female gender. When somebody gives you a stool to walk with, there's no single day you learn how to walk. So, and this thing called women rep, actually, those are the things that have led to the increase of our wage bill, and we keep on complaining. We created some 47 positions that are not necessary. We went again, created 12 in the National Assembly and 16 in the county, in the Senate, which are not necessary. We've seen people like Millie Odhiambo becoming MPs and beating men. We've seen people like Gladys Wanga beating men and becoming a governor. We read some wonderful stories of people like Grace Ogot. We read stories of people like Wangare Madai. Even during Mau Mau, people like Wamboi. So such kind of stories tells you that both men are and women are equal. So I do feel that we degrade our female gender the moment we start creating specific seats for them. Just like in the house, you start creating specific chairs, or when people are serving, instead of allowing kids to serve freely, you create specific plates, you mark specific plates. This one is for this person. What if men, we also decide that we also want specific positions for men, because we are equal, we have equal opportunities, we have mixed schools, we undergo through the same system. So that is maybe what I can weigh on that. Otherwise, this is so controversial, as I can see. We can move on.
Leo, I want to ask you
Yes.
a question.
Yes.
Who created women? Because you said they were created the same.
No, I said, okay. I said women and men are created or born equally. So it depends.
They were created equally. Who created them?
The people who believe in creation believe that they were created by God. So it depends with what you believe in.
Do you
So
believe they were created by God?
No, it depends with the faith that what you profess. There are people who believe they are born, which they can prove. Me, I can talk of them getting born, and there are people who talk of they were created. So irrespective, I just need to mix it.
Stella said that God created men and women the same, and I want to know whether that is what the Bible states. Maybe from her she tell us whether
I have some basics. I have some basics in the Bible, but I think the guy sitting next to me.
Equally. I just want to know whether that is what the Bible says.
Let me explain. The question was directed to me. The question was directed to me. I have some literal basics in the Bible. When I just read it literally and maybe analyze it without the spiritual interpretation, I understand the Bible, you have to interpret it spiritually and such kind of things. When I read the book of Genesis, it's sometimes confusing because it gives me some two accounts of creation. And in the first account of creation, we are just told that God created both male and female. Then the second account, they now bring another perspective of creation, whereby we are told God created somebody specifically called Adam and put Adam into some deep sleep and removed the ribs and created a helper in the name of Eve. So, this is a situation whereby if we go that direction, then it's more complicated.
If we believe that God is the creator, then you would see where the gender inequality emanated. And I would like you to read the book of 1 Peter, maybe 3 and verse 7, and you'll see what the Bible says. And I don't want to go into details onto that. But I want you, Leo, to tell Kenyans, if we are to remove the women representative position from the Constitution, do you know how many women we will have in the Parliament of Kenya? Very few of them. That tells you something.
They're not very few.
So,
do you know the reason why we have
less intelligent? That does not mean that women are less intelligent, but that means when you put men and women in the same harsh condition, men are likely to prevail because of the difference in how they are.
Bro, I come from Rift Valley. I will tell you how it was so hot for men for fighting for governor and senator. I will tell you how it was hard, even for guys in Baringo. Let me tell you, Mboro, don't bring this thing for women and men, because we'll try and argue this thing. And I'm telling you, in politics,
I didn't bring it. It is part of what was brought. I just want clarification. I did bring it.
What we are trying. Kevin is here. He's an intellect. He's an intellect like me and him, and also Bonani Leo understand. But your points are coming like a misogynist about a woman's strength and a man's strength, and that is very wrong. But I'm surprised. I hope you're a parent. If you have,
I am, and I have a girl. And I have a girl.
Would you tell your daughter about that? You cannot dare
what?
Even.
What am I? What am I telling her?
Would you tell your daughter that
yes.
Kevin in his class, they cannot compete together because Kevin is?
I haven't said that.
No,
I haven't said.
No.
You people, you are creating your own scenarios and you are responding to your own things.
And put your English.
Guys, I'm listening to you. Let me give direction now. Let me just give direction.
No, let
me
ask Kevin one question. Kevin one question. Kevin, when you stipulated and you said the thing of the manifesto of Dr. Fred Ogola about gender equality, we didn't talk about man and woman. It is supporting each other so that the both sides of the divide, they are competing competitively. We don't want to know that if there are women who are trying to kind of, let's say they want to be senators or governors, and there are other men. Are you there? Your manifesto will tell women, don't go for governorship because men are more stronger than you. Would you do that?
No. We would not do that. And maybe to correct you, I didn't say that there's a running manifesto as at now. It's all these things are just ideas that we are trying to put together so that by the time now we are drafting the whole manifesto, then it's okay. Then on the idea that it's okay. On the idea that would we not accept anybody to, or a woman or a lady to vie for governorship? I believe in the ethics. Professor Ogola is somebody who has, remember his his education background entails philosophy. Philosophy doesn't teach you to kill each other. Philosophy doesn't teach you to bring gender imbalance or gender segregation, but philosophy teaches you to be a wise man or a wise person or a wise lady, anybody. And look at the theology perspective where it comes from. So I think this is something that is going to be spearheaded by somebody, an intellect who has the human heart or humanism at heart. So humanism means you and me, both you as a lady and me as a man, everybody together. So if you are to come and, if I'm to come and vie in Uasin Gishu or in Rift Valley, I will just compete with you. If you defeat me, it's okay. I will support, I will say, I will write you a very congratulatory message, and you have to pick it up. We meet in another year, 2032 or 2037. Doesn't matter. We will work together. If I defeat you, okay, support me. I'm your brother. So the spirit of brotherism and the spirit of humanism is what we are trying to embrace. In if I'm to talk about the Solomonic, that's what we are trying to embrace, and that is what we're really crying for in the face of Kenya. That is really what we are lacking, because the mindsets of Mburu, if Mburu, an intellectual like this, can talk of this in a live Afriq24 TV, how about that gentleman in the village, deep in the village, who has not even gone to a nursery class or a kindergarten? What kind of mindset would this person have? And this is an individual who, if you ask him about particular books, he can tell you, okay, I read this and that. I read Chinua Achebe. I read this particular Ngugi wa Thiong'o and all that, the river between. So we have just to enlighten people. Like now we are enlightening everybody here. We are trying to learn from each other. We are trying to bring our debate so that at least when you go outside there, you can tell people that now, look, we are equal in the face of Kenya. The same way Kevin is a man.
Now,
and can
Mr.
become
Kevin.
an MP or can become a president is the same way Wanjiku somewhere can become an MP or can become a senator. It doesn't matter of gender.
In one sentence, because I brought up this topic and I think it's too wide
No,
and we can't.
wait a minute, Mr. Rendo. Wait a
so
minute,
just
Mr. Rendo.
one sentence, and then you go on. A male and a female are created equal in the image of God and have equal dominion over earth.
Okay.
That is the Bible. Yeah, there is no any other book other than that God created man and woman equally and to have dominion over earth.
There is okay. Before we proceed, I wanted to go back to Kevin, who is talking of Solomonic wisdom, and out of the many things he has said, I'm still searching for this Solomonic wisdom. I am yet to find it because I have heard that the professor is vying. I listened to him saying that he's vying for the presidency, and the wisdom would tell him in the politics of Kenya, if he's a critical thinker, it's very hard to jump from nowhere and become the president of Kenya. And sometimes I tell people, the truth is very stubborn. If it happens that, Kevin, you are the advisor to the good professor, you'd tell him, before you say you are succeeding Raila Odinga, or you have his the support from his background, let him first go and vie and win a position in his backyard. Then after he has won the position, now people can see this person at least has become an MCA, he has become an MP. That is how it goes in Kenya. There is no miracle of just coming from the lecture room and jumping into Kenyan politics and becoming the president of Kenya. I am just being honest to you. It is not very easy. The other thing, in that Solomonic wisdom, I would like you to tell us which system, better affirmative system, do you have apart from what we have in the Constitution of Kenya of 2/3 gender rule? If that what I'm saying is shows some kind of primitivity, let it be. But to be honest, that system has been put there deliberately, not by mistake, because there has been inequality in politics of Kenya, in women in leadership. We have seen how many, since independence, women have managed to rise to the position of leadership in Kenya, political leadership. Now, instead of saying what I'm saying, you just dismiss it. Tell us which better system in that Solomonic wisdom. Just saying that women, you are going to, it's okay. Have I said that women should not contest? They should continue to contest. But those systems in the Constitution of Kenya of 2/3 gender rule, it has been there. It has been put there by intellectuals who have deliberated, who have looked at all factors, and they have seen it prudent to put it there to support women so that they can be in leadership. Sometimes truth, as people just like talking to show how knowledgeable they are, trying to run away from the truth. The truth is there has not been, or we are not seeing women being in a position to compete equally with men in the harsh politics, not just of Kenya, but in the world. Mzalendo, you have said that women were created equally, and I agree. But God created men a little bit, not just a little bit different. We were created differently to handle different functions, to complement each other, so that the world will be in a position to continue. If you read the verse which I told Rio, you see that difference there. Because I have read the Bible. You see the difference. It is the same Bible. So, so we are different in a way. If you put men and women in the same harsh conditions, the outcome will be different. However much we try to say, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm just being honest. Honest not just to Kenya, but to the world, even America, the citadel of democracy. So it is upon you to know or to tell us which other system or method you are going to come up with to empower women than what we already have in the Constitution of Kenya.
Kevin,
Kevin.
I now
Kevin,
hand over. I now
let me
hand
ask
over
Kevin
to
something. Let me ask
Leo.
Kevin something before
It
I
has been
leave.
very, very hot.
Let me ask Kevin the first thing. Kevin, unmute.
Talk to me, yes.
Now, you see what Bumboro is saying? The first statement, he says that professor to start as an MCA, what? That is a mindset of someone who belittles his fellow human being. Shame on you, Bumboro.
Exactly.
Number two.
You don't have to tell me to be ashamed. I am not ashamed. It's an advice. Give your advice there.
No. Keep your arrogancy.
Shame on you also for using bad language to me.
It's not, shame is not bad. Please learn English before you start speaking.
Stella, you
Kevin,
need to have some manners when you are discussing. You have been throwing these words to me, and I've been quiet.
No, the thing
You can
is,
be as well very good. If you invite me
allow
to
me to
that,
help Stella.
then I've been avoiding
Leo.
that.
Allow me to help Stella.
You started this. I don't know how you reached here.
No,
allow me to help Stella.
Stella, you need to have some decorum.
Guys, you need to move
You're the
forward
one who's
because
supposed to
we're
have
moving
decorum.
forth and backward,
Kevin, the issue
Stella,
of that
you can have 1 minute, then finalize
yeah,
it.
the
Or
thing
ask
is,
the person
let me speak to Kevin. Kevin,
Okay.
the first thing, what Mboro is talking, I don't understand why he's not bought that book online. Because when I'm reading this book, this first thing what I'm trying to see, that first manifesto, we need to amend the constitution. There are some fragment of that constitution, especially on the things which needs to be amended, which is making the country going in a haywire. Because right now we've learned the mistake of the constitution which was created, and he's saying it's intellectual. He's forgetting the constitution was built by Kenyans. So the thing is that I'm trying to tell Mboro, you have to be very careful how you're talking to an intellect or the person who's trying to put this thing in order. The other thing, Kevin, about the issue of gender equality, the thing is what we are trying to say. Yes, if there is gender equality of the 2/3 gender, the thing is, what has it brought, or what advantage has it brought nationally to our citizen? Because if there is women rape, there's nothing they have been doing. Now you can see the crisis of the hospital, of the doctors striking. Teachers, they're almost even trying to go for a strike. The thing is, even our children are suffering, because the thing is, children will go to school. When the school capitation has not been given to school, our children will go for hunger. Then there was the issue of the agriculture issue of fake fertilizer, which is threatening the food security. This thing, the women rep are not there to raise up in arms. That's why I'm saying this women rep thing and the gender 2/3, it is not bringing any use to our constitution. Let's go back. We compete men and women equally. Mwenye atashinda, very good. Mwenye atashinini, go home. If you want to work with your predecessor, it is okay. That is what I'm saying. But what I'm very disappointed with Mboro is saying that how our good professor can start as an MCA. That's belittling a fellow human. And to me, I feel insulted.
Leo, maybe just to wrap up, just one word. Just one word.
The last one, so that we
Mr.
end
Leo?
that debate kindly.
To answer Mr. Mburu, Raila Odinga started as Langata MP, and that is way back after a long history of Kenyan liberation. But having started as an MP at Langata has not made him the president for 5 consecutive attempts. So does that really mean that if you want to justify that Professor Ogola has to start by going for MP or MCA, then how about Raila, who has been the MP of Langata for quite a long time, but has never happened to be the president of Kenya? So your line of thought is completely invalid. Kindly revise it, and then maybe in the next debate you can come. I mean, you can come and tell me that sure, a professor can make it without trying at the grassroots. Remember that it's all about ideologies. He has the ideologies, he has the meritocracy, he has all it takes to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. Leo. And remember that we don't need the money. What we need is just the people. That's all. Thank you.
All right, let me give it to Pen Nyagaka at least to break that. Then Black, karibu sana, ingawaje naona Kenya Revolutionary amekuchocha lakini ametoroka. So far
Achana naye,
we are going to
I
give
just
you,
had my own points to say.
we are going to give you a walkover with 2 goals, 2 points.
So should I go ahead and start giving my point out?
Pen was raising the hand,
Okay.
maybe he had something. So Ichi, so let us hear 1 minute, then you go ahead.
Huyu Black ni kijana yangu, ananiacha niendelee. Habari yako kijana yangu Black. Lakini wacha nikwambia kwamba leo.
Salama, shikamoo.
Thank you. Yeah, hiyo ndio napenda shikamoo. Lakini wacha nikwambie leo kwamba huyu nani Nguru amesema very good points, lakini huyu msichana yangu Stella vile namwambia, let all the women go out there in the field and debate. Wakishinda washinde, wakishindwa washindwe. I'm a father of daughters and I've prepared them to fight the game vile inakuwa divided. Na hii ingine Nguru nasema ya kwamba let those people get benefits nini. No, that's wrong. Mimi nasema mimi natoka Nyaribari Church. Sasa huko huwezi kuniambia let a woman be a representative of yours today, the next day there is a man. No, that's insult. That's naive. Guru, I did not think that you would think like that. Wacha tuseme ukweli. Ukweli ni vile huyo msichana Stella amesema, let the women go out there and fight and win or lose. Guru, vile umekaa hapa America unaona there's not too many women in the House of Congress nini. Hata Trump amewatukana ndio wakaenda huko wengi wakakachaa sana. So let us compete on the ideas of what's going on. Sio kwamba ideas ambao kwa hiyo America wameleta kutoka Scandinavian countries at the women this, women that. Ati hiyo ndio niko kwa constitution na tunafuata. Sarah, thank you very much for thinking the way you do. That's an intellect. That's an intellectual. Hiyo ndio mzuri, tunataka kitu kama hiyo. Yani ukishinda unashinda, ukishindwa unashindwa, you go home. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka niseme leo. Na huyu Nguru sikujua nda disagree with him. 100% tuna disagree.
That's why we have a discussion, man. That's very okay.
So let me welcome Black. I think we've talked so much. Black, I know you've been on the back.
Will you give me just 1 minute to ask Nyagaka a question before I forget?
Okay.
Nyagaka, where did you get that aspect of having women contest this time and next time a man? Who said that? Because you purported to answer.
The way those rules are written, the way the quorum hiyo ya 2/3 majority rule imeandikwa, it has to be stopped somewhere at wanawake waulize ndio wachae hiyo house. That's the way it is written. Hiyo ndio nakwambia tu Nguru. It is the way it is written, how we can make the women the majority or the minority.
So do you believe? So far, and also maybe Stella, when you get a time, you tell us. So far, nobody has been stopping women from contesting equally with men in the political field. If you believe totally that men and women can compete on equal basis, then you should then be in a position to tell us how come we have not been.
No.
Let me finish.
I have seen more.
No, it's a question. It's a question. It's an honest question.
Yeah, I'm answering your question. What did you before you finish the question? Yes. The women have been discriminated. The women have been left behind.
By who?
Yeah, I can go on and on and on.
No, I'm asking by who? Because If you want to contest, you want to contest, the freedom is there constitutionally. Anybody can enter into the political field, forge your way, become what you want, convince the people, be voted in. Now the question I'm asking, how come for all these years in the same field, the same level ground, which you are telling us to go back there, how come that did not achieve the gender equality in politics in Kenya? And that's what I wanted Kevin to tell us. Which method do you have to ensure that that happens?
Let me answer the question very slowly, very slowly. We do know, we understand the men have discriminated against women in the system, however you want to look at it. You, minakubali. See, I cannot run away from it. Lakini, how you correct that mistake is where you go wrong. You correct that mistake by bringing these women and then they rule over you. You're wrong.
No,
let those women compete.
Help me understand. Help me understand. If I am equal with you, how do you discriminate against me?
No, I agree with you earlier that the women were discriminated against. I agree with that. I don't have a problem with that. Hiyo nitakueleza na nikwambie, yani hadi nyingine nifanye nini pataka ndio go there. Wacha nikwambie hivi. We know that. But how you connect the mistake that was there? Not the way you are talking about. At the Scandinavian countries wanakuja huko nyumbani.
You see,
wanasema
we have already rectified the mistake. In the constitution, we have brought in the aspect of two-third gender rule. It's upon the government
that's the point. What you do?
But saying that we don't need the two-third gender rule, you are telling us whatever achievement we have made is useless. We go back to the table, we throw women out there to start competing just the way we were, and then we'll be having parliament of men only and parliament of maybe 2 or 3 women in Kenya.
I think you are asking a question, Mburu. I think
yes,
we had closed on that. We had closed on that, and we were bringing Black. But what maybe just to wind it up, the reason why women go for the seat, when you come to my village, when there's a funeral, there's normally tents marked. So there is usually this funny tent that is normally marked for the people from Nairobi. So when you come from Nairobi, even if there's a shade, a place you can sit, you'll obviously walk to that tent because it has been marked for Nairobi. So women shy off from going to these other positions because there is a certain position that has been put aside for them. So if today you ask a lady who wants to join politics, that between going for women rep and going for a member of parliament, of course, going for a women rep, you're going to cover 6 constituencies, and a member of parliament, you're only going to cover 1 constituency. Some of them, because they don't know, they'll tell you they better go for women rep because they're sure their opponents are going to be women. I think that is so discriminatory. That is the worst thing that we did as a country. We've been having women MPs before, and we still have women MPs who've been MPs without going for positions that are specifically set aside for women. That is so discriminative, and we need to look into it. And even you heard the other day the president said that he's going to agree with his party, whereby if a man contest to become a president, then the woman must be a running mate, something like that. That is also discriminative. Let us say that let these things be left open so that people can ascend to these positions by merit. And leadership is not only political. You can lead in different levels. We have bishops, we have principals, we have directors who are women. Who is our chief justice? Why are people not talking of that? The chief justice is a woman, the deputy, like that. So let me bring in Black. I think Black will neutralize on this so that we stop going forth and back. Black, you can just unmute yourself.
Okay. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I just want to say hello to everyone in the panel and the viewers back home or wherever they are watching us from. I was following keenly the debate, and I agree and disagree with some issues, and I'm going to point out what I disagree with, and I'm going to point out what I agree with. And to start off with what you just said, um, one moderator, when the president said that it would be best if we can also consider having when uh, a male is vying for a presidency, then his counterpart, running mate, should be a female. Similarly, if a female is running as a president, then they should also have a male counterpart. I mean, I think that was a fair remark because that would mean that we'd have a balanced leadership instead of having either male dominating the presidency or a female dominating the presidency. I mean, that would mean that at each point that Kenya would have a leader in the name or the position of a president, then that particular leader will always have the opposite gender as the person seconding the president, which is great. And that would also mean that tutakuwa na equal opportunity in the top most utmost seat in the land of Kenya, and that is the presidency. I think that's a fair remark. And I believe that each and every one of us would agree for the same. Now, as to the issue of what Boru said just before that, I also want to agree with him on the issue of this Fred Ogola. Um, you know, running for a seat of a president is not an easy affair. You need to have a track record. Now, you cannot give us a track record of where you've worked before, uh, or the accolades that you've achieved in matters academics, and you want to bring those into the Kenyans, and I'm specific to Kenya's political context, especially in the seats of the presidency. It would be best, like Guru said, you have stood or worked as at a particular position in leadership, whether as MP, whether as a governor, whether as a senator, whether as an MCA, whichever position that you believe is best suitable for you to start off with. Then, by the track record of your leadership, whether as an MP, what have you achieved, your achievements? Then from there on, it is easier to build on that and use that track record to sell the idea of this individual as being a presidential prospect, you know. But you cannot just show up from nowhere, I myself, Black, or Leo, or yourself, and say, I want to be a president. Yes, you have, it is your political right. You can do that. But is it viable? I think when you look at history, it shows that our presidents have all led at some point katika position fulani chini. Unaona? Why? Then it is easier. Even hata wale wananchi wa pale kusema yenyewe huyu, this person as our leader, he achieved this and this and this for us, and I have confidence in Buru or in Stella or in Zalendo or Leo in being the president because he did great for us for this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. It's easier to sell. That is in the Kenya's context. Not saying that it is wrong for Fred Ogola to vie as a presidential candidate. It is fine. Ni haki yake. Hakuna mtu atamzuia. But in practicality, Buru was right in saying what he said. So I want to agree with what he said on that point. And then on the matter of Ethiopia, which you spoke about, sijui watu wanapata shida, sijui consulate haisaidii, sijui watu I mentioned even in the comment section that every Kenyan, once they travel outside the borders and we arrive in the foreign nations that we do come to, the first thing you're supposed to do is you're supposed to register yourself in the respective embassy or consulate. And that can be done online. You don't have to physically go there. That is number one. Number two, even if your consulate or embassy does not exist in that nation, you should go to the nearest East African countries embassy and do register yourself there. So in the event you have an issue, or in the event of any problem, like in the example of Sudan, the embassy, whether it is Kenyan embassy or any member of East African nation embassy, if Kenya's embassy is absent in that nation, they are aware that Mburu is present in this country, and if there's in need of evacuation, then they would go for Mburu, they would go for Leo, they would go for Stella. They know all your locations, right? Now, if you fail to register yourself in that nation, they mean you are like an alien, and then you have a problem. And then when you get that problem, you want again to blame the government for not having taken steps. I mean, you're being unfair. So I would urge, first off, that Wakenya wote wenye wana travel, once umefika ile nchi unaenda, make it a priority to go register yourself to the embassy or the consulate ya Kenya, ndio ujulikane uko pale and you're working in which establishment for this purpose and that purpose. Then the other point I wanted to put across was the issue of what the government has been fighting and cracking, which is mambo ya kunywa pombe, which is a good thing because ni watu wengi sana, especially watu ambao wako na potential ya kuchangia nchi in terms of being productive, they're wasting a lot of their productive time and productive years kwa pombe, and drugs, and that is very unfortunate. So it's a good thing, though I believe there are even other far much more that the government needs to do, like sorting the issue of health, which we already know what is happening right now with our doctors. The issue of education, we already know what is happening in our education system, the problems that we have, and the capitation and all that. In the issue of food security, we already know what is happening. We are not so sure about food. Leo tunapata hii, kesho napungua hii. The issue of insecurity in other parts of Kenya because they are fellow Kenyans. Ukiwa unaishi Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kitale, if you're in a peaceful place, does not mean that hatuna shida as a nation just because the banditry is happening elsewhere in a different county. No. So it is best we also push this parcel or this envelope to the government that they ought to look at these things that we mentioned: health washughulikie, education washughulikie, agriculture washughulikie in the sense of food security, and the issue of insecurity upande wa kule bandit hit areas. So I'll just leave it at that. Sitaki kusema mengi so that I can leave the rest for fellow panelists to also come in. I don't want to bore people. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now you can hear you.
Thank you so much, Black, for your submission. Of course, I can see you really followed, and we really appreciate that. Let me take this opportunity maybe also to welcome the ones who are watching us, and of course the ones who are joining us through X. I would really invite you to check on our YouTube channel and subscribe to Afriq24 Hour so that you can always follow these kind of conversations. So just go to YouTube and look for Afriq24 Hour, then subscribe and turn on the notification bell. I've also tried to share the link with you on your comment section so that next time when you join us, you can also be able to participate because it is not a must that you be on the panel, but you can also use the comment section over there. So I was just about to tell people to give their maybe closing remarks, but rebellious son has decided to join. So I know he's been following, so I'll just straight away allow him to proceed. So Kenya Revolutionary, I don't know why you are hiding your face today. Have you put on that kanzu? You know, tomorrow is Sunday. You know, you might have put it on in readiness for the prayers. Jalejo, welcome.
Japolo.
Japolo, yes, Japolo, welcome.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
I'm wearing an Aston Villa shirt because I know Arsenal is losing tomorrow to Aston Villa. But that's besides the point.
Okay, no problem. Just bring your face. I know that is what Chelsea fans do.
No. Anyway, Black challenged me. I was just watching news. I see there's World War III starting in Israel right now. But let's get to the topic.
Actually, there's some Iran and Israel and American.
Yes,
so,
but anyway, very quickly, just I just wanted to respond to Black regarding Professor Ogola. And I know Black was very specific in saying that he was referring to the Kenyan context, that it's good if Ogola had like started as an MCA or had like a public, you know, the lower, somewhere where we can look at his track record as a politician, you know. But again, I differ with him. I know Buru didn't know who Ogola is. I like what Ogola is saying. I can't gauge and say, you know, he's going to be a good president or not, but I can say that I agree with what he's pushing for. I like the way he thinks. And I would like to disagree with Black in the sense that, you know, regardless of whether he was, you know, he didn't hold a public office before, that does not necessarily mean that he will become a bad president, or we can't tell if he's going to be I mean, he was a professor before. You come as you are. Whether you are a plumber before or whatever, you can run for president if you have the qualifications. So that is not a reason to say, okay, I'm not going to be, you know, vote for that person. It is all about ideas. And I think what Ogola is putting forth is refreshing ideas that can actually help Kenyans. So for a quick example, and I know this is not Kenya, but Donald Trump did not hold any public office. And we can argue that he was a much better president than this old Joe Biden that's driving US to third world war right now. So, you know, you don't have to hold a public office before if you're going for president. So yeah, I just disagree with Black in that sense. Regarding what else did Black say about about registering with embassy? It's good practice if you go to a foreign nation to register with your local embassy, but failure to do so, that does not make you an alien. Okay, the person who determines if you're alien or not is the country that you are in. If you're there legally, whether you have a legal, you're there for education or work permit or whatever the case is, as long as your papers are up to date, you're not an alien. Okay, you're only an alien if you're there illegally. Well, the word alien basically means you're not a resident or you're not a citizen. So let me just be clear with that. But I think he was just referring, you're not there illegally. So whether you Black Amekimbia, oh my goodness. so anyway, so all I wanted to say is that yeah, it's a good practice if you go to a foreign land that you register with your embassy, but it's not necessary. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Black Amekimbia, so I have no one to debate.
No, Black is there. Black Amenda Karudi. I can see him in the studio.
It's just the network. I had network issues. But I'm still here. I can hear you. No. I just want to clarify one thing. By alien, I did not mean alien that you have false papers or anything like that. No. I meant like you are unknown, non-existent to Kenya, not to the nation which you are in. Understand that part. I'm not using it alien like in the sense like in which you've described. Because if you are in that nation and you've not registered yourself in the Kenyan embassy, then you are unknown to the Kenyan embassy that you are there and where you are. That's what I'm trying to say, or rather, I tried to say.
That's not necessarily
That
true
is
because at the point of exit, the Kenyan
number
government will
two.
check your papers. Black.
It knows, but they do not know where exactly you're going. They just put their entry, exit. You're going to
Right.
US, you're going to Canada, you're going to Australia, you're going. They do not know that you're going to this state. You'll be living in this city. You'll be living in this town. They do not know all those information. They do not know where you're going to work in the first place. They know not. They only know where you are going, your destination, and that's the end of it. Now, but when you do go register yourself with the embassy, you are giving out all these other now extra detail or extra information. Pale utakuwa, pale unaenda kufanya kazi, pale utakuwa ukiishi, all these other information. Your contact details, your email address, hizi vitu zote. So there's a big difference as to the information that at the JKIA when unaacha pale wanapata tu passport number yako, this
Okay,
passport, passport
Black.
holder anaitwa fulani fulani, ameondoka ameenda US, exit dish kwisha. That's
Black.
the end of it.
Black.
So then let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. And then it is strange because I think you're contradicting yourself when you say it is a good practice but not necessary. It don't make sense. You're almost sounding like Linturi when he spoke about the fake and substandard,
Did you
which
have
is
to
an
call
example of
Linturi?
what Stella was saying earlier on, and which is the exact example that my dear sister Stella was talking about
Did you have to call
how do you
Linturi?
distinguish between sorry for that example, but it's the best example that could come in mind. Talking about, you're almost sounding like him when you spoke about fake and substandard and saying that substandard is not fake and fake is not substandard. That's what you're trying to say, because you cannot tell us that
Can I clarify?
well, it is a good practice. It's a good practice. It's not necessary. It don't make sense. You can't have those two things in the same sentence. It is necessary for your whereabouts to always be known
No.
by your nation. Ndio maana nikatoa mfano in the sense example ya ile Sudan. It was only possible for Kenya to be able to evacuate Kenyans that were walipatikana kwenye ile skirmishes za vita za Sudan because they had registered, so they were aware. Leo ako kama tuseme nitumie neno Isili, ako Isili ya Sudan mahali fulani. Stella ako Kileleshwa ya Sudan mahali fulani. Mburu ako Embakasi ya Sudan mahali fulani, like that. So when it comes to, and these are their contacts, you understand? So it is easier to evacuate. The same thing happens to US citizens. So I would encourage my fellow brother when you're gonna say kwa Ethiopia, please do make it a priority. Uende pale katika embassy ama consulate ya nchi yetu, just register yourself. And I believe there is online services because I doubt if there's any embassy anywhere ya Kenya yenye haina online menu. Is there any?
Black, can I respond real quick because I'm having problem with my connection too? Can I respond?
Okay, do it quickly.
Okay.
I told you to get a better gadget and you still like.
Okay, can you hear me, Leo?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. So if I go to Ethiopia, okay, at the point, if I'm in JKIA, the Kenyan government are aware that I am leaving the country for Ethiopia. Okay, now when I get to Ethiopia, whether I'm there to work or whatever, it's not the Kenyan government's business to know where I live, where I stay, or what I do. All they have to know is that I'm leaving to go to Ethiopia. If they ask, I'll tell them, okay, I'm going to work or visit or whatever the case is. Where I stay, what I do, my business there is none of Kenyan's business. It is the country that I go there that should care about where I live, what I do, and whatever thing. Now, the reason why it is a good practice to go to the Kenyan embassy is for the purpose that you've mentioned. If there's let's say a terrorist attack, or there's a kuna mambo ambao kuna emergency ambayo inafanya, maybe Kenyans are being targeted, okay, they can they can know that, okay, there's this Kenyan who live in whatever in Addis Ababa, will reach out to him to tell him that, hey, there's a terrorist attack, and they'll do this in a news conference or whatever the case is. So that's why I said, if I was to go to a foreign land, once I get there, it's none of the Kenyan government business what I do, where I stay, who I see, where what. I tell them if I want to, but I don't have to. Okay, that's the point I was making. There's no contradiction in that. So I'm not sounding like Nani. You sound like a Tuoli Nani. I'm just saying. I was just saying that just for fun. Just for fun.
I will not be dragged into. I will not be dragged. I will not be dragged into the pool and push, because my point has been clear.
Yeah.
No, my point will play clear. I'm a man of one word and or rather a few words. So I won't. I mean, my point is clear, and I believe my point was clear, and whoever listened to me understood what I said. So I'm not going to push that conversation further. Thank you.
I think, I'm seeing somebody have just joined now. Let me check. I can see Abdi Hussein. So Abdi Hussein, maybe you can just say hello. Maybe I guess you might have been following from the background, but even if you were not following from background, welcome to Afriq. Welcome to this talk show. So just say hello, and maybe if you have a word or two. Great. Just unmute yourself. Okay. I can see you said hello in the comment section there. So if you can hear me, you can unmute yourself. If you're still preparing, I'll still give you that opportunity. So somebody, who is the move of the motion to move for us at the next motion? I can see Stella is eagerly waiting. And who else is here? Oh, Black is still there. Wasonga is there. Zalendo. No, Kenya Revolutionary, nobody is interfering with you.
Snacks.
No, what do you mean I'm eating snacks? Oh, you guys saw me eating snacks. Now you think that I eat snacks every day. But
okay. Are you going to sleep?
About cereals.
That's an insult. Anyway, what is happening? I think we need to move. We need to move to the next topic. You guys, we have. I brought in a topic, but that has taken almost an hour or two, trying to debate the issue of women. Now we need to move to the next agenda. Right now, Israel is really raiding Iran. That is the news that we are getting here in the US. And the situation is going to escalate. I can assure you that all the other Muslim countries that are affiliated to Iran will join the war. This is not a very good sign. It's not a very good sign coming from Israel and being backed by, of course, the US. So, I mean, let us keep the people of Iran, let us keep them in our prayers, because right now they're being raided like, I don't know. The situation
Please repeat again.
Israel is being raided. Israel is raiding Iran at the moment.
Raiding where? I mean, be specific. What have they done? Have they sent
Israel, it means
missiles? Have they sent planes? Have they sent
drones. They've sent drones
who
into
sent
Iran.
who? Wasn't it the other way around when I last checked news? I thought it was the other way around.
I have said Israel is going on. It's the other way around. The operation of Israel is going on. Iran is raiding Israel. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Iran is raiding Israel. But I'm telling you, Israel is going to retaliate, and this situation is going to escalate. I think US is going to get into this war. It's going to be bigger than what these Iranians are thinking.
Israel says it's under direct attack by Iran. The military spokesman says.
Who is that? Okay, Stella.
That is very bad. Let's focus on
Let us focus
on
on
our
what's
Kenyan
on our issues, on
police.
our country, Kenya. This one is beyond us. This is beyond our paycheck. Now, there's a lot that has been happening in Western politics. There's a lot that's been happening in Western politics. We have seen the Luyas coming together through Tembea. But before we get into Western, which should be marking our end of discussion today, let us touch something on Nairobi politics. Nairobi Sakaja issue. I saw one Robert Alai going into one of the buildings and claiming that this is Sakaja's building. This is the money that is using to build his estate somewhere. I don't know. It's in Westlands. Leo, if you can get that clip, I think it's in one of the.
Today, being the 12th, I think, of April 2024, this site, which was formerly Viva Launch in Kileleshwa along Kandara Road, was being dug. It has been dug here for close to a week without any approvals. There is no change of use. There is no consultation of residents here on what they want to develop here. Apparently, somebody who is in the office of the governor called Osman is the one behind this project. And this is money which has been looted from the county. People are looting from the county, then now building apartments without any approval, without any involvement of the residents. People are starting to dig grounds and even building very high apartments. This is where all the money stolen from Nairobi is being hidden into. And now this is the chaos we are witnessing. When a site has been closed for more than 3 times, the officers here are complaining that they are helpless. When they are helpless, you know somebody bigger is involved. And it's today we have found out because the brother of Osman Khalif has come here and said that he is the owner of the site. Osman is the owner of the site, and now he is the one who has been sent to handle the site. It is very unfortunate that the people who have been given the opportunity to serve Nairobians have taken the opportunity to enrich themselves, to plunder resources, to even build without any approvals and even change of use. The unfortunate situation you are witnessing in Nairobi is because of the kind of impunity which is being perpetuated from the office of the governor. I hope that Nairobians can rise and say no to this mess we are witnessing today. The project, the site today does not even have a board, a development board. You don't know who the client is. You don't know who is the architect is. You don't know how many floors they are building on this site. They can even change it along the way. Maybe they started with 12, 17, they might even go to 30 without any approval from residents, because they see that there are people who have accorded the opportunity to serve Nairobians are enriching themselves and building with impunity. This is the kind of impunity that Nairobians we have to resist. Tafadhalini, please. Thank you.
Satisfy the value of dignity. It is no secret that our health services.
You've seen that video.
The largest.
You've seen the video of Robert Alai claiming how Nairobi is being mismanaged by Sakaja. I also saw something on Babu Owino on the same, and I'm seeing a lot of ODM interest in that particular seat. I don't know what is happening in Nairobi right now, but according to Sakaja, there are things that he's doing, and he's doing it right. So people are just fighting him politically. What is your view on the issue of Sakaja? Let me start with you, Abdi Hussein, who has just joined the panel. Please tell us who you are, where you are listening from, so that you can have a conversation with you. Abdi Hussein, assalamu alaikum. This guy Abdi Hussein is not available. Abdi, if you are using a computer or your phone, just press the his left. Let us have Stella, and then we have Stella.
Okay. So the issue of the Nairobi County, on my side, I can say that this is a political issue. This is more of a concern with the residents of Nairobi. And what is happening, there's a lot of impunity happening in the city council. What do you call the Nairobi County? Now, Mzalendo, as I come as a lawyer and as a conveyancer, I would say what is happening right now in Nairobi, we are really fighting out for utilities, especially water, electricity, and internet. These are the main things which Nairobians really need to survive on. Now, according to the UN urban cities law in the UN Habitat, we have not reached that capacity of having tall buildings like Singapore, like New York, like what. This is because we are having an issue with facilities. Because someone like during the time of Philip Kisia, any developer who had to go to Nairobi and do a development, they had to go through a screening issue. The screen is a due diligence. Now, the first mistake where the people of Nairobi County slept in the 90s and the early 2000s, it was in Isili. Because the thing is, in Isili, yes, it's one of the economic hub in East Africa. It attracts a lot of people from our neighboring countries like Tanzania, Sudan, like Rwanda, because that's the hub where people come and buy maybe their goods and services. Now, it has become very pertinent that there is no control, because right now, if you come to Nairobi, especially like Isili, the buildings which are popping up, they are like up to 12th floor. But since Isili is an economic hub, these people, the Isili people, have invested in Isili, meaning that even these guys of Isili, they have gone to Nairobi Water. They've dug boreholes. The responsibility which is meant to be for the county, the residents of Isili, they've taken charge of it. Isili, even they've started buying bulk electricity from Kenya Power so that they can able to reduce, to avoid blackouts every time, because these people have invested. Now we are coming this side of now let's come to the side of Kilimani, Lavington, places like Ngong Road. You cannot pass more than 5 to 6 parcels. There's a high-rise building which they're going almost 32 floors. And this type of 32 floors to 40 floors, these are the types of building which are going up to an substandard size, because if someone is making 200 bed sitters and maybe 200 bed sitters, then 200 one bedroom, it does not bring the it's called what? There's that stature which it needs to remain if for middle upper class people to live. Now it's becoming a slum, and it's very worrying, because someone like Sakaja would give approvals without even getting go ahead from people from National Construction Authority, Architects Association of Kenya. He also needs to go to the Resident Association to understand if a floor like maybe like 20 floors or 30 floors, if it is suitable. Because at times, if you see that, there will be a lot of competition of water, electricity, and also internet. Because there's like right now, you'd hear people in Kilimani or Lavington, they are not having water because there's scarcity of water, there's scarcity of power, because there's blackout every day there's blackout. Now, if you see these floors are, I mean, they are being kind of constructed in a speedy way, it brings a lot of concern. Remember, in Kenya, we are a place around the epicenter of where the earthquake is. Right now, earthquake ikigonga Nairobi, the first place where it's going to be a disaster, it is going to be in Kilimani and Westlands and Kileleshwa. As we speak right now, Sakaja has failed his duty as a governor. Number one, garbage cannot be collected. The people who are assigned to collect garbage, the garbage has been left out. Someone like the guys of Department of Environment, they cannot even go to estate and clean the estates. There's infrastructure. There are potholes in estates. If you come again, you come and check like hospitals, this Kanjo hospital, most of the nurses have not been paid. Kanjo hospitals don't have even medicine. Kanjo hospitals, doctors come the way they want because they don't feel enthusiastic working. The other one, which was even worse, it's about our city mortuary. In fact, our city mortuary is one in the largest in East Africa. These people, the morgue attendants cannot be paid. Morgue attendants, they are not fully kitted. Imagine dead bodies are coming. The fridges are full because no one even can identify even their kin, because the simple things like tags. You see, wanaandika tags na bairo jina ya huyu. Kuko na ile mwili itakuja iletwa na polisi akuja idump. They've killed a robber somewhere and what? Then these bodies are not disposed the way it's supposed to be disposed. That's a failure. Then we also see there's a lot of impunity with Governor Sakaja even refusing to go and listen to the committee of the Miradi tragedy. He has not gone even to see the victims of the Miradi tragedy. The other time he was summoned by his senator to come, like 4 to 5 times. This guy is absent. He does not come. He decides to ignore. He decides to fly to Nyali to go and play golf, or he goes to Dubai. Then he says that he's not available. He has international. And this is taxpayers' money. That is the issue in Sumbua. Taxpayers' money. Then you see the issue of what Law Batalaya has just said. The land in Nairobi right now, you cannot afford, not even afford, you cannot even dare. Like me, if I have clients, they are saying, I have seen a parcel, a place in Upper Hill, or a place in maybe Dagoretti Corner. I want to purchase to do development. I'm telling you, I will not be confident telling the client to buy. I'll just tell the client, these are the risks and these are the raiders. There's a time I went and did a search of a certain property in Westlands. When I did that property, it had 6 title deeds. Now, we don't know the originality of that title deed. In the land's office, it is showing the owner, it is a person who is still alive. But the other title deeds which are there, the last owner are all dead. I was forced even to go to people at Ruaraka, the guys of Survey of Kenya. It showed that the title deed belonged to the first person who's still alive. Now, you see, even me as a mwananchi in Nairobi, I am not even safe to stay the apartment in Nikona because I don't know anytime nitakuja kurushwa nje. Why? Because Sakaja has refused to give money to sanitize Nairobi County government. Getting licenses for construction, business, and what? It's the place where you can supposed to get it within 24 hours. I don't know why I should go pay 1,000 shillings or 500 shillings so that I get my business license. And yet it's an online application. Now, the thing is, Sakaja knows these things, but he has become ignorant. Now, as Kenyans, we are suffering. Right now, it is raining. By tomorrow morning when I'm out, I'm driving going to Kengara Road, it is fully flooded because this person ametuma mtu aende ajenge nyumba, amefungia mto, na mnajuanga mto hata ukijaribu kufunga haisawingi njia. Now I'm going to find a place like Riara Road, it's already flooded. Now, if you know that you are a governor of Nairobi and you promise that Nairobi will be a greenery Nairobi, or a Nairobi will be one of the best cities in Africa, why are you ignoring simple things kama uchafu, kusprout building? Investors cannot operate smoothly because they cannot get their business license because they need to bribe. People like AKI, they are trying to stop development, and NCA. You've heard even Nani, Sakaja say, Alai saying that someone is threatening them. So how safe are we in this Nairobi? Anyway, I don't want to put so many stories about it anyway, but I'm saying it's God for us all in Nairobi. But Sakaja, you know, I'm speaking right now, you have messed up Nairobi. Your predecessor was even 10 times better than you. Now, right now, hawkers cannot even do their shit. Hawkers, I mean, it's not in peace when you're working in Nairobi. That is what I want to tell you.
Mzalendo, no, I'm not.
You are
Okay,
the one.
before niwapimie hewa na niwapimie madakika.
Patia Abdi nafasi tafadhali.
Sorry? Abdi ni kama kuconnect ni shida. Like, Abdi, can you be able to connect? Sagal. Let me unmute him. I see if he can be able to. Okay. No, he can't unmute. Okay, as maybe he's trying to pambana na hiyo StreamYard to connect. Buru, don't get tired. Okay, I just want to agree with Stella. You know, right now, Mzalendo, if you get to Nairobi, you will quickly take a flight to Kabunde in Homa Bay or to Kisumu or to Gombe airstrip in Siaya, because Nairobi is not the city that you people used to stay in when you are staying in Eastland during those times. If you want to do business in CBD, it's really hard. Buru, you've gotten a room, you are paying like 20,000, 30,000 per month. You pay the licenses and everything that Kanjo needs, and you are selling some clothes inside there. Somebody else in the name of hawker is going to sell the same clothes. This person have not paid rent, have not paid all those things that you paid, and they'll be selling it at a price that is cheaper than yours in front of your shop. There are no pathways. The motorbikes are moving left, right. Hakuna ile barabara. Like, it is city that there is no order. Until today, I heard somebody was asking, what is so important about 5,000 hawkers that they cannot be kicked out of the CBD at the expense of over 3 million Nairobians? So what I saw that happened, like you've written there, there've been some audit query on Nairobi. So it's so sad. And I blame youth. It's so sad that the first people that I saw defending the governor were the MCAs who are elected to go and oversight the same governor. So instead of calling the governor at the county assembly to ask the governor these questions that have been raised by the audit in the audit report and most of these things, they were out to go go and tell Kenyans how you see the governor is being witch hunt and such kind of things. And they're the same people who've been sent to go and oversight. I don't know who we are going to blame or who we are going to run to. I voted in Nairobi, and it's really sad that we have to undergo through that. But again, I don't know what, when you see the way Sakaja is behaving, I come and ask myself, majority of the MCAs in the county assembly of Nairobi are from Azimio. Why can't they, Robert Alai, instead of taking videos and recording photos and taking selfies next to a building that has been grabbed and the money has been looted, why can't he go to the county assembly and come up with a bill to impeach the governor based on the evidence that he have? Did the people of Kileleshwa elect him to become a news reporter, to go and record videos and tell us how the governor is looting, yet we know very well he is having power that was delegated to him in the county assembly.
Leo, let me just answer you kabla uende mbali. Nisahau. This is a very important point for our viewers to understand the politics of Nairobi County.
Yeah.
You said ODM MPs are like, they are like nearly, they are almost half. Are they the majority? They are not the
If you
majority.
combine them with the Jubilee, they are the majority.
If they, but right now they are not. But they are the majority. Majority in quotes, yeah? Yeah, what happens every Friday, I've been to that assembly, wanakimbia, unaitwa kutingisha miti. Unajua kutingisha miti? Matunda lazima
Shaking the tree.
Yeah. So if there are any issue, they run to the governor's office upstairs. The governor's office in Nairobi County is upstairs. They run there, Sakaja gives them something, and they keep quiet. That is why even those MCAs from the opposition or from the majority side, as you put it, are all thieves. Niwezi wanaiba pesa ya watu pale. So when you see an issue being raised in some of these county assemblies, it is because the governor has refused to give in some money, or there are some wrangles mahali kuna pesa imepotea. Like now, this 30 billion, they were not part of the loot. Unanielewa? So somebody went and leaked this information. That is why Sakaja is in trouble. Or even somebody telling me, or contractors. There is an issue with the contractors. So so that's what really happens. So when the 10% for the MCA is not given, then now you get these wrangles at the county assembly of most of the counties in Kenya, including ile tulitoka pale ile ya Kawera Mwangaza. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to add.
I think you're right. Then I think we voters, we have to blame the members of the county assembly. But the problem is, we normally think that that seat for the MCA is reserved to, I don't know, I don't want to use some words that are going to belittle people, demean people. When people are going for elections, somebody will tell you they need somebody with better qualifications to be an MP. But when it comes to MCA, they don't care. They're forgetting that the MCA is the most important person that they elect, who is going to be in charge of all this money that comes from central government that has been devolved. It is the MCA who is going to be oversighting the money that is making the very roads that you walk in the village, those roads and the bridges that are connecting the villages, the markets. The MP does not do that. So this is the person that you are going to give the responsibility to become the members of county assembly. Today, if you have somebody who is a professor or somebody who is an academic, and you tell them to go and vie for MCA, watakwambia hizo ni vitu dogo ndogo za wale watu wenye such kind of words that they use. So we need to rethink all the counties that we're having in this country, the 47 counties. People have not benefited from devolution. Money is being channeled there, but this money is being misused. But all of us are focusing on the governor, not knowing that if we are having good MCAs here, these governors hawawezi wakaiba hii pesa. Who approves this money? So I think we need to blame the case in Nairobi. May I blame the members of the county assembly? The county assembly has really failed us. I also blame the party politics, because for you to see Sakaja walking like that when he goes to the meetings, he tells you, yeah, ni kijana ya baba. So I understand in Nairobi, for you to survive, you must belong to both coalitions. You must be in good books with the president and be in good books with the person who is in the opposition. That is what Kidero did. That is what now Sakaja is doing to survive. Sonko at least refused to do that, and that is why he was ousted out. So I really think I feel it for the people who are staying in Nairobi And right now, Nairobi just remains to be capital, but we need to rethink and go Wajakoya's way and transfer the capital from Nairobi and take it even to Isiolo, so that we can leave Nairobi for those people who want to practice madness or in the Lena, their madness there. Another thing that happens that you cannot restore sanity in Nairobi. Right now, anza kutoa hawkers pale town. We will see people coming out and shouting on our ears how their community is being targeted, how their people are being targeted, and such kind of things. People stay in some clean houses and clean environments in Kiambu, in Thika, in Ruaka, which is in Kiambu. Then they come and bring all the dirt in Nairobi. So it's really a sad state. That is what I can say in what is happening in Nairobi. And it is high time that Sakaja should be called out. Not
Leo,
only
can I
that
say
one will
something?
Why can't we make Nairobi like a ministry? Like we just have a ministry of Nairobi. We have a competent cabinet secretary who is not elected politically, who will not think in terms of votes, who will not see these hawkers as voters, but will see them as people who are causing some disruptions in town and are interfering with order. Or let them go to Kisumu. Anyang' Nyong'o is retiring. There is a certain city manager there called Abala Wanga. Let them bring Abala Wanga to Nairobi to come and restore sanity in that county. Or else, mimi sioni nikienda kuishi
Leo,
Nairobi.
can I say something very quick?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with that clip.
Songa karibu na microphone.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but to Kochini, I understand your sugar level might be low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're now loud and clear.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi. We see Alai was making that video. Did you know that Azimio MCAs are the ones who are leading in MCA in the county assembly? They're the majority.
I've said that here, yeah.
Okay, you say that. The hizo atrocities ambao Sakaja amefanya, they are impeachable offense. Why can't Alai push a motion to impeach him as senator? I mean, as MCAs. What are they waiting for? Instead of making videos and showing us that how corrupt Sakaja is, he should go ahead and start a motion to remove him. What is he waiting for? That's the point I want to make. So you see, the bigger picture, and I always stress here, just as I finish, the bigger picture is we have representatives who do not understand their role as representatives. Yes, Nania Sifuna is doing the right thing by summoning him to come to the Nenio Senate and Ajibu Maswali. And he has been Nenio Ameakimbia, but he has till 24th. IG should produce him on the 24th by 24th. So Sifuna is doing the right thing, but Robert Alai and other MCAs should impeach Sakaja. There should be no reason for this guy to continue as the Nairobi governor. So when you see him making this video, it's a shame. It's embarrassing. It just shows you that they don't understand their role. Anyway, that's what I want to say about Nairobi.
So, Mzalendo, what was the order? Who was supposed to go next?
I think Mburu is drifting to sleep.
Okay, let us get to Mburu. Is when we go to
Kevin Sanga has got a document that he wants us to look into. That document that is there. I don't know, Kevin, where you got this document, but you'll tell us more about it so that we can dive into the document. Mburu.
Sorry, I was muted. I've been quiet for quite some time. But concerning Nairobi, one, I am one of those people who hate corruption. And I want to encourage that the investigation be undertaken, and anybody who will be found guilty of corruption, that they should be prosecuted. However, I am one also of those people who don't just like talking things that I cannot substantiate, these things that are not verifiable. For instance, I see on the headline here, we have or it is written 30 billion has been stolen in Nairobi County. I don't know who ascertained that we have already lost this money, who investigated, and who stole the money. For me, I would say it's unfair that in Kenya we are very quick to throw our leaders in the court of public opinion, even when we don't know exactly what we are talking about. We character assassinate our leaders, and at the end of the day, we demotivate them from doing what they are supposed to do. We cannot rule out the aspect of witch hunt in Kenya. There are so many people in Kenya who'd like to be governors, in Nairobi specifically, because it is the capital of Kenya. And therefore, Sakaja must be having so many enemies. And as for me, I would only talk about the corruption of Sakaja. If the investigation has been concluded, or if the case has gone through the processes and Sakaja has been found guilty, as per now, Sakaja is still innocent, he is still a good governor. And I've been checking the videos, I've been following, I have a lot of interest in Nairobi, and the guy is doing a good job. He is doing a commendable job. And therefore, I will not join the team just to say what everybody else is saying, because I have seen the effort of the governor and his government in Nairobi, even trying to sanitize the city. But the journalists are always there with the camera, see how the mama bogas are being mistreated and everything. So that's the kind of the nation we have built for ourselves. We speak basing on which political side we are in, or on what we want people to hear, but not to actually get the best of our country. So therefore, I want to still remain someone who is saying Sakaja is still innocent until proven guilty. Guilty in the court of law, or after being impeached and go through all the processes, and we are convinced that actually what people are saying is what he has done. It would be unfair if tomorrow I'm a leader and I just hear stories being thrown out there, and yet I have not defended myself, or have not, people have not even checked to ensure that they know what they are talking about. So until when Sakaja will be questioned, until when the investigation will be concluded, Sakaja still remains a good governor of the city of Nairobi. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Mburu. Let me invite Kevin Wasonga to delve into this issue and see and tell us more about this particular document that has been making rounds. I'm seeing it for the first time.
Before I delve into this issue, I would like to say that Sakaja still remains the governor of Nairobi City, and as far as Sakaja is doing his work, majority of us are not satisfied with his job. Why would we not be satisfied? Is because service delivery is not as per the expectation of the people and as per the manifesto, which was relayed by Sakaja himself and his team. Because at any given time or any given point after the elections, people look at what you promised them that you will do. So is Sakaja doing his work as a governor? But again, we may not nail Sakaja as an individual, but we have to nail his foot soldiers. Just in the same way, we always say that when you go to the gym, you have to develop all your body muscles, from the leg to the arms, and then you go to the mind, of course, definitely. So the MCAs, I would say the MCAs of Nairobi are becoming very weak, completely weak, because again, if I'm to rate them, I would rate them at -10. So they would not get even a 1 out of 10. So they have gone into a complete slumber. They have left the wananchi to interrogate and see what is working for Nairobi and what is not working for Nairobi. The MCAs have completely forgotten their job of the three executive job, which is the legislation, oversight, and representation. Oversight in regard to what is working well for Nairobi and what is working bad for Nairobi. In terms of representation, I don't see any good representation that the MCs in Nairobi doing in Nairobi. In fact, some of the MPs are doing better than are doing the roles of the MCs in Nairobi. Look at what is happening in Embakasi East. Honorable Babu Owino is trying to unleash what is happening in the county government, a role which should be done by the MCs. And then it rolls up to the MPs and then to the senators. But now Babu is doing completely what the MCs should do in Embakasi East. So that tells you that we have very weak MCs. We have MCs which, who have no idea of what their role is. If I would make an illusion, then they are there for any other thing other than the three roles: legislation, oversight, and representation. And that's what leads us to Black. Maybe if you can just display that. That leads us to this document which is going around from a source within Nairobi. And it states exactly what Allah is trying to do. Allah is an individual. But now how many MCs we have in Nairobi? Okay. So all the MCs, if they really did the real oversight, then we could not have gotten into this level. This is just a caution from the letterhead is from the county government of, the Nairobi City Council, not any other Nairobi, not County X, but Nairobi City Council with a serialized number, giving caution to the, to the person who is doing the plunder. So all the directives are included here. This shows us why Sakaja should have left that office as early as yesterday. Because if this happens today, I wish you are of about tomorrow. I wish you of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We are not sure. Maybe another thing will come up bigger than this. So this is coming up because the MCAs are not doing their role completely in the county government of Nairobi. That aside, Mr. Black, or Mzalendo, the cost of doing business has completely gone up. I'm somebody who has lived in Nairobi since my primary school, secondary school, undergraduate, and even at master's level. I was just living in Nairobi, and even worked in Nairobi for more. For 4 years is when but of course my home is in Nairobi, so I have glimpse of and a close touch with my city, Nairobi.
So, sorry, sir.
The cost of business.
What was the document for? Sorry, maybe I missed that.
The document was just elucidating on the precautions, highlighting on the building which was happening which our ally was cautioning the governor about. I think I finished on that, Mr. Mburu.
I think I missed a part of it. I don't know.
Mburu, that document was saying that that building construction has been stopped thrice by the county, but somehow they still sneak back and continue the construction of that particular building. So Alai is alluding that there is the governor must be knowing or is interested in this particular property, because the person who is the owner of the property is a liaison officer at the County Assembly of Nairobi.
Okay, I hear you.
But Mzalendo, but the other thing, even I don't understand, when it was stopped 3 times, there's always a tribunal for National Construction Authority. You see, if these people were, if that means there's someone in the county, inside the county, he's telling the developer, you go back, hakuna kitu utafanyiwa. So you see, there's a lot of impunity. And
yeah, exactly.
That, yeah. Now, someone like Sakaja, and I don't understand, the last time when the MCAs were there defending him, all of them, they looked hungry and they looked drunk. Me, from my observation, I will tell you the truth. Even the one for Sonko.
No,
I'm telling you.
Stella. They looked drunk. They looked drunk and they looked angry.
But they could not hold a conversation before the journalists. They could not hold a conversation before the journalists.
But now, what do you expect? What do you expect of Anuru Okanga, who cannot say A, B, C, D until Z, and is going to be an
is different. Onuru Okanga has not been appointed.
I'm giving you an example.
What I am trying to say, the MCA, and this is the thing which I emphasized before here, that seat should be removed from the next, when we are amending the constitution. It should be removed because it is not serving any purpose for any of the, in the national level. What I'm trying to say, if you see, like the MCAs can go and impeach, well, the first person who was going to be impeached was sometime Governor Waiguru. That means those MCAs were given something to go and make sure that Waiguru is put out. But remember, Waiguru had a very strong legal team. And they came to a conclusion, and someone confessed even before the election of 2022 that they were paid 3,000 shillings to throw Waiguru under the bus. Then we had Mwangaza. The Mwangaza lady, that was the second time she was being impeached. And people were asking, why are these MCA apinams impeaching governors? What seems to be the problem? Is it that the governors are not giving money, or is it that the governors are not kind of going through them? Look at Wamatangi. Right now, Kiambu is at risk. Kiambu is at risk right now because MCAs have made even Kiambu, even the residents there, they cannot even access things like small things like water to be connected in their homesteads. They cannot even get titles being converted to their own property, the one which we called freehold, because Wamatangi told the MCAs, I am the governor, this is what has to be done. The governors are up in arms, talking in Kikuyu at the county assembly. They want to throw out whoever, Wamatangi. One came and confessed. They were given 5,000 shillings. And they were given that money, they were given at Thika. Now, this one for Sakaja, the MCA, even they were in front. Do you know how many MCAs are in Nairobi? There are many. The MCAs in Nairobi, let me give you a sad story. An MCA of Huruma. Huruma, you know, it's after Isili. Huruma is so vulnerable, so the MCA cannot even go and ask simple that county fund to come and clear the road. When it rains, Nairobi River is so full, it leaves all the dirt there. Then that Nairobi River, it flows all the way to Dandora. Yet the MCA will intimidate his guys at Huruma. The same MCA, he goes to the OCS and tells the OCS, if you see anyone who's talking against the Sakaja, to be thrown in. The thing is, what I'm trying to say here, Sakaja has failed. Better even Kidero, who was there. I think Kidero was the first governor, then Sonko. For Kidero, I'm telling you, people were kind of very, it was comfortable to do business in Nairobi. You could have gone to Kwasoko at peace. People could do their trade at peace. People were paying even the county money at peace. Then we had someone called Sonko. Sonko said no cash should be living out of the county account. Kila kitu mpaka pesa ya stage ya mabasi na soko inalipwa na M-Pesa. Ilipata MCA vibaya because MCA hawangeenda kukula. When Sonko digitized, that is the time MCA they came and impeached Sonko. because they said that Sonko he, then they said, oh, Sonko, because he was me. And Sonko is the one who tried even to save the city, where the county could not do. He used to have his Sonko rescue team. There is a time when soko ya Gikomba ilikuwa inashindaka ikiungua. Watu wanajiuliza, na hii soko inashindaka ikiungua kila usiku. What is happening? Then we came to know Sonko saying that there were certain city father somewhere, they wanted that Gikomba. An advocate of the High Court and came and exposed the people who are into that Gikomba market. What did they have to do? They had to tell Sonko, do this, because this thing is going to tarnish your name. Just step down. But when you step down, just leave it alone. Don't argue back. Now, right now, hii soko sahi ya Gikomba, iko na few individuals and they collect money from the women from Gikomba, and they have their own special citizen M-Pesa till. So that means Sakaja knew these people. Even the same Sakaja, he's the one who told the MCA to go and impeach Sonko, because Sonko alienda akamwambia, wewe zile billboards zimejaa huku Nairobi za sports pesa. We know wewe ndo unaendaga, then you eat a third of that amount. So billboard ikieko 300,000, Sakaja takes a third of it. Sonko exports Sakaja. And me, I had my reservations when Sakaja was being chosen as a governor. I had my own reservations. And I told someone, if someone like Sonko would say that this guy, he's messing up the city, we thought that, oh, Sonko was what? Now, the time wakati Sakaja aliingia, hata tu kumaliza hata 4 months, soko hazioshwi. Soko hawajaijaza. Watu si walikuwa wamefukuzwa kwa zile masoko. Hakuna mtu amejaa kwa hizo soko. Haya, barabara ndio hizo, bado ziko na potholes. Na yet Nairobi County iliokota more than 9M in one day. So hesabu in 30 days, hiyo ni pesa ngapi? Na hiyo ni pesa ya soko na stage. Ebu niambie, and those people who are paying land rates and land rents, each and every estate, then they go and say in their book of accounts they are collecting 20 billion a day. 20 billion a day. How are you trying to cheat us? We know that you don't collect 20 billion. You've forgotten even parking unaokotaga almost like 20 million a day. So the thing is, Sakaja should be impeached. Whoever is going to impeach Sakaja, we do not know. Someone like Robert Alai, yes, he can take a motion to go and impeach Sakaja. But what is happening with the MCA? They are going to be given 1,000 shillings. Then all story moves away. Look at someone like Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi told Sakaja, anything within Westlands, usikuje karibu na Westlands. I will take care of Westlands with my own money. Now, there's a fight between Sakaja and Nababu Owino na Tim Wanyonyi, because they told, if you have to come to Westlands and you need to give us a breakdown what you need to nini. Kama ni lori za Westlands, zisitoke Westlands zionekane Dandora. Kama ni lori ya takataka enye ziko Dandora, zisitoke Dandora zinaenda Ruai. You keep your property, you keep the county business as county business, not personal business. Now, you have seen that stop order ya nini, ya kujenga a certain building in Kileleshwa. That's the first of it, Mzalendo. In Nairobi, there are people who wanaitangwa resident association from Kileleshwa, Lavington, Westlands. Even them, they have told Sakaja, uwezi tengeneza 20 floors juu ya ingine. Instead of him to see how he can make the county to be conducive, we be as the rank of New York. We be the rank of Singapore. And I'm telling you, if we keep this guy for another whatever 2027, I swear Uhuru Park itajengwa. Uhuru Park itajengwa. Mark my words. That guy he was going to destroy Uhuru Park. Mark my words. If someone cannot even, if in fact, even the thing is at an najiuliza, first thing, a city should not be as crowded. It's bringing a lot of risks. It is kama stima blackout every time, there is rationing, blackout every time, then unatengeneza nyumba iko na 30 floors. What happened wakati hiyo stima, alafu you know what is happening in Nairobi, in Kenya. Stima ikikuwa blackout inakuwaga national issue. Inapokuwa national issue, and they don't even care. That is the issue. Then we have a county government which is not even functional. You go to hospitals, they've not paid doctors, they've not paid orderlies, they're not cleaning. Then we are saying someone like Sakaja. Anyway, let me not talk because I think it's Sunday.
Stella, you never disappoint. You never disappoint in your communication. I wish I had that gift in me. Let me have Black. You've just come in. Wasonga, did you have something that is burning that you would want to be yours?
I think what was remaining before Stella interjected with a very good point was on the single business permits, which is very expensive for the wananchi of Nairobi. It's now costing 15,000 for a single business permit, 15,200 plus the transaction charges. Very expensive. And that's why when we talk of, before it was 6,000, when we talk of removing hawkers completely out of the city, it's like complete, unless you tell them to go back to their homes, the rural homes, which is completely impossible. But they're also struggling for the economic, there's economic struggle in the city itself. So for us to support the people, for Sakaja to tell us that he's working, let him reduce the cost of these permits. Now he calls it's called unified small business permit. It's very expensive. How would somebody who is just starting a small business afford 15,200? If even 1,000 for his house upkeep is completely impossible. So for somebody who is starting, we expect that these things should be not at the normal rates, quite affordable for everybody. And if possible, can the county government waive these kind of bills for people who are willing to do business within Nairobi? Because of course, the only alternative for Kenyans to do is business. They graduate from universities, there is no tracing whether they've got jobs or not, completely zero. So a lot of graduates are flushed from the universities, they have no jobs in the streets. What they can do best is to hawk. And then you hawk in the cities again, you are flushed out. This comes out because there is economic struggle for survival. There is economic struggle for the city itself because very few people want to have money in their pockets, but the common mwananchi are not looked into. So that is something that, those are the things we need MCS to be doing, not grabbing land and getting into corruption deals and all that. We need them to support the greater majority of the people of Nairobi, who are, in the best terms, they call it hustlers. It's their term, not my term, but they call it, their government calls it, their government, not my government. They call it hustlers. So why can't they support the hustlers to, if they feel like they want to start their own businesses, let it start it. Because already, as I said before, there is no structured labor exports. So those who are within the city, the business permits should be lowered to the bare minimum, even to the zero, so that they give it a leeway of maybe 7 months to 10 months. They start doing their businesses when they continue paying. That is my point for now.
All right, let me have Black. We are almost winding up. I think people should give their last remarks. Then we close this show. It has been a long evening of 5 hours. Black.
Mr. Black is sleeping.
Mr. Black. All right, Mr. Black is still busy doing something else. Oh, just a minute. Mburu, go ahead because Mr. Black is doing something.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay,
Mzalendo.
okay.
Okay, you're back. All right, say something.
Black is back.
Yeah, Black is
Well,
back.
Mimi, now the issue is Mimi, the Nairobi politics. Si huko kuuliza kaunti ingine ni sawa over there, but that Sakaja issue, I'm ignorant of that. Sina habari. What I just wanted to bring to the attention of the panelists, nimeketi chini nikafikiria, if the Israel-Ukraine war, no, sorry, if the Ukraine and Russia war ilifanya mafuta ikapanda Kenya. Now I'm imagining what will happen to the fuel prices in Kenya if at all these two countries go into war. Are we looking or are we staring at a possibility of the fuel prices to even be hiked far higher than what they did? Because ukiangalia Russia was so far from us, hatuchukui mafuta huko, si tunachukua mafuta Middle East na tulikuwa affected. Now if this war happens like the way tunaona inaenda kukua na itakuwa Middle East na mafuta yetu tunachukuanga huko Middle East, then how will that, I mean, do you see the picture that I'm trying to paint here? I don't know what my fellow panelists think about this.
I think Mburu, you can start with that as we close. Maybe to
Thank you, Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Before I come to that, I just want to wind up on the issue of Sakaja. And I still hold the same position that so far Sakaja is as clean as snow, because nobody has proved beyond reasonable doubt that Sakaja is guilty of corruption. And we say that we should not only be fair, but we have to be seen to be fair. Just throwing words and saying how corrupt he is, yet the case has not been heard, the investigation has not been completed. That is just throwing our good governor in the court of public opinion. And Kevin, before I forget, when we were starting the show, you said you don't know why the government is taxing Kenyans. That statement did not come out very well, because I was asking myself, did you mean that people are not supposed to be taxed? Or what did you mean? Because you asked why the government is taxing, especially the VAT, which we know across the globe, every nation pays the value added tax, which is the tax that is assessed on the value added in each consumption stage of goods and services. So maybe you're going to clarify what you meant when you were asking why the government is taxing. Not right now. When I finish just the submission, very briefly, you're going to clarify that. So I just wanted to say that I know in Nairobi County, there are so many people who have interest, personal interest. Others want to do business with the government of Sakaja, and maybe he is refusing, and that is why we see a lot of complaints. And also, I have had people say that the MCAs in Nairobi are not doing a good job. I don't see the reason why they should not impeach Sakaja if he has done atrocities good enough for impeachment. The fact that they have not even attempted to impeach him, it means there is nothing substantive for the governor to be impeached. So the governor still remains a good governor. Sakaja is not known of corruption until maybe that will be proved that actually Sakaja is corrupt. And myself, I'm not saying that he should not be investigated. He should be investigated. Remember when the case of Kawera was being brought up, so many things were said about her. But when we listened that case in the Senate, it was nothing. It was just hot air. So we don't want to be taken through the same process. where we discuss things that cannot be verified, only to be proved that they were just fighting Sakaja. On the issue of oil and the fight of Israel, I just want to be honest. Yes, the price of fuel has been up across the world because of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but Kenya, we decided to exaggerate. What I want Kenyans to know is that the prices, the selling price of oil products is controlled by the same world organization called OPEC. So sometimes you might see that in Kenya, the fuel is very high than other countries. It is not because of where we are getting oil. It is because we have added so many taxes on our fuel, not that the fuel is so costly than other countries. So if our tax regime is fair, we are not supposed to have great differences from especially the relevant countries on how we sell our oil, because oil is globally controlled by OPEC. Thank you so much.
If it's globally controlled.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kevin.
It's black.
Oh, black.
I think there's a question which is rolled down.
There's a question for Wasonga, then we go to
from Mburu, why I made a suggestion that the government should not tax Kenyans. And this comes about because of poor services and sometimes no services. Niccolo Machiavelli, if I may quote it, he says, those who put you into power will one day remove you from power based on your deeds. Now, the deeds of the government, the current government as we speak, is overtaxation, but poor services and sometimes no services. When there is no services, what do you expect from Kenyans? Like now, there are no doctors in the hospitals. Would we make a percentage of that? Would we make a percentage of the fact that doctors have not been in the hospital since sometimes in March to date? And then we calculate that, and then you say, okay, the percentage that we are paying for the doctors is this amount of tax. Now we are not paying it because doctors have not been attending to our mothers, to myself, to my children, and to my brothers and sisters, and you, Mburu, as well. So that percentage, if we think in that line, then definitely we should not pay the government any tax. But if the government ups its game and then they say, okay, this is what the Kenyans are crying about. They are crying for quality education. They are crying for better health services. Our hospitals are well packed with drugs, such that when I go to the hospital and I want Panadol, I can get it as a painkiller. If I'm tested positive for malaria, I can get drugs. Then definitely, who am I to pay the government taxes? If our roads, there is that civic education in all sectors of the government services, all the services are completely effective. If I want a passport, I apply for passport today. I know that by the end of the week or next week, I shall get my passport at hand. Those are better government services. The prices of goods and services are quite affordable, fairly affordable. That's a good government. But a government whereby the dollar rate is not doing well, but then prices of goods are up in the sky, what do you expect? My expectation is that such a government should not get any taxation from the wananchi unless they up their game and they support Kenyans to have better lives that is aligned in the sustainable development goals, and also as aligned in the Kenya Vision 2030. That's when now we can say the government is working, let's pay the government.
And they should not force us to pay the taxes. We should pay it willingly based on what they do for us. So I am right and you are wrong by questioning me on that.
No, that's, I didn't know, you know, when you were discussing, you had not explained exactly what you meant. So it left me with so many questions than answers. And still you are totally wrong to a greater extent, because you are right to a lesser extent. But because that is just an extreme way of looking at the government. Because as far as I'm concerned, the government does not get money from anywhere else. The government does not do business. Whatever the government does is to manage the revenue that they have collected from the people. That is why when you hear that the government or the treasury is dispersing money to the counties, that money comes from the people through taxation. When you see the police are being paid, that salary comes from the people, the army, the doctors, the nurses. All those people are not saying that they have not been paid. If anything, they are agitating for more pay. So if the doctors are saying the government has refused to pay them, the government salaries are not paid, the roads are not being constructed, then I would say you have a case. In this way, you don't have, it's just a statement of, to me, a statement of incitement, because so many things are happening. Just the other day, my good friend, the dollar, the exchange rate was $1 was 162 Kenya shillings. Right now, today I was changing money. It was unbelievable. I just sent money and it is $1 is 126. That means actually even the world, the IMF said that the Kenyan shilling is doing extremely well against the dollar. So it means the government is doing what it's supposed to do. The economy is performing well. Just the other day, we had unga going at 200 and something shillings. Right now, some places 150 and below. That is not an economy that is doing very bad. But we Kenyans, we are in most cases extremist, sadist, and to some extent alarmist, that we always focus on the negative side without wanting to talk of the positive things that are happening in our country.
Allow me to
allow
interject.
others also to speak. Kevin, is it
Just
Kevin or who?
Just 1
No,
minute.
it's unfair. It's unfair if we have this pull and push, pull and push, pull and push, and we also have Stella wants to speak, I want to speak, Zalendo maybe perhaps wants to speak. We also pia sisi tunaweza taka kuchangia hiyo mambo mnaongea, you know, si eti kwamba nyinyi tu, hata mimi pia niko na la kuchangia kwa the exact thing that you people are talking about. I'm sure even Stella has a point. So if we interject, the other guy interjects, we fail to meet the whole purpose of why we are here. It's not a two-way thing. That's why even you saw when my good friend Kenya Revo wanted to make it a pull and push, nearly end up I just ended that conversation there. They said I don't want to continue further na hiyo conversation of pull and push, because I knew it will end up like the way what the two of you are doing. Now the point here is this. In matters to do with taxation, I want to agree with Guru partly about the fact that hiyo tax was nalipa mshahara ya watu. Now, assuming we don't pay tax, do you think the nation would be secure? We would not be having police people around the place where you live. KDF, do you think they'll be working for Kenya at that point, knowing that unafanya hiyo kazi riski na hakuna mshahara because they are not paying tax? So I think that is being a little bit extreme. Though what we should do though is to hold accountable the leaders which we have placed there in control of the monies which we give them in form of taxes. That is the best way to go. Now, in matters to do with the Kenya shilling, Guru, you know that there are ways through which the Kenya shilling can gain ground, right? It's either you want to say that Kenya has been exporting a lot, such that we've been gaining too much foreign exchange, which I know that's not the case. And so if that's not the case, then it means there's some other mitigation measures that must have been taken by the government or the central bank to ensure that the money goes down. And part of those mitigation measures is something called probing. I'm good with economics. I must say that I think Nini wanajua hiyo Zalendo, just like Stella is great when it comes to matters of law. There's something called probing. Probing ni nini? Probing is whereby now unapata gava inatumia dollars kubai currency yao such that inajaribu to create a form of artificial demand for the local currency. Paka kiasi cha kuwa, you know, when the demand is high, the value also goes up. Sijui kama unanielewa. And that's the reason why if you realize, unaona the minute tulipopata zile loans and we're still getting more loans, that is the time now uliona currency yetu ilianza kufanya better because they are using that money to buy the local currency, buying out the local currency. But that also is controlled, not excessively. So hiyo ili create ile artificial demand ya Kenya shillings, and that being the case, Kenya shillings no longer gain ground. So we ought to understand that it's not that Kenya has been doing great. No, it's just that the measures that we took with the loans that we took, we did probing for our Kenya currency. So tafadhali uelewe hiyo.
Did you listen to the explanation of the governor of central bank on why the
wachana na hiyo siasa yake, because I'll ask you, it's very simple. I ask you a simple question. Yeah?
Yes.
How else would the Kenya shillings be doing great? On a normal basis? What are you to say? On a regular basis?
You see, there are so many factors.
Number one, we must be trading, isn't it? Ukiangalia locally, our businesses are doing bad. Number two, we must be doing a lot of exports for us to gain a lot of foreign currencies, because those people to watu wa nje ndo wanunue vitu zetu, wakituma dollars, it's not because they are buying it just the dollars, it's because they're exchanging with us in Kenya shillings so that they can purchase those items in Kenya shillings, because we are tunauza vitu vyetu na Kenya shillings, so they have to buy our Kenya shillings. So do you mean to say that tumekuwa tuki-export a lot over this short period of time such that we come on? Sometimes it is best not to just clearly listen to venye wanakwambia, na wewe mwenyewe just try to do your own research ndio upate the exact truth. Vitu vingine tu ni logic.
So Black, have you done research on what you are telling us, or it's just
I know it for a fact. In economics, it's like Stella and law.
I'm not disputing.
I've just given you a hint.
I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing because I don't know where you have gotten the information from.
I'm telling you the measures as to what a government can do. Number one is
that's true, and I agree.
Governments do probing a lot. It's not only Kenya. A lot of governments do that, especially when their currency is doing bad. So we are not special.
So tomorrow, if we get a chance, we will, because I have a lot I can say about that, but I'm exhausted. I'm totally worn out.
Yes. Okay, fine. So I'll leave it at that. Niache wengine waongee pia, nisichukue muda ya watu. Thank you.
Kevin.
Who's moderating?
Oh,
Kevin,
you were saying something. You finished, Stella, then
I think you should.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. It's okay.
Allow Stella to speak. Because ona tumenyimba ongea, akaongea, mimi Kevin akaongea,
Just let Stella still awake. Stella, can you go ahead and give us your closing remarks? I think people are now tired. Ukiona everybody is throwing the ball. Wacha we have done. We are exhausted, and I'm telling you, we can't go on. You guys have been marvelous. Kevin, for your first time being on this station, I think I'm so impressed with the way you have stayed up. Make this Afriq your home, where you can come and deliberate on the issue and be a regular panelist here, because here you've seen we are not biased. We are open. We give an opportunity to anybody who has got an agenda about the country called Kenya. And that is what we love. That is the kind of education we want. We will meet Black here, who will give you a very informed point of view. You will meet Mburu, who will give you another informed point of view on the issue. And Stella will also educate you on matters of law, representing the other gender and how they think about our country. So here we have the honest opinion. This is the only place that you'll get that kind of honesty in all the social platforms. So, I mean, make this your home. We are impressed. Guys on the panelist section, I can't forget you. You've been wonderful throughout the night. Maybe just to mention a few of them, because sometimes we forget to mention them. Goody, kama kawaida, he or she is the president of the panelist. He or she, I don't know how to address her, he or she, or I don't know, or them, or her. He's been the president in the panelist section. Kenya Revolution, kama kawaida, yeye akosagi hapa. Rafik is also somebody from the Solomonic Temple. He was here earlier, but he couldn't get into the show. We hope that Rafik, Manapo Majaliwa, you will come into the show. And many others. I can't mention you all. People on the X platform who are watching us right now. We are 107 people watching from X. Thank you so much. Stay tuned to Afriq. And please, if you're watching on X, come on Afriq platform. We'll give you a chance to air your views here and deliberate on your country called Kenya. And subscribe on Afriq. That is the most important thing that keeps us moving until we burn this midnight oil. Karibu sana, karibuni sana. Subscribe on Afriq kama saa hii, you 107 people, please do subscribe on Afriq and be part of the discussion. So viewers, we are coming to an end, and I want my panelists to give me their closing remarks. Who goes first? Stella?
So I don't have much to say, but I want to tell Kevin, karibu huku ni nyumbani. So at least some conversations zenye zitakuwa hapa, I think zingine will be very hot. So that's how we are. And I hope to see you in the next program. Karibu sana, Afriq24.
Thank you, Stella. Mburu.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists. Thank you so much, our viewers, for always being together with us, for your comments, and also for following Afriq24. That's how it has been, and that is how it will continue to be in Afriq24. Kevin, we have baptized you in fire today. Next time, I'll try to be a little bit soft, but that's how I decided to welcome you in the show. You are a great man. You have the mental capacity to hold the political temperature in this show. You are amazing, Mr. Black, my sister, an iron lady, Stella. Thank you so much for being in the show. God bless each one of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Kevin. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Everybody have welcomed me into the show. Just to say, I didn't start with the introduction. Kevin Wasonga comes from Siaya County, a small ward, West Assembly ward of Rarieda. Kevin takes a PhD in community development from Laikipia University. I'm at my thesis writing stage, and I'm really impressed by the gender issues and the social transformation as a whole. So Afriq is all about, I mean, the debate here, when I see it, it's for the betterment of Kenya, the betterment of our societies, which everybody would wish to have. A happy life comes with better leadership and better communities. So social transformation is something that is wholesome, and we will look at it wholeheartedly. So I'll be available for this kind of program and to educate our viewers and to see Kenya move forward. That's what we want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kevin. Viewers, we come to an end of yet another wonderful episode. We have been very wonderful audience. At least there was no trouble. The language was civil. Nobody abused each other, even on the comment section. That is how we maintain civility here in Afriq. And we respect the opinion of each and everybody who comes to Afriq. We come to an end of this particular edition. If you want to,
just 1 minute.
Yes,
just 1 minute.
I did not say closing remarks.
Oh, but black. Oh my God! How could I miss? You know, you're the darkest man in the studio, so sometimes you can be
in sub-Saharan Africa.
You can be lost. I don't know why you call yourself black and with the black logo there.
You need a torch to see him.
Black is also one of the marvelous guys. We have been at war. We have been at war with people from either the government or from the other side on this journey.
Yes, you don't have to be.
To educate. We were kicked out in so many panels before because of our views and how we look at things. So it is also important that you know that we are also independent thinkers and we don't like be swayed in either Ruto or Raila's camp, but on the issues that they strongly believe and affect us, and we feel that this is good for our country, we will definitely support. Black, go ahead.
You are muted, sir.
Mr. Black, you're on mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, mine is just to say thank you for this opportunity that we've had. We all know where we came from. Nastaki later, I think already my good brother Zalendo, I put across. But most importantly, is just to welcome Kevin. Feel at home. This is a very good place where we can share info and exchange ideas as well as debate and challenge each other's thoughts for the good of our nation. Because at the end of the day, I do believe that whatever tuna debate hapa, si kwa sababu tunachukia nchi yetu, hapana. It's because we want the best of our nation. That's the common ground which we all share. That's for a fact. So karibu tena. Hapa ni nyumbani. Hope to see you again tomorrow and the day after tomorrow and each and every other day that we do have a debate here. Stella, I've never given you your flowers because tunapatana sana mara nyingi nakutokea naishia kabla and all that, but now I just want to give you your flowers. You great. I'm glad you're here also. Mimi nawe kupatana hapa tunapatana muda mrefu because most of the times like I said huo naenda kabla because shughuli, but leo nimeketi mpaka mwisho, so nasema asante, endelea na mwendo huo. And maybe you can even encourage even more women out there wasinyamazie na whatever ideas and beliefs that they have that they believe inaweza kusaidia nchi yetu, because I do know, like you rightfully said, because I listened to your debate about the women and men thing that Guru had put up. I don't want to get into it. I do believe that kila mtu anakuanga na value yake yenye na add katika hii sahani. So please do encourage other women to also come here. And I'm sure wherever they are watching you, whenever you bring in your solid points, at in one or another, they are feeling as proud just as I am. Endelea na moto huo huo. Asante sana.
Thank you, thank you, Bled.
Mzalendo,
Yes.
I'm requesting you remind the people about the show that you requested I be hosting of the immigration desk on Wednesday. We're gonna agree on time. Maybe we can touch on what
you need
yes.
to just touch on it a bit. Just touch on it a bit. Even as I look for the templates, just touch on it a bit.
Yes, thank you. So on Wednesdays, but we are yet to agree the time, we'll be bringing the immigration show where we'll be discussing the processes. When you want to move from one country to the other, it will be covering the entire Africa. Anybody who wants to go to any country, ours is to give the network, to give the information, and where we can is to help people settle down when they go there. We have seen how people have been suffering trying to move from one country to the other. Sometimes these sufferings come through because of lack of information. Some people take advantage of the situation, the economic hardships in our countries. And therefore, we sat down and we agreed we can come up with something because we have network across the world. And we'll be in a position to help where we can, countries like Canada, USA, Britain, and other countries in the Asian countries. Everywhere you want to go, we will be making sure that when you want information, we'll be able to give you the information, and if possible, give you people who can hold your hand when you go there. So beginning this Wednesday, that's what we'll be doing. We'll be also telling you the questions that you expect to answer when you go to the embassy. We'll be preparing you so that when you go there, you don't say what you are not supposed to say. So we have a lot of information because we have been helping people. And if we can touch or if we can help even one person, we really appreciate. So every Wednesday, please be following. And I am sure you, if not you, you'll be in a position to help someone through the information that you get from Afriq24, because we say information is power. Thank you so much.
Well, viewers, thank you very much for that information. The show comes on Afriq every Wednesday. Mburu, please download for me the montage. I sent it to you.
I already have it. Yes.
You already have it. Can you bring it on? Can you bring it on air?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Yes,
so viewers, we have quite.
While he's doing that, I wanted to suggest.
Yes.
I wanted to suggest something. Tukiwa katikati tuna debate for the purpose of gender balancing. Unapatia Stella pia opportunity naye pia anatumoderate. Maybe half time. Pengine first half leo anaendelea anaanza pengine ama wewe then second half unaachia Stella naye pia anatumoderate. Kuna hiyo pia gender balance. Let's practice it.
Yeah, I think Stella will be moderating our next two shows. Stella, how available are you? Stella is not very much available most of the time sometimes. But Sadila atakuwa.
Yeah, I told you that I'm also teaching. So
Muru, send it on my WhatsApp.
I'll do that.
So the only time I'm available is Fridays, Saturdays, and
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's a good time.
No, we can do it. We can do it. Kwa mfano unaona kama vile leo tumekutana wote hapa, si ndio? At some point vile when we are debating, at some point naweza patia tu Stella, mwambie okay, sawa Stella, endelea na wewe unatoka kwa hiyo kiti ya moderator unaingia kwa hii kiti ya wapinzani, waunga mkono ama wapinga mkono. Unaachia Stella naye pia anatuongoza.
And Kevin wako na group ingine mzuri sana. I think,
maybe in the middle of a debate. It doesn't have to be in its entirety kwamba tunamwachia kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho, kwa sababu ya time constraints when I'm explaining inaweza kuwa challenging for, but whenever akitokelezea katika debate and in the course of the debate anaweza pewa nafasi, tunaye pia tumoderate, hata pia tupate uongozi wa nini wa kike, sio?
That's a good idea. That's a good
Maybe
idea.
that will be great gender balance. Let's do it
True.
ourselves.
I agree with you 100%.
100%. Now unajua Kevin pia they have a very good movement that is coming up. Although Mburu was trying to dismiss it, but I think it's a very good movement.
I'm not. I was just trying to get information.
Wait.
Don't put my name there.
No. We want.
Eka nani kwa WhatsApp group, Kevin?
No, ndamweka kwa WhatsApp group yetu immediately. I've got his contacts. And kuna movement ingine mzuri sana you'd want to be. I think Stella would be a valuable member of that Solomonic movement. She has got very bright. That is where she belongs, I'm telling you. So this
Can
is
Can we recommend immediately?
So that show, viewers, that show will be coming every other Wednesday. If you've not seen it properly, wacha nikuwekee tena. Tell me what you think about it, you panelists, if it is good. So
I have a suggestion.
Yes.
I want to ask Mboro, is this for one targeting Kenyans who are interested to immigrate?
No, we are targeting the entire Africa because Afriq stands for Africa, but charity begins at home.
That's what I was saying, because Wednesday it becomes a bit tricky because some of the people, when they are working and the time you're starting it's 10 o'clock. Why don't you move it on Friday? When everybody, when everybody will be available. You see, at least Friday you can spare some time for the weekend.
That's a good concern. We'll look at Friday. Friday we have the Bed of Roses show. The Bed of Roses show that comes in Kenyan time at between 8 in the morning, 8 in the evening, and it lasts for 1 hour and sometimes 2 hours until 10. The Bed of Roses. And then thereafter we have the political show immediately on Friday. So Friday.
And also I work on Friday.
Friday is tricky. So Mburu, which day is open for you?
I am open Sunday evening, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Can we do it on Sunday evening after your church?
Yeah, Sunday evening, our time. I don't know. Yes.
Okay.
That will
Stella,
be 8 o'clock in Kenya. That will be 8 o'clock time in Kenya.
Yeah, our target is Kenya,
Yeah.
so it's definitely 8.
Okay.
So it's definitely 8. So don't also forget to watch Dr. Shamba. Dr. Shamba is also a program that comes on Afriq. It deals with the issues affecting you when you're going to buy land and the solutions. We have Engineer Florence from Delaware who built that program. She will tell you more about succession, about the issues of land, how you can get a clean title without without bribing people and getting it in a straight manner. She will also educate you on fake title deeds that people normally buy land with a lot of money instead of just doing 1,000 search, which Stella sometimes is a panelist in that program. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think Afriq, we are growing.
One more thing, Mzalendo.
Yeah, one more thing.
On the comment side, Mr. Black has put something down there about Swahili. And remember, we had also discussed about it with Hillary. And that's another program, because he has put it there. Just update the viewers that soon we're gonna be.
We are having a program on education, but this is program that is purely to educate the viewers on Swahili. People like Stella can enroll for that program. People who don't know Swahili. We're having Hillary Godi is based in Canada. Is having a program with the teachers who are going to educate learners who are learning Swahili back at home and here abroad. So we find that Swahili is something that most families here in the US encourage their children to learn, but they don't have a platform where they can learn simple words, simple methali, even how to greet people in Swahili. When they go back at home in the village in Kenya or in the city, they don't have a language to communicate. At least if they know a few words, it is easier for them to navigate and understand the other children back in Kenya. So hiyo Swahili ni ya kutukuza lugha yetu na kuimarisha jinsi vile tunawasiliana kwa lugha inayofaa, lugha ya kitaifa na lugha ya kitamaduni yetu ya Kenya. So pia tuzingatie ya kuwa Afrika itakuwa ni umoja wa Afrika, na ile lugha ambao itakuwa pale itapewa kipao mbele ni lugha ya Swahili na Kizungu kipao ya pili. So lugha ile itakuwa mbele kabisa ni lugha ya Swahili. So kwa wale wafahamu lugha ya Kiswahili, tafadhali anzeni kujifundisha lugha. Asante sana. Bye. Good year is telling us.
Sasa hiyo ni mzuri. Hiyo ni mzuri. That's a good thing. But also hata hapa kwa debate ikibidi mingine tunageuza lugha in second part of the debate.
Leo
it doesn't have to si lazima iwe ile pure. Si lazima iwe ile pure.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be pure. We have tried, but sasa Stella
si lazima iwe pure. Hata mtu anaweza ongea.
Unaweza ongea Sheng. Ile lugha
ndio Stella mtaani. Hata Sheng.
Hata Sheng unaweza ongea because it's a language of communicating. So tunaweza ongea lugha yote, lakini bora tunawasiliana. Lugha ile tutaki kabisa ni ile lugha ya kikabila. Ulete Kikuyu yako, ulete Ujaluo wako, ulete Umasai wako katika station ya Afrika. Hayo hatutakubali kamwe. Sisi tunataka tuwe wa Kenya. Hiyo ndio kitu moja tunazingatia. Ukileta Ujaluo wako, tunakwambia hapana, tafuta radio Ramogi ama TV Ramogi. Unaweza ongea na watu vizuri. So asanteni sana Blake, wacha tuweke hii huyu John Lewis. John Lewis alianza siasa yake akiwa 23 years, na hapa tunangojea tuanze siasa tukiwa 50 kama mzalendo.
But what political leader can stand up and say my party is a party of principles? For the party of Kennedy is also the party of Islam. The party of Jarvis is also the party of Goldwater. Where is our party? Where is the political party that will make it unnecessary to march on Washington? Where is the political party that would make it unnecessary to march in the streets of Birmingham? Where is the political party that will protect the citizen of Albany, Georgia? Do you know that in Albany, Georgia, 9 of our leaders have been indicted, not by the Dixiecrats, but by the federal government for peaceful protest? But what did the federal government do when Albany Deputy Sheriff beat Attorney C.B. King and left him half dead? What did the federal government do when local police officials kicked and assaulted the pregnant wife of Slater King and she lost her baby? Those who have said be patient and wait, we must say that we cannot be patient. We do not want our freedom gradually, but we want to be free now.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru, Bed of Roses. Promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afriq24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.